got to play his handbook here too. We got all
Where's
sorts
Tina?
of shit.
Here? Is she not playing?
Phil.
Oh, she's not.
Tina is interacting.
Does the blinky mean something, Phil?
It's like a sort of intermediary between Ben and us.
So we're
I'm
gonna
on
be
four
playing,
if
and
you
she
need to
goes and goes,
know.
boo, like that.
Jose's on
I
four,
think it's like
rolling
because
thing,
they have the
talk
whole
to
like
the mic,
interactive thing
sing-
where there's
singing
the
a song,
factions, the
doing a
really
dance,
circle and the
everybody's
ball.
trying to
She's
take
like
turns
the
around.
head of the ball.
Nice.
But basically,
There she is right now. Yeah.
so you'll be intermediarying between audience
Thank you,
and
thank you.
us, right?
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna read the paper now in this run to beat. Got litany of
Okay.
So if you roll shit, you can spend one of those and re-roll.
Okay.
Can I hear just from Jose? Sorry.
Mic check. Check. Still checking. Litany of devil, demon, darkness. Adacon's advent draws nigh. Sacrifice alone.
All right.
Shall
Thank you, Jose.
cool.
Has there ever been a show where the audience sits on the stage and watches the performers in the audience
The beginning
do a
part
show
is-
about an audience watching a show?
Write it.
That's incredible.
You know, we got this great about Beauty and the Beast. I think it'd be perfect for that. No. I think we need the pencil part, though.
Our audio is live on stream. Fantastic.
How long has it been?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Windward Community College. The Koolau Mountains are above us.
Just joking?
Just our audio is live. welcome, welcome, greetings. We are currently under the effect of a deeper darkness spell, for the fiends have reinvaded Rookspire. But you will be able to see us very soon. We come to you live from Polycoo Theater here at lovely Windward Community College in the shadow of the beautiful Ko'olau Mountains cold. We have a wonderful cast here for you today. We're about to leave Polycoo Theater in our minds and enter the towering city of Rookspire, a monolithic masterpiece shaped by some eldritch power that existed long before we counted the years of time. The tallest mountain in the mighty Crookfang Range was simply wrought in a moment into one monolithic city, the tallest structure in the entire realm. This is Old Rookspire, and over the interspanning millennia, there have been built many, many other spires around it. The city has grown, but never higher than its original founding. And the city has seen much tumult and turmoil in its time. Most recently, 300, 400 years ago, the city was in 5, 4, 3, 2. You can see us. I have cast Dispel Magic on the deeper darkness, and we have arrived. I will be your dungeon master, Nicholas Logue. Greetings and welcome to Rookspire in the year 0. We're going to count backwards for history's sake. Something big is going to happen this year that's going to change the calendar. 300 years ago, this mighty city, a place where all races were welcome back then, was conquered by the fiends from both the 4th and 5th levels of hell. They were spreading it around, yeah? The Duke Belial and his Duchess daughter, Fierna. Duchess daughter, drink that in for a moment, hoes at home. Yeah. From the 4th level of hell, Flegiboths slowly invaded the city 400 years ago. And about 100 years later, the Stygian incursion occurred, with ice devils leading the charge from Stygia. And the poor city of Rookspire suffered under the fiendish yoke for 150 years until the rise of a popular folk hero, the Red Raven, ladies and gentlemen, the titular character of our wonderful adventure today. He led an army of heroes who rose up and cast the fiends back into hell where they belong. And now, 150 years later, we find Rookspire still beset by horrors, because the noble families of the city learned all too well from their fiendish masters, and now they employ the same techniques of tyranny and oppression on the lower classes. We have a wonderful cast for you today to inhabit this setting. I will quickly introduce each of them to you, and then we will begin scene 1 of Act 1 of The Red Raven. We have with us today Stuart Featherin Jr., ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. Fantastic. Stuart will be playing Jinsha Fewfingers, for he has less than the full amount of fingers, if that makes sense. He's built his own custom crossbows that only he can use properly to adjust to the amount of fingers he has on either hand. He's a master of the hand crossbow. He's a powerful rogue. He's become something of a vigilante, a force of goodness in the lower echelons of Rookspire that are beset upon by gangs and criminality and cruelty and oppression. His best friend is Alanir Novice, played by Brandon DePaula. He's back. He can't escape Windward Community College. We pulled him back in, and here he is to join us one more time. Thank you, Brandon, for coming back to play this game with us. He is embodying Alanir Novice, the best friend of Jinsha Fewfingers. Most of Jinsha and Alanir they grew up as urchins, orphan children with no family on the mean, stabby streets of Rookspire. Yeah, in the lowest echelons, where the foundries rage with fire and the alchemical factories poison the very air and the stones that people breathe and walk upon. It is a hard place to survive. But they looked after each other, especially Jinsha, who is a few years older than Alanir. He looked after Alanir because Alanir was a human. And most of the urchins and orphans are tiefling. They are fiend-blooded, for they have been oppressed the most since the devils have been kicked free of the city, simply because they bear the same features as the one-time oppressors. The fiendish influence holds no hold over their heart or alignment. Yeah, many of them are lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good. But because they appear to be devils, they have been crushed and downtrodden ever since they were left behind as sort of the off-leavings of the fiendish invasion. To put it politely, the fiends interbred freely with the populace while they were in charge. We also have joining us today Jose Ver, legendary improv master and comedian of these islands. Thank you, Jose, for joining us. And Jose is playing Red Raven Classic. He is the man who trained the current Red Raven. He is retired now because he is old, but also because he was bitten by a werewolf. And he can no longer control the rage and beast that reels inside him and wishes to feed upon the innocent citizens of Rookspire. So he turned over the mask and mantle to the younger generation, and he is no longer active in the city. He is retired and joined the Cerulean Circle. He likes the book club meetings and the wine tastings. And next to Jose there, by the way, Jose's character's name is Killian Corvin. That's one of the many names he goes by. He's a spy and criminal. He has many aliases, master of disguise, but he goes by Killian Corvin. Next to Jose, we have Brent Mukai, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. All right, we got Brent joining us, the wonderful master of voiceover acting. If you watch any anime in English, you've probably heard his voice many, many times. If you play video games, you've probably heard his voice many, many times. He is joining us today to embody the wondrous character of Grandfather Kane. Grandfather Kane is an old warrior, quite grizzled but quite strong, and he has no memory of who he is. He was discovered mad and half-starving in the wilds. Probably he was enslaved and escaped, and whatever traumas and torments he underwent while enslaved wiped away his memories of who he is. And that is Grandfather Kane by Brent Mukai. Next to him is the wonderful Chivalry Butler, ladies and gentlemen. Give Chivalry a round of applause. She's joining us, one of our excellent alumni, back under our fold for at least this wonderful project and many more. And she will be embodying Kadra Araxes, the gold dragonborn. And she is the last of her people. Her entire people were slain by a terrifying, ancient, great white worm that flash froze them to death with its horrifying liquid nitrogen blizzard-like breath. It slew her living god of a patron, Araxes, the great gold dragon. It tore out her throat, and hurled her into her mountain home of Mount Caldroon, which exploded in a volcanic field of fire that destroyed everything in the surrounding Forlos plains. And now she wanders, a woman alone. She has no family, but she is the one who discovered Grandfather Kane, mad and starving. She saved him from himself, from the elements, from madness. And now they are Hanai grandfather and Hanai granddaughter with a healthy mix of warrior respect in the relationship as well. They are two of the most potent and mighty champions that wander the wastes. Cross them at your peril. Do evil in front of them at your demise. They strike for good, and they do it together. Finally, on the very end, we have the wonderful Earl T. Kim, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Earl, for joining us. Many of you probably know Earl. If you know Life Ghost of Tsushima, like I know Life Ghost of Tsushima, you probably know Earl as Norio from Ghost of Tsushima, but he has been in many, many wonderful things, television, film as well. And he is embodying for us today. I may have typecast the poor man, for he is playing a monk, a half-elven monk. I was like, I must have Earl play a monk with me. I must live my Ghost of Tsushima fantasies on stream with all of you. So he is playing the half-elven monk Kai Song. And Kai Song is nearing the end of his life. And it is important to know that he is the only character who survived and fought in the war against the fiends. Yeah, it was called the War of the Ebon Shroud. And at the end of the War of the Ebon Shroud, Kai Song was instrumental with other brave heroes who did not survive. He was instrumental in sending the fiends back to hell. But it cost him everything. It cost him his entire family. It cost him every student and disciple of his martial art, the blossoming flower of heaven, which is his father's style that his father created. And it was his only hope was to carry that legacy on. But it has been 140 years since the end of the war, and he is now nearing like his twilight demise, and he has yet to find a disciple worthy of his father's style. He thought he had a vagabond of extreme natural talent named Valendros, wandered into his hermitage years ago, and Kai Song trained him in his father's style, the blossoming flower of heaven. And then Valendros left, abandoned him in the night. And now word has reached his ears that this poison dragon is teaching his father's sacred style of martial arts to anyone and all comers, including great forces of evil. And so for the first time in perhaps 100 years, Kai Song is coming down the mountain to seek out this disciple that has wronged him. That, ladies and gentlemen, is our wondrous cast of warriors who seek to rise up at this terrifying moment in Rookspire's history. For as many of you know, if you have donated to our wonderful cause and supported us, and please consider doing so. We do this only to provide scholarships for our students, and because we're huge D&D nerds and we just want to do it anyways. But we do hope it inspires you to give some shekels, some GP, some SP, some CP, whatever. We'll take all the coins. Platinum pieces would be wonderful, rare jewels and gems, whatever you have at home. Go ahead and email it to us, and we'll put it in the coffers. But as we do this, we find Rookspire beset upon and fraught in a conflict between two secret societies. The Cabal of the Crimson Flame, which is a group of mostly tieflings, but other races as well, who have been downtrodden and indentured servants and enslaved practically in the foundries of Rookspire for too long. And now they have formed what some people call anarchists, what other people call guerrilla fighters or freedom fighters, and what, of course, the rich and wealthy call terrorists, right? Who seek to upend the status quo. Their organization is a loosely tethered together knit of many cells. On the opposite side, the ancient order, made up of many, many of the scions of the most noble houses, the Cerulean Circle, who seeks to control and ease Rookspire's fate by affecting the institutions of the city, the old order of things. And they seek to root out evil patiently and carefully, for they know that upheaval only hurts the innocent as much as it does the malefactors. And so today, the only force standing between them is the Red Raven, this legendary vigilante hero, who the first Red Raven appeared 140 years ago to help kick out the fiends. And the mask has been passed down to 11 Red Ravens since then. That is not, you don't know that. That's just for you at home. Could be this, people think, the small folk have many theories about it's just one elf perhaps, right? Or some sort of being. But there are 11 of them to date, if that makes sense. It has been passed down, the mantle. There were many other brave heroes who fought alongside the Raven, but because this mantle was passed down, the Raven's legend lives on. And most people attribute the defeat of the fiends to the Red Raven because he is still present in the city. However, 1 month ago, the current Red Raven vanished. And he is gone. No one knows what has happened. And because he is gone, the forces of evil and criminality now rage unchecked through the spires and streets of Rookspire. And without him, we have only a few brave heroes, some of which are quite young and beginning their journey as forces of good in this city beteemed with evil. And others who have retired and have no interest in continuing this fight. But without the Red Raven, what choice does Killian, Corvin, or Kaisong have but to make their way back to the city? And some who are outsiders, who are drawn to the city by their own destinies, and they shall find themselves embroiled in this conflict whether they will it or not. I speak of Kadra Araxes and her Hanai grandfather Cain. Ladies and gentlemen, we open our Rookspire aflame. A huge conflagration rages in one of the lower districts. Oh, yes, we have wonderful lighting and special effects because we have a masterful... That was the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. In the history of playing Dungeons & Dragons, ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves in Rookspire aflame. And the fire rages around us, as you see, yes. And it is being torn apart by the frenzied conflict of these two secret factions without the Red Raven to stand between them. And in the lower districts, a particular lower district called Mordaunt's Maze, which is actually where Jinshaw Fewfingers and Alanir Nalvis grew up as street kids. There is a large orphanage/school there called the Home for the Forgotten Infernal. And it is masqueraded as a place to provide wonderful services for the tiefling children who have been abandoned by the devil overlords for decades. But it is a place of brutality where those who run it grind down the fangs and horns of the poor children who live there, try to make them appear more civilized, beat them for speaking their own infernal language, that is their, of course, native language. Poor Jinshaw Fewfingers was in that home for a couple of years when he was a child, and he escaped it. And that is what lit a fire in his heart to change this city if he had to die trying to do it. And he joined the Cabal of the Crimson Flame, ladies and gentlemen. And because his dear friend Alanir Nalvis was saved by him over and over again in their young life, Alanir is a human. Most of the orphans and urchins are tieflings or half-orcs. And so Alanir was a very, very opportune target for the venting of frustration, racial frustration upon him. And Jinsha Fewfingers was one of the only orphans who would stand up for him against the other tieflings and half-orcs, and he took countless beatings for it. He did everything he could to save this poor child. And they became fast friends thereafter. He found that the poor child had a great sense of humor, even in the face of abject misery, and they bonded close together. And so our first scene, we see on the hills of Mordaunt, one of the lower districts, but not the lowest, for Drave, the district of foundries and alchemical factories lies below it. Jinsha Fewfingers, the camera pans to you. You look up and you see the blaze burning in Mordaunt. And you know instantly, because you know it so well, that that is the orphanage of forgotten fiendish children that you were housed in when you were a small, small boy. You see it now, gripped in flames. And the fire is spreading. It seems to be spreading through a great deal of Mordaunt's maze. Mayhem is erupting in the streets. Riots, chaos, open warfare between gangs. The constabulary or police force are called the Rooks. And they even wear raven masks to try to sort of borrow the Red Raven's goodness. But they are bought and paid for by the noble houses of the city. Most notably, the most powerful noble house, House Moignac, ruled by Volcanus Moignac, the Baron de Moignac himself. You guys can write down Volcanus Moignac. You're going to need to know that name a lot. He probably doesn't factor much into this adventure. It's just a cool name. Don't worry about it, everybody at home. So Volcanus Moignac has control of the city. The Rooks are bought and paid for. The Rooks do his bidding. And they are letting the city burn for whatever reason right now. They are not stopping these conflicts between the common people, between the gangs and criminals. The streets are in chaos. But you, Jinsha Fewfingers, are on a special mission for the Cabal of the Crimson Flame. For a long time, you've been an Ember, which is the lowest ranking member or echelon of the Cabal of the Crimson Flame. But you've been told now, if you complete this mission tonight, you will be elevated to a Scorch. So you start off as an Ember in the Cabal, you become a Scorch, and then finally a Torchbearer. And then you actually run your own cell of Embers and Scorches, and you start to create missions and mayhem of whatever you think is necessary to upend the city. You are in Drave, a terrible district where workers are indentured, where the cost of renting the equipment they need to work in the foundries and alchemical factories is more than they could ever hope to repay, and they are just heaped in debt until they cannot escape. House Moignac and their dear ally House Drave, for which the district is named, are the ones who keep them pinioned under this economic slavery. You are here in a far sort of flung edge of the district of Drave, almost not in use anymore. It's a wasteland mostly, because you have been told you are going to meet with a torchbearer, a new torchbearer who is setting up a new cell of the Cabal of the Crimson Flame. You do not have his name, but you have a code word that you are meant to announce when you find him. And the code word is sulfur. And he is meant to respond with devil fire. And if he does, that is the man you're looking for. From what you understand, he has made his lair in a ruined waterworks. It used to be like a fine mill on a fine river before this was all overtaken by House Drave and turned into an industrial wasteland. Now that river boils with acid, and the mill itself is in complete disrepair. It cannot be used for anything. The two of you are probably about, you're in the crooked alleyways of Drave. You're probably about 300 yards away from the mill, and you're making your way there. You have, of course, a pack of supplies you're meant to deliver to this torchbearer that you were told not to open. Decision point. Did you open the supplies? You get to decide. What do you think, Stuart? Did Jinsha Fewfingers open and look in this pack he's supposed to deliver to a new torchbearer? Or did he follow his instructions from the Cabal of the Crimson Flame and keep it sealed?
I would say he did not look in it.
He did not look in it. Alanir Nulvis, did you at any point in time try to take a peek in it while you were traveling here? I may have. Okay, let's do that. Okay, roll your stealth, roll your perception. Let's see if you get him to sneak a peeky at this little supply cache that's being delivered.
You said I'm rolling stealth?
Yeah, roll stealth. Yep, you got a 9 plus your perception.
That's a 25.
25! So you're walking through the streets right now, and like, flashback, right? We flash back to like 30 minutes ago when a whole bunch of rooks were running by. You naturally try to protect Alanir. You always have. You have protected him since you were children. So you set the cage down, and you tell him, watch the cage. I'll see if they've gone. And you move to the edge of the alleyway and glance out. The rooks come running by. You disappear into the shadows, for you are very, very stealthy. You are a fine rogue, Jinsha Fewfingers. And as you are hiding from the rooks and watching them run by the alleyway, Alanir Novus very stealthily opens the cage and has a peek inside. You find 2 very fine sets of thieves' tools, like very finely made, mastercrafted, that could easily be used to break into noble houses and banks and things that are usually very well secured. You also find a healthy dollop of alchemist fire, several vials of alchemist fire, and other alchemy components. But on the bottom, you rolled very high. So on the bottom, you actually find there's like a wooden lacquered box, and you do manage to slip the lid, and inside are 3 very large emeralds that are clearly like payment for something. And then you set the cage to right, and you look like you're terrified of the rooks. And Jinsha glances back, and what do you say? He's back there. He looks terrified. How do you comfort him?
What's the matter, little brother?
Are they gone?
Are they gone?
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
And then we flash forward. You're now back 300 yards away from this water mill. You have that secret knowledge in your brain. You have no idea he's looked inside this pack. We'll say you didn't have time to take anything. Does that make sense, Alanir? You just had time to look, and you were like, maybe I should take something, and then you turned back. So you're making your way. You're about 300 yards away. You plan to arrive early, because that's smart. Yeah, you don't know who you're meeting. Hopefully it's fine. Hopefully the intelligence is good. You're meeting a torchbearer. But Jinsha, you're a practiced rogue. You have slain many criminals. You have dealt with many problems in the streets. Alanir, you have never killed anyone. Yeah, you have mostly been looked after by Jinsha Fewfingers throughout your time. So you have fought now and then to help him, but you've never, ever murdered or killed or you've hurt people but never killed them. That's important for you to know as we continue. You're a very good person, so are you, but you're chaotic good, and you understand you have to sometimes do what you need to do to survive and save those around you, right? And that you may have to take a life, and you have. Yeah, you backstab people when you need to get it done. So you're making your way towards the waterworks when you're planning to arrive early, but you hear a sound you know all too well, the two of you. The cackle of cruelty and the moan of the meek. Yeah, you hear, yeah! And then you hear soft thuds of someone being hit, struck over and over again down one of the crooked alleys near you. And you hear, oh, please, oh! Do you continue on your mission, or do you intervene in whatever is happening down these alleyways? Donation? Neil Moeller! Neil Moeller likes what's happening! And I love you, Neil Moeller! Yeah. Fantastic! All right, a donation of $25 from Neil Moeller. Fantastic. Jen, what do you think what does Neil want us to do? What do you think he wants? Do you think Neil wants you to intervene or ignore the suffering of this person? You tell me. You make a decision, the two of you. You can discuss it. You have time to briefly discuss it. Yeah. You look at each other. You know someone is being hurt, possibly killed.
We have to help these people.
We have to get the job done.
And just walk by and watch. Those are us, man.
Can we see them? We can see who's getting.
You can only hear them
right?
from now.
Just
You
hear
can hear them. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Those are us, man. That was me. It was you.
You're lucky I have a soft spot for you. We go.
We go. All right. You make your way. All right. You have your hand crossbows. Your hand crossbows you make yourself, Jinsha, which are pretty interesting. So you make them so they fit your hands. You have a hand crossbow he made for you. It's made for your hand, not for his. Okay. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of much use to you. Right? But what's cool about your hand crossbows, they're nothing magical or special, but you're a bit of a tinker. So you can fire them And then you flick a switch and a dagger blade unhinges at the front of each one, and you can do a bit of gun fu with your crossbows. In a pinch as well, you can click another switch and that dagger blade fires off as a second bolt without having to reload the crossbow if you're in a pinch. If you'd rather use whatever action you'd use to reload to do something else, but you want to take another shot, you can do that. But doing that, it takes a long time to refix those blades. They're not like interchangeable, like modular things. It takes you like a short rest to refix those blades, if that makes sense. You make your way. Do you draw any crossbows? Do you do anything? Are you stealthing? How are you making your way? You hear, it sounds urgent, but do you rush in where devils fear to tread or angels fear to tread? Or do you stealth your way? What do you decide to do?
I'm gonna go stealth.
Roll your stealth. You melt into the shadows.
Yeah, I'll try to follow him.
Yeah, you both melt into the shadows.
That's not great.
Ooh, that's great. That's a 23.
So this is a wonderful and opportune moment. So you're usually the stealthy one who does all the looking out and things. So you attempt to melt into the shadows. You think you're doing a decent job because you rolled 4, so you're not doing that good job, right? But
Good start, guys.
here's what you don't know, Jinsha. Everyone at home, what Jinsha doesn't know is that Alanir Nalvis, 1 year ago, was taken under the wing of the Red Raven and trained as his protege. Every week, for 3 times a week, when he's off doing Cabal of the Crimson Flame business, or when he's like robbing houses, Alanir has been climbing to the top of this old ancient cathedral and training in the arts of the Raven, stealth, swordplay, all of these things. But he's under a Geese spell. The Raven put a Geese on him, so he cannot breathe a word of this to anyone. You suspect something's going on because he never lies to you. But a few times you've asked him where he's been, and it's pretty clear he's lying. But you don't know why. The reason is because he's under a Geese spell. He might really want to tell you the truth, but he's literally magically compelled not to. So now with your new Red Raven training for the past several months, you melt liquid into the shadows, and you just utterly vanish, like a Batman cowl grows out of your head, and you just vanish like into the night. So you're making your way there. Luckily, they're fairly distracted, Stuart. One of them is not so distracted. So you make your way around the corner. As you do, you see, an old man on the ground and clearly afflicted with leprosy of a very advanced stage, yeah? Like the poor man is missing digits. Like immediately you relate because you've lost many fingers in your time. You don't have leprosy. Those were punishments, most of them, or injuries you took for committing crimes, if that makes sense. But you see this poor leper on the ground. His face is disfigured by his disease, and he is missing pieces of himself. And there are 3 members of the Knucklebone Boys, a lower echelon gang that mostly just does like second story work and thievery. But when you get them in a group, they get riled up and they like to flank you and they like to take a whooping on you or get stabby with you, if that makes sense. Alone, one-on-one, they're absolute cowards. But when they have numbers, they're like sand people. They come back. There they go. So you've got, indeed. So you've got 3 Knucklebone Boys. 2 of them are kicking this poor leper. And he's like, And then one is kind of like vaguely keeping watch. And he does not see you, Alanir. But he sort of locks eyes with you as you're sort of turning the corner. He's like, and sees you. He's like, move on. None of your business, friend. In fact, you speak thieves' cant. And he can tell. So he actually doesn't even say anything. He just goes, he does like street sign language to be like, this isn't your business, friend. Move on. This is our prey, is what he says with his hands, and eyes, and his demeanor. Do you respond? And what are you doing? He clearly doesn't know you're there. The other 2 are whooping on this poor guy.
I want to see if he's distracted, I want to see if I can get my way around this.
Nice, yeah. That's easy. I'm not even gonna make you roll. They don't see you, and you're incredibly athletic. Yeah, so you literally just kind of scamper up like this rooftop, and you're on like a sloped roof above this. He seems like a beggar, the leper on the ground. Yeah, you're on the sloped roof above him. And the 2 Knucklebone Boys are kicking into him. Yeah, so you've placed yourself. What do you do? He's like none of your business. Our prey. Find your own.
So I just look at me and thieves can't.
Yeah.
Or donate.
What? From who?
One for the circle for a maximum of $50, and then one for the claw from Emily for $100.
What? Oh my goodness! The Cabal and the Circle are raging battle against one another while we play this game. Fantastic! Yes! Woo! I love it. Fantastic. So we. Hey!
Oh, the audience is.
The Knucklebone Boys and both of you go. Hey! the beggar who's getting kicked goes, hey! As that happens. So since we've got a 50 and 100, I'm going to give, and we have one from the Cerulean, one from Cabal, right? All right, I'm going to give you, Stu, you're rolling bad, so you get an inspiration token. And I'm going to give you, Killian, you're a Cerulean Circle guy. So there is one from B Manus Maximus. B Manus Maximus, I heart you. I heart you hard, yeah? Emily, thank you. Thank you for fighting for the Cabal as well, these poor downtrodden tiefling souls. So you say something to him.
In Thieves' Camp, I go, you're gonna walk away right now.
He looks at you, he's but a knucklebone boy, and he looks at you. Yeah, go ahead and roll Intimidate. Yep. Roll with advantage. Like, he knows who you are, actually. You can tell. Like, he sees you, and he's like, oh, that's Jinsha Few Fingers. That's no joke.
I'm that guy tonight.
Poor Jinsha Few Fingers is rolling few successes.
It's gonna be 14.
Oh, a 14's pretty good. Yeah, he's terrified. Yeah, so you do it like, yeah, you put a little extra on your Thieves' Cant. You give him a little extra, and he's like, oh, and he kind of like, yeah, he's like, let's go. And then so one of them, like, they acquiesce, but Alanir, you notice above, one of them, like, is reaching for, all this guy has is a tiny leather purse. That's actually, it's around his waist. He can only see it because they've been kicking him.
On the beggar?
Yeah, on the beggar, yeah. And he's going to take the purse before he goes.
I've got my crossbow.
You sure do have your crossbow.
I'm gonna fire at the ground. Like I'm not gonna hit him.
Yeah.
I want to just spook him.
Spook him.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Just roll Intimidate. You don't have to roll to hit the ground.
Okay. In speaking to yeah. Ooh. I mean, I'm definitely hitting the ground. That's a 5 Intimidate.
So you shoot the crossbow, and you're not great with a crossbow, right? Because like that's not your jam,
Nope.
right? So you shoot the crossbow. Instead of hitting the ground like between him and the beggar, it totally goes over his head. He literally doesn't see it happen. In fact, I have a fun thing that Phil set up for me here.
Thanks.
Here we go. Let me knock it. The crossbow bolt goes sailing over his head, right? And he doesn't even see it. He's just like, ha! And he's still going for the purse. Stupid crossbow. Put it away.
I'll desperately like. Oh, no, forget. I'll do it. I'm just gonna run down and just.
Yeah. Roll me your like acrobatics is higher, right?
Yes.
Roll acrobatics because you're quite acrobatic. Nat 1. Woo! Your crossbow doesn't work. You're like, I missed him. He's not even scared. And you're like, so a 1 is not a crit fail in D&D 5e. I want to make this clear, okay? So that's just a failure.
Just a failure.
He's just a failure.
Story of my life.
So it's not crit fail. Nick's house rule, the PCs cannot crit fail. The NPCs can. Yeah, the bad guys, if I roll a 1, it's a crit fail. But these guys just fail on a 1. So you attempt to run down, but you end up like sliding. Like some of the roof tiles give way. And you slide down. You don't look buffoonish or anything, but you don't do like a cool flip and land. You more like fall off this thing and like, oh, just like land.
Did he see me do that?
Yeah. He's like, oh.
Beat it.
I love it. And you're like, beat it?
Beat it.
And he's like, and he does the math. He's like, 3 of us, 2 of you. And he doesn't know who you are. He doesn't care who you are, right? And he's like, he draws a dagger. And he's like, I'll beat it, all right. I'll beat it out of you. I'll beat your blood right out of you, boy. Get out of my way. That's mine. He's not even bothering with Thieves' Cant. He's got a knife in his hand.
Do I have also all the stuff on me or just the crossbow?
Oh, no, you have your stuff.
My rapier?
Yeah, you have a rapier. Yeah, you have a rapier. The story of your rapier is actually a finely wrought rapier that the Red Raven gave you. You told him you stole it off a drunk nobleman. Gotcha. That was what happened when he asked and the geese took hold.
Gotcha.
You were like, I stole this off a drunk nobleman. And you were like, wow, good catch. Like, that's worth some money. I don't know why you're carrying it around. You don't know how to fight with it. Like, you assume you have to be well-trained to fight with a rapier. So you're like, I don't know why he's carrying it around. He must be really proud he stole it. Yeah, that's what you're thinking.
So he pulls the knife.
He pulls the knife
on me. Cool. I've never drawn my rapier.
You've never drawn your rapier.
So I'm just gonna I'm wearing my cloak, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna just pull back the cloak a little and just brandish the rapier.
Nice.
Yeah.
So and like your training kicks in. You're really good with this rapier now. You in the last year, he's gone from being a street urchin to a 5th level fighter. That's what it's like to be trained by the Red Raven, ladies and gentlemen. If you can find a Red Raven dojo near you, it's $20 like a week. It's well worth it. Yeah. So yeah, you're an incredible with your rapier. So actually, you just grab like the scabbard and you literally just flick it, and like the blade comes half out. You catch it like the rest of the way with a simple flourish and point it at him, and he like immediately goes like this. He drops the knife and he goes, "Mercy, mercy." He's like, and he runs, yeah. And so one of the other guys is there. He gives the guy one more kick, and the beggar goes, "Mercy, mercy," and he kicks him anyways one more time. But he's going to leave. Do you do anything about that, or you let him go?
I'm more concerned about helping the beggar.
So he leaves. Yeah, he leaves then. Yeah, the beggar's on the ground. Roll perception, the two of you.
That is a whopping 6.
6. Great.
That
is one leper. That is a leper on the ground. You have verified that with your perception check.
That is a 12.
A 12. With your 12, yeah, this man has leprosy in the advanced stage, but you recognize him. You actually recognize his eyes. And many years ago, when you were both children, Alanir Nolvis took a beating that almost killed him from a terrible bully named Severith Voln. You may want to write that down. He might make an appearance today. Yeah. And you actually saved every coin you had. Like you did extra robbery for months to pay for an actual healer to heal him. His face was so smashed by the beating, like every bone in his face was broken, right? And so he was just like laid up like in an attic that was no longer in use, like on an old dirty mattress. And you were tending to him and then stealing to try to pay to heal him. And you found a healer who was willing to heal him for a low price. And that healer's name, I have his name. I have his name. His name is Kevin Kurth. Yeah, Kevin Kurth. You haven't heard about him in a long time, and now you know why. Strange for a healer to come down with leprosy, but he has very, very bad leprosy. This is a low magic setting, low fantasy. There isn't a whole lot of magic in the world, but he could cast Cure Light Wounds. He must not have been able to cast Remove Disease. Does that make sense? He must be a low-level adept or something, because he was not able to remove the disease of leprosy from himself. And he has no longer operated as a healer because he's afraid of passing the leprosy to others, if that makes sense. Okay. But you see his eyes. They're gentle eyes. You see him, and he's like, "Oh, thank you. Thank you, masters both. My name is Curdle. They call me Curdle." You know that his name is Kevin Kurth. But he's like, "They call me Curdle, and I owe you my life."
What happened to you, friend?
Do I know you?
I hope so. You saved my brother's life.
You are Jinshaw Fewfingers, and you are Alanir. I remember you. Yes, the boy. Yes. Thank you.
I don't remember this, right?
You don't remember it. Yeah, you were so young when the beating took place, you don't remember it happening. Like, you just remember being sick and in pain for a long time, and then you were healed. Yeah.
Oh, this guy?
Little brother, this is Kevin Kurth, your savior.
No, I am nothing now, and my debt, whatever debt you might have owed me is repaid. I thank you. And he gets up and begins to scurry away. You realize you're quite late for your meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, time has clicked on.
We should go.
Get somewhere safe.
Thank you. The city burns around you all. Yeah. And he scurries off into the smoke, into the darkness, into the flames. Who knows what fate holds for him. But you have something to do. You continue on your journey towards the old waterworks. You can even hear the wheel creaking in the acidic water. You see it now across a wasteland. Yeah, that used to be a public park. And it is a rotten, decayed building, a massive sort of industrial waterworks. You can see it there as you approach. Roll perception as you approach.
12.
Nice.
That's going to be 21.
Nice. 12. So you're looking. It looks like just the waterworks is abandoned. You don't see just the wheel moving slightly. You don't notice anything. 21. There are two people kind of positioned, standing sentinel outside the waterworks. Underneath one of the big buckets of the water wheel, there's a halfling. but it is the wiry, most muscly halfling you've ever seen. Like, this halfling doesn't skip any day at the gym, right?
He's the oak.
Yeah, he's oaked halfling. He's got giant shoulder muscles, big wiry muscles, and he has a heavy crossbow that's almost as big as him. And he's slunk in the shadows, big wiry, he's bald, his face looks muscly, yeah? And he's sort of like slunk in the shadows of this water wheel. And he's kind of keeping an eye. He's looking towards the two of you. Did you stealth up?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll stealth, both of you. I imagine you didn't just wander up to me. Hey, everybody!
How's it going?
I'm killing the stealth as well. That's a 24.
And 19.
Yeah, neither of these two see you. The halfling does not seem to notice you. He's just sort of standing there. Underneath one of the awnings of the waterworks, around the corner from the door is like half fallen off as well. You see like a tall human. He's wearing a bandolier of throwing knives. And he's kind of like fingering two of like they're bone handled, like looks like probably human bone handled throwing knives. He's fingering these throwing knives. He's kind of keeping watch, but neither of them have seen you. They don't know that you're there. They could just be keeping watch. They could mean you dire harm. You don't really know. What do you do? You're supposed to meet your contact, this torchbearer, inside the waterworks. Nice. We thank you, Denise, for your anonymous donation. I'm hoping it's thousands of dollars. I'm like, it's probably thousands of dollars. Whatever it is, we're very grateful. Every little bit helps everyone. Every copper piece, every silver piece, every gold piece helps. Thank you. Yes. Fantastic. Thank you, Denise.
If that's Denise DePaolo, thank you. That's my sister.
Oh!
if that's you, thank you,
Denise DePaolo.
If that's her.
For the $7,000 donation. We are
holding her to
grateful.
that.
Yes, we're so grateful. Fantastic. So yeah, what would you like to do? They don't notice you at all. You're both well concealed. Yeah, woohoo! These two guys are like, yeah, and they go back to watching it. Yeah, and now it's your turn. What would you like to do?
So there's two people?
Two. And they're kind of like spread out at opposite ends of the waterworks. Yeah, so like one's underneath like the wheel that's turning in the shadows, that's the halfling. The human is like along the wall that like corners into the door. Yeah. They do look like they're trying to just keep them watch. They're not like, ha ha ha! They're like, making sure there's no trouble. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna go in alone. Keep an eye out if any of them move to go inside. I'll give you, or if I get caught, I'll give you a signal. Make sure you distract them, and I'll get out of there.
What's the signal?
And because he's a 5th level rogue who knows these streets, that's exactly what the ravens of this particular district sound like. It's perfect. It's as if he's like being one of the ravens in this. And like, in fact, a few of the ravens are like, ha! When he does it. They turn. Okay.
I look.
And so do you make your way in? Do you agree to that plan?
Sure.
All right. So are you making your way in? Are you walking in the open now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll walk in the
So you
open.
openly walk up. So these two now see you, right? And they just draw into the shadows. They don't like, this guy doesn't draw knives, and like the guy with the crossbow doesn't shoot it at you or anything. So that's a pretty good sign, right? And you make your way up to the door. The door is like, one hinge has fallen off. You're at the door now. What do? They have not shown themselves or tried to mess with you in any way yet.
I go up to the closest. Ooh.
Hello, everyone. Yes.
So the closest guy, is he like guarding? He's guarding the door. Right?
He's around the corner of the door. He thinks he's hidden. Does that make sense?
Okay.
He thinks he's like hidden, but you saw him. You saw them both.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Do you
just-
ignore him? Do you let him think he's hidden? Or do you just like
I
talk
just
to
let
him?
him think he's hidden.
Yeah.
And I just go inside.
You go inside the door? You open the door. Yeah, inside, and there's a single low-lit lamp on a table in the middle of like the atrium area of the waterworks. The rest of this place is in shambles and covered in years of soot, old soot and dust and corrosion. But the table is quite clean. It's been recently cleaned, and there's a low-lit lamp that's providing the only illumination. But you have dark vision, for you are a tiefling, so you can see pretty well. And what you see is, you see a half-orc, fairly tall, lithe, yeah, not muscly, but very like wiry and lithe half-orc. And you instantly recognize him as Severith Volm, the bully who beat him near to death years ago. He's actually sitting like reclined with his boots up on the table, and he has like no weapon. He's not armed at all, so that you can still see me. Hello, everyone. Yeah. He's sitting with his boots up on the table. He's not armed at all, and he's a half-orc, so he has dark vision too. He doesn't even bother to turn up the lamp. Does that make sense? He just says, Jin Sha Few Fingers. Long time, long time. Comrade of the Cabal. We both serve the same purpose now, do we not?
Make the difference considering who you are.
Indeed, but we must leave our past allegiances behind, including our past enmities when we join the Cabal. Isn't that right, comrade?
I really think I'm gonna forget what you did.
Oh, I don't expect you to forget. I won't either. So, backstory, flashback, yeah? During the beating was the first time you ever really tried to harm someone. Before that, you took beatings for him. But you had just built your first crossbow at that time. And so you had the crossbow. And what happened was when Severith came for the two of you, you aimed it at him. But you were a boy, and you hesitated. Yeah? You didn't fire the crossbow. And he swatted it from your hand so hard, it took your first finger that you lost. Yeah? The first finger you lost was when he swatted this crossbow from your hand. He broke it clean off. It broke, and then it got gangrenous and had to be removed by a surgeon, right? So you were, and then he kicked you viciously in the ribs. That's when he set in on Alanir. And he had his back to you, and he was beating Alan. He was clearly going to kill him. He was in a rage that you aimed a crossbow at him, and he knew what would hurt you more than killing you would be killing your little human pet, as he called him. And he beat him almost to death, and you crawled in agony with broken ribs and broken finger to your crossbow, and you shot him in the back. And that was the last time you saw him. You shot him in the back. He howled in agony. Crossbow bolt stuck in his upper left shoulder, and he ran. And you had never saw him again. He must have left the city. You hoped he died, but you never really got confirmation on that. And so he turns and he's like, oh, I don't forget either. And his hand kind of moves to the old wound as if it still gives him pain in the night, in the cold night.
Kind of smile.
And so as he's saying that, the big halfling with the crossbow is sneaking behind him, like to the door. What do you do?
I'm just gonna follow around, see if I can. I'm gonna try to keep tabs on him.
Okay. So he's creeping up towards the door to attempt to aim at his back. You clearly see that Severith has laid this out. He knew he was coming, and maybe he intends to have him shot in the back as well. Pay kind and kind, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Or possibly just to threaten him. You don't know. What do you think?
I haven't gotten the signal yet, so I'm just gonna. So I see he's moving up to the door.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can still move behind him.
Yeah, give me a stealth to move behind him.
Yeah,
Go
get to
for
the
it.
vantage point.
Nat 20.
That makes up for it. Yeah, the first one of the day. Yeah.
This halfling is like creeping up. He's like, I'm so stealthy. I am the knight. I am the brawny halfling who's so stealthy. And like literally, you ghost up like right behind him. Like you're literally, you have to hold your breath so that you're not breathing on his neck. And he has no idea you're there. You've like drawn a dagger in one hand and your rapier in the other. And you're just ready to do this halfling serious harm if he tries to hurt your friend. I'm going to say with that nat 20, you've readied an action to do whatever you want if he attempts anything at all. If he tries to fire the crossbow, you can interrupt him, do whatever you like. So he's like, Severith is like, yes, perhaps I'll return the favor. And the halfling knocks the crossbow. I have a sound effect for knocking a crossbow. I shall use it. You hear that behind you. Thank you, Phil. You're awesome. Phil's our wonderful sound engineer who armed me with all these fun sound effects.
Yeah.
Right. So you hear that at your back. Yeah. Do you react in any way? Do you look? What do you do? Do you say anything? Do you do the raven's call? What do you do?
I do the raven's call.
In that instant, so I'll take the dagger. So he cocked it back. I'm gonna jab my dagger into the hand that cocked it.
Oh, you want to stick his hand so that it's stuck to the bowstring?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. Roll. You definitely hit him. Let's see if you crit him. Does that make sense? Roll with advantage. He doesn't know you're there. Nice. Yeah. You get two attempts to do stuff.
Ooh, that's not good. You've forsaken me.
Forsaken you. So we'll say you do not pin his hand to the crossbow, but you sever the string instead. So he's trying to knock it back, and you're like, and it goes, bing! And he's like, ah! And he turns and sees you. He's like, ah! And then Severith is like, you fool! And he totally relaxes. He's like, I planned that for so long. Give me the cache of supplies. I have information for you. And he's like staring daggers at the halfling, and the halfling's like, he's very stealthy. I didn't know he was there. And the halfling's like, oh, peace, brother, peace. We're all Cabal after all, yes?
I don't say anything. I just shoot daggers at him.
He's like, for Joanne Mendelsohn, if she ever watches this. Yeah, he's like, peace, peace. Yeah. Give me the cage of supplies. I have information for you for your mission. Fair trade. Or kill me and learn nothing and stay an ember in the organization. What care I?
I take off the bag and then I go, no, first you're gonna tell me why you need this.
I'm a torchbearer, fool. I have things to burn. I have places to break into.
Like
That's
what?
what's in there. You know the rules. One cell does not tell another their activities. Roll insight. Ooh, nice.
That's what we like.
Those are the rules. Those are the rules, Jinsha. But he really doesn't want to tell you what he's going to do. Does that make sense? Like, those are the rules, but he really doesn't want to tell you what he's going to do. He's like, do you want the information or not? Do you want to remain an ember? I'm a torchbearer already, fool. I could have you booted from the organization for your insolence. Put the cage on the table, and I'll give you your information. Oh, yeah. He's like,
If you want to make sure, isn't there a password?
he's like, let's see if he remembers that. He doesn't. Yeah, he's like, yeah, come on. Give me the stuff or whatever. Angel fire, he doesn't remember that. He's like, gossamer glimly lits, I don't know. Fairy fire, that's it, fairy fire. He doesn't remember fairy fire. Give it to me.
I'm gonna leave because you can't remember simple password.
You're not going to give me the cage. I suppose.
You're not gonna give me the password?
Let me try to remember it. Okay, he's like, it's sulfur. Give it to me.
I don't remember the password.
He's got to roll for it.
Roll for it. He's like, are you serious? You hold my feet to the fire. You remember it. You're good. You remember the password. You remember the password.
Devil fire.
He's like, yes. Now give me the cage. I have information for you.
I reluctantly give it to him.
Ooh, he snatches it up. He's yes, thank you. And he sort of puts it down. And then he's like, yes. And he moves over to an illusion. No, he's carved something on the wall over here. And he actually, see if I can do this. I'm bad at technology. I can do it. Let's go this way. That's it. He has carved this map on the wall expertly. All he wanted to be was an artist. Don't you understand, Jinsha? And no one gave him the chance, so he beats you and your friend all the time. He's very good. It looks beautiful. Yeah, it looks beautiful. He reveals this to you. You can tell it's one of the older areas of the city. Like, this is very monolithic parts of it. Like, this tower, for instance, is like one structure almost, with like no masonry or no like mark of tools. The rest of it is built around it, but it's high up. It's probably in one of the districts called Orin. Orin is like one of the more wealthy upper middle class districts. He shows you this map. In fact, he like pulls down a dusty tarp that was over it. Does that make sense? And then he points to it. And he's like, this, the Cerulean Circle meet tonight, a mere hour from now. You've wasted so much time with your tomfoolery. And he points to it, and he's like, yes, here. It is a tall, high, balustraded, open-air courtyard. Below, sealed off but for a few windows, there is a meeting room. And there, the Cerulean Circle plot and plan. You are meant to find out what it is they're up to and report back to your superior, your torchbearer. I have done what I can for you. I will tell you this. You do not want to climb up the outside of the tower. You want to make your way onto the balustraded courtyard instead. I've lost several embers getting this intelligence for you. Do not fail. Roll insight. Seems really trustworthy. He is telling you the truth. He's telling you the truth about that. And then he points to this and he's like, now be gone, for you have work to do.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
Oh, I have no doubt we shall, or this would be a poorly written adventure if we didn't.
Nice.
And the camera is like on this wooden thing, and it becomes real. Like, like animation happens in our movie that we're watching. It becomes real. And then like the drone sort of whisks away, the drone camera whisks away from the Spire building. And it is not yet sunset, yeah? So it's always dark down in Drave and Mordant's Maze. And the fire and the smoke-choked sky is making it darker. But above, in the higher districts, for instance, Bauble, where the camera takes us next, it is still daylight, yeah? It is dusk. The sun is like not yet set. And we see in Bauble, this map. Don't worry about this. We'll see this soon, everybody, if that makes sense. I'm going to go, I think I go this way. I'm going to go this way. I can do it.
Yeah.
Yes! Successful. The camera pans to this beautiful area of Bauble. And Bauble is like an upper middle class shopping district full of like alchemy shops and candy stores and like special haberdasheries for fine goods and auction houses and museums, yeah? It's a very upscale area. But the camera pans through this nice sort of like open public square surrounded by shop fronts. And we see the towering structure of the Blackstone Museum and Auction House. And the camera pans across the public square to some of the gates leading up from the lower districts. And we see two large, imposing figures. One is a mighty imposing figure standing about 6 feet 2 inches tall. An old man, a grizzled man. More of his flesh is scar tissue than his flesh anymore. And his left eye is no longer in his head. There is a gem, instead like a crystal gem, cauterized into the socket of his missing left eye. On his back he wears a mighty shield and a long sword, that's tucked into a sheath underneath it. He's a hulking giant of a man who must be like in the mid-60s, if not 70s, but for some reason it has not at all diminished his giant old man strength as he makes his way through. And next to him is a creature that dwarfs him utterly, a 6 foot 8 inch tall dragon woman with golden scales. Kaedra Araxes and Grandfather Cain make their way into the public square. Kaedra Araxes wears but simple furs, no armor, yeah? Your scales are armor enough against most attack. And you make your way here. You have been lured on now for a long time, Kaedra, by this urge to rediscover the artifacts of your people. Your memories of the death of your people are fractured. You're not sure which of them are real and which are just dreams. But you know that everyone you knew and loved died when this terrifying great worm white dragon, whose name is Strithfoldrak, Old Cold Death, the Tundral Titan, that is how he is known, slew your great mother, your living goddess Araxes, tore out her throat and hurled her into her volcanic mountain home. Araxes was so much smaller than Strithfoldrak, 500 years his junior, and still she managed to take one of his eyes and strip one of his wings. She fought so bravely to try to protect your people, but she was no match for the Tundral Titan and was slain. All you remember is ice and fire, terror and death. You vaguely remember your mother telling you to run, your father shielding your body as everything ended. And then everything went dark for you for many, many months. There is something only that you know, Kaisong, yeah? You don't remember this at all, Kaedra. You wandered a feral child, like a just young dragonborn, like just feasting on wild animals, like no longer able to speak or be a real sort of sentient creature, until you wandered to Kaisong's hermitage. This was about 15 years ago. You were like 3 years old. And Kaisong took you in and cared for you when no one else did. You probably would have stayed. He like helped you rediscover language. He fed you, he clothed you. He even began to teach you his father's art to try to calm and ease the pain in your mind and heart. But something drew you on. You could hear the voice of Araxes, your living goddess mother, great mother, in your mind, telling you, urging you to rediscover the relics of your people that had been appropriated and stolen and scattered to the winds. Only through that can you chart a future for your tribe, where you are the last one alive. And true enough, after you found Grandfather Cain, you and Grandfather Kane were working as sort of like sellswords for hire, but for coppers. You would help good people who needed it, just taking enough to survive. When suddenly you were pulled to a waterfall pool and dove in, and you found on the bottom the songhorn of your people made of dragon bone, that you have. You found that on the bottom of this pool. Weeks later, you were pulled into a cave and you found a dragon tooth that is one of Araxes' old teeth from when it layered in that cave centuries ago, if that makes sense. And this voice and this urge pulls you on. And now it has pulled you to Rookspire, a city wreathed in flame, tormented by these warring factions of the Cerulean Circle and the Cabal of the Crimson Flame. And it has pulled you towards the Blackstone Museum and Auction House. Something of your people is in that museum. You're making your way across the square. Children are like, "Mommy, mommy!" And like point. I mean, you're this giant golden dragonborn, and like dragonborn are very rare, if that makes sense. Yeah, very rare, if that makes sense. And there are only two kinds of dragonborn in this world. There are golden dragonborn, who are the children of Araxes, and there are white dragonborn, who are the children of Skrith Boldrak. There are other dragons of all different flavors and kinds, but they have not bothered to people for whatever reason, not that anyone knows of. Yes. So you make your way across, like a young girl is like licking a lollipop. That's like, we'll say it's a gold dragon lollipop.
Oh my God.
So she's looking at you like, and she's like, "Oh, mommy!" And she like points the lollipop at you. And like her two younger brothers go, "Ah!" and like run when they see you. But she just thinks you're amazing and interesting, right? And her mother like pulls her away, like, "Don't stare. Oh, what is it? Is it a fiend?" They don't know what you are, yeah? And people have like a mixture of reactions. You don't go to big cities often, but you're used to it when you do. People are all freaked out by you. Kane, people are just terrified of you. You're this walking scar tissue of muscle. And, like, you're just rent leathery flesh and bulking bulk, if that makes sense. Yeah, and you make your way through. So you guys are making your way through. And roll perception, the two of you.
That's my 20.
Yeah!
I'm rolling it. That's a hard 2.
Yeah!
Plus 2.
Hey!
Take that.
18
Take that and double it!
22.
What'd you get?
22.
22!
All right.
That'll do. Okay, so you're making up. Kane, you don't remember who you are. Yeah. You certainly don't care who these people are, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But you are here to support your Hanai granddaughter. Yeah, she has brought you here to this place. You've come with her. And so as you make your way up, people scattering at your way, but you notice this, Araxes, Kadra. You notice there's an old gnome, crook-backed. Gnomes live a long time, but he's nearing the end of his time. A crook-backed gnome. The sun is just beginning to set. He's a lamplighter. That's what he does here in the city. He's probably done it most of his life. And it's hard for him. He has a tall pole. He's like attempting to light these lanterns. Yeah, and it's very difficult for him. He seems to be behind. He's like, in fact, he's mumbling to himself, "Oh, no, the sun will set before Master Cause I will drop, and I shall not have yet done my task." Yeah, and he's sort of reaching up to light the lamps, but he sees you. He doesn't react the way other people do. He like sets his lamplighter in like a divot that exists for them alongside the lamps. And he turns to you, and he makes a motion that you have not seen since you were a child. Suddenly you remember. It's actually the greeting of your people. Yeah, he has known that. He's probably been around 400 years, 300 years. He's old gnome. At some point in time, he knew your people, or some of them, because he makes the perfect greeting for the Araxes tribe of your people. And then he just kind of does that and sort of smiles kindly at you. Do you respond in any way, or just keep walking?
Yes, I attempt it back to
Yeah,
him.
it instantly comes to you, right? Like you learned it as a child. So like you haven't done it in like 15 years, but it just comes to you immediately, and you sort of salute him back. It's like, "It's fine to see the golden dragonborn on the streets of Rookspire again. It's been a long time." Yeah, and he like takes his lamp and goes back to lamp lighting. And he's kind of looking. He's actually lighting the outside of the lamp on fire because he's so happy that he's seen a golden dragonborn. Do you want to speak to him or just move on?
Con gnome, let me help you.
"Oh, that's kind. It's less of a reach for you." He's looking up at you like this now, handing it to you. Yeah. Do you help him light the lamp? You're like, you take it with like 2 fingers. You're like,
Like a can.
you like light the lamps. And you like hand it. You put it back in the divot for him. He's like, "That is most kind of you." He has a name, and he tells you it. He was like, "My name is Dalvin Dimdarin, and I was not always a lamplighter. I always enjoyed fire." And I traveled as a young gnome. I met your people many years ago, before you existed, I imagine. You seem to be in your late teens, early 20s winters, by my count. I know your people well. I spent some time amongst your family.
Have you now?
Oh, indeed.
Oh, well, could you perhaps tell me more about them? Actually, I'm here at this museum to find a specific artifact of
The
my people.
museum, you say?
Yes.
Yes! Yes, they have. I heard tell they have artifacts of your tribe. But they were robbed last night. Robbed? From what I understand, you've come this way for nothing.
Do you
It hurts me to tell you. It does.
Do you have any information about what happened?
No, but they will. And he points to like, there's like two burly, like half-orc guards that are well dressed in fine chainmail, oiled chainmail and black leathers, if that makes sense, who are sort of standing watch. The museum is closed. Like, it should be open probably, but it's closed with iron rock gate. And there's like a little placard that says closed, due to an incident. That's like hastily painted.
That's what they're calling it.
That's what they're calling it. Yeah, and these two guards are standing there, and there's another gnome, like a fat, jubbly gnome, who obviously works in the museum. He's bespectacled and things, and he's sort of, gnomes mutter to themselves in my campaign world a lot. He's like, this won't do. This won't do at all.
Muttering.
Yes, racial trait, muttering to themselves. This won't do at all. No, it won't do. Won't do. Like, they'll know. From what I heard, it was the Knucklebone Boys.
Knucklebones. Do I know them? I have a 9.
You're not from here?
Oh.
That means nothing to you. Yeah, you're like, they sound like Knucklebone Boys.
Are these school children?
They behave as such sometimes, yes, but they are one of the lesser gangs in the city. They are not particularly fearsome, but they are good at second story work, from what I understand. Make most of their living stealing items and then fencing them to others, from what I understand.
They're of legal age, though.
Yes.
Do you know where perhaps we can find these knuckle boys?
I may have a lead or two for you. I may indeed. But they might know something as well. And he points to the guards, yeah. And at this point in time, like the camera pans like up a couple of the rooftops and buildings to like the top of like a fine chimney on one of like the finer taverns. And perched upon that rooftop, standing, the wind blowing your monk's vestments about you, stands Kaisong, casually observing, right, the scene. You clocked Kadra Araxes. You recognize Kadra Araxes. Yeah, she's grown, but you recognize her. Yeah? When you were on your way back to the city to attempt to track down Valendros, the poisoned dragon, you saw her walking through like the sort of rough, beggarly streets. And like the two of them can handle themselves, but they handle themselves in the wilds amongst the rustics. So like while they were walking through the streets, like most people were just getting out of their way, but like a handful of sort of sneak thieves were sort of trailing along behind them. And like the camera pans, like they turn a corner, and like these 4 sneak thieves are like pulling out saps and like blades, and they're like, oh, they seem tough, but we'll take them by surprise. And then there's like, whew, some wind goes by, and like one of them's like unconscious on the ground. And then whew, another wind goes by, and like one of those daggers flies out of his hand and like sticks into like, one of the placards of like a tavern nearby. Another wind goes by, and like one of them's like missing his cloak, and it's wrapped around his friend's head. And they're like, what is this? And they flee for their lives. And then like the camera pans up and you're just on a rooftop. You've just toyed with these thugs and sent them packing. And you've been tailing them ever since, curious as to what would bring Kadra into this terrible city. You have not been here since the war, Kaisong. So your memories are wildly different of this place. Like as you walk the cobblestones, you see like horrible cocoons with lemurs, with sinner souls like stuck inside them. You almost like see like the shadow of devil wings, horned devils patrolling above. You look up, it's just a flock of ravens, yeah, like making their way. Like you're having flashbacks to the time of the war.
A little bit of PTSD.
Yes, you're having these flashbacks to when the devils ruled the city. And you and your brother Kai Wei led your disciples against them in battle, along with the Red Raven and the mighty Archimaeus Mazer, a paladin, a chosen one of Mastakal. You've discovered, since you've come down to the Hermitage, that no one worships Mastakal anymore. Yeah. Mastakal, the goddess of the sun, light, and justice, the worship of Mastakal has all but gone out. That's what you've discovered since you've come back. But you did hear the gnome mention her. because he's old. He's like, Master calls, I will have fallen and I will have not completed my task, right? But that's like literally no one else has even spoken of Master Call since you've arrived at the city.
Has anything? What's happened to the cathedral?
The Battle of Broken Cathedral?
Is the building there? Is it?
They have rebuilt Broken Cathedral, and it is a food court now.
Panda Express?
Pretty much. They sell like yang rochoir, you know, and like sort of like bread, just like, you know, like plates of bread and things there. Yeah. So there was this climactic battle that turned the tide against the devils 140 years ago, and Kaisong fought in that battle. It was called the Battle of the Broken Cathedral. There was a wonderful cathedral to Mastakal that the devils had destroyed, and a climactic battle erupted there. Kai Song and his brother Kai Wei battled against the devils with the help of Archimaeus Mazer, the chosen one of Mastakal, a young sort of like shepherd boy. He was a cobbler, actually. He was the child of a cobbler. And he somehow like channeled the goddess and became like Joan of Arc, this holy warrior who was unbeatable in battle, who had never before held a blade. They all perished, and Kai Song is the only one left alive from that time. And as a half-elf, he has lived many, many, many decades since, whereas this has obviously faded into ignominy for so many people, for they built a food court on the... Was that? What?
For the Panda Express?
Yeah.
Johnny, you so really liked my description of the Broken Cathedral.
Hey, it's even better.
Wonderful. Thank you, Johnny. So big Johnny cakes for the Cerulean Circle. I know you like the Cerulean Circle, Johnny. I know you do. So I'm going to give Killian, you get another one. You're armed to the teeth with these here tokens, if that makes sense.
He's kidding. You are kidding. Yeah.
So yeah, you strolled by the Broken Cathedral thinking there would be a monument there or some sort of statue, but there's a food court instead, run by House Moignac. Like House Moignac, runs the food court.
House Moignac Constructions.
Yes. Yep. House Moignac joined the devils immediately when they invaded 300 years ago, and then they switched sides at the perfect time during the rebellion, like just early enough to be of use so that they weren't executed as collaborators when it was done. And since then, they're the house that have seized most of control of the city. Yeah, cunning people that go back many, many decades and centuries. Yeah, there you are, Kaisong. You see Kadra walking through the square with this strange old warrior at her side. Do you observe for now?
I will continue to observe. Can I hear them? I'm close enough to...
Yeah, your fine elven ears and your monk training allows you to hear them. And you have the tongue of the sun and moon, so you understand every language.
Beautiful.
So you can understand, like, even if they, like, you both speak Dragonborn, for instance, I think. So even if you speak Dragonborn together, you'll understand it, if that makes sense.
Great.
Yeah, so you've got it. Great. Kadra and Grandfather Kane, what do you do?
What's going on?
You're a gnome.
Sorry, my perception's bad. I have a 4 for perception.
Yeah, so the gnome shared some seemingly disconcerting information with Kadra and motioned towards the museum where it says closed due to an incident. There are two half-orc
With the two guards.
Yeah, standing out front. Yeah.
Sorry, I come back and I'm like, sorry, I was looking at this bird. Thanks for catching me up.
Did you know they have a Panda Express?
I was smelling orange chicken. I thought, man, I got distracted.
Fantastic.
I'm up to speed now. What do you think?
I think we should go over and talk to those guards about these, they say knuckle boys?
Knucklebone boys.
Knucklebone boys. They sound like
I might
school
know a
children.
thing or two. Do I know anything?
About the Knucklebone boys?
Yeah. And then it sounded familiar for a second. I was thinking about something else.
It's okay, Grandfather Kane. Let's see if these guys have anything to know about.
Let us see if these guys have anything to know. Orc guards, my favorite, to smack in the face.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm always up for a rumble tumble.
I know you are.
You and me both, Hanai granddaughter.
So these guards they're pretty big. They're like they think they're pretty big, right? They're two kind of big half-orcs.
Yeah.
So you're walking up first, Grandfather Kane, and you're quite strapping, but they're each an inch taller than you. You're definitely stronger than both of them. They're just muscled out, right? But you're walking up, and they're kind of barely paying attention at first. They see you, and they're like, "Oh, there, old man," and then they see Kadra, like looming a full 7 inches taller than you above you, like looming over them, and they're like, oh, well, how can we help you?
You want to ask the first question, or should I? Hey, I'll field this one. And I go like this, and I'm like,
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
tell me what you know, unless you want to get your half-orc head smacked up.
No, just glare at them from.
You just loom
Yeah.
and stare at them over
And I
them.
think that they're afraid of me. So they must have heard of me before, Montails.
They sure did.
Tell us what you know!
Yeah, roll intimidate. You're quite good at that, actually. Yeah, roll intimidate. You can both roll, actually. Yeah. Oh, I got you.
Oh no! It's running.
What did I get?
Let's reroll.
20?
No, let's reroll. It's not a 20, unfortunately. Let's give you another shot.
Don't make me re-roll if it's a 20. That's a hard one. No! Was the floor roll better?
It was a 7. I thought you could do better than a 7.
No, you were thinking too much of me.
Oh my.
So it's not that you're not intimidating, because you are, but they're so like absolutely terrified and taken with this gigantic dragonborn woman standing over you. What did you roll?
I got a 2.
You had a 2?
Yeah.
Okay. They're more just like in awe. So they're not intimidated. They're like,
Oh, she's so shiny.
like they're like, I've never seen a dragon. I've heard of you,
I never knew she sparkled.
but I've never seen you. What is it you want to know?
We want to know where my people's artifacts went.
Yes, the artifact that is specifically named. What was it named?
I don't know which artifacts
We
they are.
don't know the name.
No, it's Araxes artifacts.
But it's around. It was the museum one.
It
No need for violence. We have not these artifacts.
Oh.
We were robbed by the Knucklebone boys last night. But we did have 2 dragon bone pieces that we were planning to sell in a lot tomorrow. One was a great club, carved from dragon bone with scrimshaw engraving, and the other a ring. And like when he says that, you have like a memory of like your mother's back with this huge dragon bone great club like strapped to it with scrimshaw carvings like going down the handle of the club, and then the memory's fleetingly gone. Yeah. Yes, they've taken it.
Do you know where to?
The Knucklebone boys fence things to the highest bidder. They almost run their own sort of sleazy auctions in other parts of the city.
Where is this auction?
I mean, I would never go there, but rumor has it that they use a foundry that they own, and some of them work it during the day. At night, it becomes one of their sort of fence points for things.
What is a foundry?
A foundry is where they make metal out of hot things. I'm not real sure either, he says.
Okay. I'm glad we're in the same boat.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, you guys have a moment.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't really know.
Bumped
Yeah,
into
yeah,
a
he's
little
like,
bit.
I'm sorry, but I don't really know. I
We're not
think
from
they
around
melt
here.
metal, and then they they melt it, they reforge
Homeschool.
it, I think, into better metal. I don't know really, but
Where
yeah,
do we find this auction/foundry?
down in Drave, and like he then intimates the address to you both. Yeah, great.
We just do a little bit. Yeah.
We got them.
Man, they were intimidating.
Yeah. They're so intimidated by you,
They
Grandpa
seemed to-
Kane.
man.
And tell you what, Earl, roll stealth. Great. And you two roll perception,
Okay.
because you've been trailing them for a while.
That is a hard 4
I got 15.
plus 2.
17.
Oh.
So for a brief moment, Kadra, you're like,
I'm looking at a bird.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, there goes Grandpa Kane
No, these
again.
are different birds than the birds in the wild. They seem docile.
Glorious creatures.
And so yeah, you for a moment you feel like a strange, like you're being watched, because you're a barbarian, you're a woman of the wild, so you're used to being like having animals stalk you and things. But when you turn and look, like you just see like there's a smoke chimney with like one of those metal sort of like cones on top of it, and the cone is just like just rocking slightly. Yeah, you like sensed her turning her head. Yeah, and Kaisong went.
Step of the wind.
Yeah, step of the wind. Yeah, you're gone like 60 feet away somewhere else. Yeah.
I'm heading towards Drave because
Yeah.
I know it a little too well.
Yeah, you know Drave very well. Yeah, Drave is actually where the Broken Cathedral is. Does that make sense? Like that's where you fought in that battle 130 years, 140 odd years ago. Yeah, so you're making your way there. Are the two of you making your way as well?
Yes. I snapped Grandpa Kane. Grandpa Kane.
Huh?
Stop with the birds. We should go to Drave.
You really should look at them. They're very beautiful.
They are.
Drave?
Yes, Drave.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
You make your way. Now, both the three of you, though you're ahead of them now because you know where they're headed, and the two of you are making your way to your next location. We're going to get to you. Don't worry, Jose. I've not forgotten you. Good. Fantastic. Oh, I'm very excited to bring you in. You're in the very next scene. As you're making your way there, you all notice something that you two have been noticing for quite some time as people who live in this city. This right here, we can get the stream on our Litany of Devil-Deemed Darkness on our screen, yeah? The Litany of Devil-Deemed Darkness. This weird sort of poem has been the spouting on the lips of like every bard, every raving madman walking through the city. Children have been like whispering it while they play games. This strange, strange devil-deemed darkness. Adacon's advent draws nigh. Sacrifice alone shall feed his shroud. The first to be called is dead already, his cursed life all faith befouled. Then he who lights the night with fiery beacon sees no more. The blood of the fiend shall spill and seep upon the devil's door. The heavens shall shift, the moons, the sun beshade. His light quelled, he perishes upon his blade.
Sounds like there should be a rap.
Some force is spreading this through the city, and terrifyingly, Kaisong, you have heard it before. You heard it in the lead up to the War of the Ebon Shroud. It was like some unscrupulous force was preparing the city for its new masters, for an age of even deeper darkness than just the fiends ruling it. Yeah, but this terrible compact of fiend and necromantic nightmare that was meant to take it over. So this, you hear like a madman raving it, and it like stops you in your tracks for a moment as you're like, flitting about the rooftops. And you have this memory of like people chanting it, and like the mad enslaved humans who were yoked by the fiends, chanting it in the streets, like, oh, the moon's the sun, beshade, like going crazy. Acolytes like whispering it on every corner, like literally like street preachers for the devils, right? Like devil worshippers, like spreading it around. It's making its way through the city again, sung in taverns, spouted on lips of random passerby. You've never heard it before. Does that make sense? Everyone can roll a history check. You can too, Killian. Yeah, because you know about this as well, even though you're not even on camera yet.
Oh my God!
You might. You're like, are we done with makeup? I have a scene.
25.
25.
But
you already know.
I know who it is.
What is the thing
I know
add
who's coming.
History.
History.
Yes, it should be.
History.
I have a +0 to 17.
17. Yeah, 17 is good. Yeah. So you don't remember anything, but you do remember this somehow. Yeah, you've heard this before, and like somehow you get the sneaking suspicion that like you have been around people who like this was a big thing for them. That makes sense. Possibly whoever enslaved you, right? The reason that they're pretty sure you are a slave is that your entire neck is scar tissue, nothing but scar tissue, and so are your wrists, as if you were yoked and manacled through most of your life. That combined with the many sort of near mortal wounds you've taken that are now scars leads people to believe, like Kadra and you believe, you were probably a pit fighter. Yeah, you were probably like a slaved warrior, like Conan in his early days and Conan the Barbarian, if that makes sense. And you must have suffered horribly for decades at such a fate before either you escaped or were freed and half mad were found in the wilderness by Kadra. Yeah, but you've heard this before, perhaps where you were enslaved. Yeah, it may have been spoken amongst those people. Fantastic. Anyone else get a good roll? Did you roll for history though?
Oh shit.
Yeah, you might know about it some.
18.
18. Oh. You can read. You don't know how you learned it when you were so young, yeah. But you can read. Yeah, you're one of the few street kids who can read. And you remember like at one point like you were stealing from like a middle class sort of burgermeister's house, and you found a nice book and you took it and you read it. And in some of the tales, there are tales of like the city when it was ruled by the devils, and you remember reading this, yeah, in the book. Yeah, so you've read this before.
2 + 2 is 4.
You do not read. and so you've never heard about this until now. Like reading, I'll get to that someday. I'm too busy thieving and building crossbows for now, right? It's coming. Jose, did you get anything?
I also had a whopping 4.
Nice. Yeah, so you don't know its origins or advent, where it comes from at all, but you have heard it a ton in the city, if that makes sense. Yeah. The camera whirls and spins. We find our way, ladies and gentlemen, somewhere. Let's see if I can find it.
Oh,
Let's go that way.
Let's
Maybe
go
not.
this way.
Here we go.
Yes! Hey! So we find our, I'm learning, Aram, thank you. These beautiful maps have been drawn by Aram Kincaid, our amazing stream technician. Also a creative media student at UH West Oahu that we are employing to work on this project. Behind the camera, pointing it at me right now, I see Shayna Hess, another creative media student from UH West Oahu who is about to graduate. Yeah, Shayna, about to graduate from UH West. All right, fantastic, good stuff. And most of the art that you've seen online is also a UH West Oahu Creative Media already graduate, Devin Meinhardt, who did a wonderful job with the character illos and all of the symbols for the cabal and the circle, all of the art you've seen online if you've been following our campaign. Wonderful. Here we are at this balustraded courtyard balcony. The two of you approach in the shadows. Roll stealth. Yeah. How will you make your approach?
14.
That's 28.
You don't know where he is for a second. Yeah, you're literally like, we'll go. What? And then you turn, he's like right there. He's like next to you. Yeah. You make your way up. And which way? You were warned by Severith to not climb up that tower, but to instead come up here, yeah, on the balustraded balcony. Will you follow that advice, which you seem to believe, or will you just randomly decide he was lying because I don't trust him, and will you go up the tower instead?
I follow it.
All right, not meta, no meta. Thank you for role playing properly. Right, fantastic. Yeah, that means we have a fun encounter coming up. Excellent. So. We find ourselves, let's see if I can do things. Nick is gonna try to do it.
Whoa, have appeared.
So if I press this, that goes, hey! I was trying things out earlier on the stream. Fantastic. So the two of you, we'll say Jin Sha. And now what do I do, Kincaid? Comment. Press this. Hit the broom.
All the way to the right. Yeah.
Yes.
And then you trash.
Trash can. I'm a drop. Yeah.
Technology!
This is amazing. Can people see this and stuff? That's crazy. I love it. Jin and Alanir. Yep. Alan. There we are, right? Jin and Alan, you've made your way into the crook, the shadow of this balustraded balcony, if that makes sense. There you are. Yep. And it is, of course, this part is, another reason he may have told you to go this way is the tower itself is monolithic. It's like smooth surface. There's no handholds, right? So you'd have to like throw something up and like hope you can hook on to it, like a nook or cranny or a windowsill or something and make your way. Here, there are bricks. Yeah, this was built later in Rookspire's history. It's not part of the original founding primordial magic that just wrought this city from a mountain, yeah? This was built after, an add-on. So here you arrive. Will you make your way up? What do you wish to do?
It's like a tall wall.
Yeah, it's like 3 stories, let's say. It says like 30, 40 feet high. And then inside is this space, which you cannot see, right? But you can hear through the wall even that there is bustling about. There's a lot of people inside that room. Yeah. But there are only a couple of windows on like the second or third floor to it. There's no access to this place at all except from above. It's all been sealed off over the years. This place is no longer supposed to be in use.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna make my way up.
You make your way up?
Yeah.
Why don't you both give me an athletics or acrobatics, whatever you are better at. Yeah, we'll do that.
That's a 12.
A 12?
That's gonna be another 20.
28? Fantastic. Yeah. So 12, you kind of begin to make your way up the thing. While you're doing that, Jin Sha is literally like, you actually like parkour, bounce, bounce, bounce. Does that make sense? Like you run, you like kick off of one side, noiselessly, like kick between the 2 walls and like scooch up until you like make your way over the top of the balcony so that you're now on top of the open air courtyard. This is like a small rampart. So this is like 3 feet up behind you, if that makes sense, that you just jumped over. Yeah, you do make your way. Yeah, he like flips past you. You're like, whoa. And then you're like, I'm not going to fall. I'm going to take it easy. So you make your way up. So you reach the top here. And what you see is, it's quite worn and broke down. There's piles of rubble and wood that might have once been pews or like sort of seating or things like that. There are a bunch of statues here of various mythical creatures. Minotaur, Medusa, Gargoyle, Cyclops, right? Various sort of mythical creatures, and there is like an overgrown sort of hedge courtyard in the middle that you can see. In the distance, especially you have dark vision, you can see the tower rising up further. And there is a doorway into the tower that you know, at least if they were accurate from the map that Severith gave you, there's a spiral stair that goes down to that level where whatever this hubbub that's going on is happening. What would you like to do?
So is there a bunch of people in the courtyard right now?
No. It seems empty. Roll perception. Yeah, it's quiet. See just the wind.
14.
11.
I'm gonna roll this one in the open. Oh, I'm glad. 16, ladies and gentlemen. You can't see our dice, yeah? 16, natural 16, so there's probably a bonus. I'm gonna have to pull this out now. I apologize. Things are afoot. So the two of you come up. Yeah, the two of you make your way up, right? And as you make your way up, you flip over the side of the balcony, and you feel like you're being pretty stealthy as you make your way, right? And you see these statues, and the statues are distracting. Like they kind of like the Minotaur looks like, for a moment you're kind of like, oh, is that a Minotaur? Or like, what's going on? All these things, right? But you don't really they're not moving. They're not noticing anything. At which point, you begin to sort of figure out what your next move is. Will you make your way up? Will you do whatever? And you suddenly hear, sounds a bit like something being fired at you. But it doesn't sound mechanical. It sounds like as it flies through the air. And the two of you, you both get struck by spines that are flying through the air from the top of that tower. And let's see, one of them, it's a trap! It's a trap! One of them strikes you for 4 damage. It just grazes your face. It's like, it draws a bloodline across your cheek as it zips by. The other one, Alanir, strikes you for 7 points of damage. It actually drills you in the upper arm here, and spins you a bit before you sort of recover yourself. And then roll initiative, the two of you.
It's a fight.
Fight time.
8.
I get an advantage for the Dagger of Warning.
For the one?
The Dagger of Warning.
The Dagger of Warning. Yeah, you get advantage. Go for it.
Roll that again. We'll take that.
I'll take the 10.
Yep, you take the 10.
It's going to be 13.
13. So let's see what its initiative is. Initiative! Where is it? There it is. Yes, you will go first. Okay, so we have you. I'm going to go ahead and pop you up here, if that makes sense. I'll just put your initiative right here. You're actually here for now, Jen. You're here. You've just been shot across the cheek. Alanir, you're here. You've just been pinned in the arm. And I bet I can erase you. The other yous. Snap. Oh, snap. And then I'm gonna put you, Jen, up here. And what was your initiative?
13.
13. And then the creature. Creature goes on 11. What do you go on?
I have an 8.
Yeah, an 8. Alanir is not 8. Okay. We know our round actions. There we are. 13, Jin. You look. Roll another perception check, yeah? You can tell something's on top of this tower. You're just not sure exactly where and what it is yet.
Oh, my God.
Natural 1. Okay. You don't know where the foe is. It's concealed. But you know that it's up here. Yeah, on top of this tower. That's up on top. Above. Yeah. By the angle of the natural 1, ladies and gentlemen. You know it's up there. What actions would you like to take? Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and hide behind one of the statues.
Nice. So you roll for cover behind one of the statues. Go ahead and, as your cunning action, go ahead and roll high. You can try to stealth while you do that. What do you do, Alanir? Oh wait, yeah, it's its turn. Never mind. Yeah. You roll for cover. Yep. Alanir is left alone in the open. What'd you get?
So it's stealth. That's 20.
20. Ooh, oh, ooh, oh, oh. Alanir's left alone. Ooh, natural 20, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course.
Hi-ya.
The first.
Whoa. This is a bad, mean creature.
Natural 20. And 3 of these spikes come sailing out of the night at you. You're flat-footed, you're struck, you're in pain. Yeah, you don't know what's happening. Suddenly these 3 spikes come sailing at you. Is there any special thing you can do about that?
I can't.
No, you cannot.
I've eaten this yet.
Fantastic. Dodge? An evasion?
Ooh,
Anything?
oh.
I get the goggles. They do nothing.
14. You take a total of 23. Yeah? And you're like, one of these spikes hits you in the top of the leg, and another one hits you in the other shoulder. You're driven back against the ramparts. If they weren't higher, you would have fallen off. Does that make sense? You would have gone over if they weren't like 3 feet up at like your upper lower back instead of beneath you. Yeah. Roll me a Constitution check to see if you cry out in agony.
22.
Do you want to stay stealthy?
Yeah.
So you're like,
Yeah,
you make
I
no
get what you mean,
sound.
yeah.
Yeah, you make no sound as that happens. Do you have any creature roar effects for me? You have a lion or anything?
Or a griffin.
I'll just do that manually.
Yeah. So you don't make a sound. However, whatever this thing is, it really doesn't feel like it needs to play coy anymore. Does that make sense? It's turned you into a pincushion with these two more spikes. You got 3 spikes in you. You hear a terrible lion's roar, like roar, and yes, and you see like crawling out from like the shadowed pinnace of the tower, a manticore. Yeah, sort of steps out, its tail with spikes on it on the back, sort of whipping about, ready to lob another volley at you, as it sort of also kind of pulls back, ready to pounce, if that makes sense. And it's your turn, Alanir. What do you do?
Cool. So just for flavor, so I'll pop my second wind as I'm like trying to pin all these things out and just kind of grit it to you.
You
So
you pull the one out of your leg and throw it aside. You grab both of these at the same time.
And I regain 10.
Nice. You grab both of the ones in your arms at the same time, Alanir, and like whip them free. Gouts of blood spray. You chuck them down. Yeah. Bravery in your eyes. Yeah.
So I'm gonna move to the closest pillar I can get to.
Nice.
And for my action, I'm gonna use dodge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're using dodge, so it takes disadvantage on its
Yes.
attacks. Fantastic. So we'll say you're to the same pillar, the Minotaur. You're both in the shadow of the Minotaur right now. Like you're like back to back because you rolled to the same one. And this Manticore is like whether it's going to shoot or close, you're not sure. The two of you roll together, you kind of jostle together. You're like, he's bleeding badly. You're like, oh my God, my friend is going to be slain by this beast. And you sort of look and like it's got you pinned down. At which point the camera whirls away and whirls through the door down the spiraled staircase, where we hear sort of chanting and strange noises, if we have that. We hear the litany of devil-deemed darkness. Let's hear a chorus of it, you three over there. Help us out. That's what we hear. That's perfect. Thank you. As the camera pans down.
I'm singing. I feel like we're all singing different things. Get on the same page.
And we see, as the camera pans down, we see inside, this place is teeming with people. And they're all wearing the same cerulean blue robes. Yeah? They're all wearing cerulean blue robes. And they are wearing like blue, almost like turquoise masks that are featureless. They just have like a never-ending spiral circle of white in the middle of them, if that makes sense. They have eye slits, but they're very well concealed. So it seems like this is a faceless person in a blue robe with like the spiral circle. And they mask the voice as well, these things. This is a meeting of the Cerulean Circle. And Killian, you are attending this meeting, yeah? So you're actually standing, so right, if you take a look down here, lords and ladies, yeah? There's a runic circle, like a sort of like a summoning circle of some kind in the middle. It's surrounded by these blue-robed figures who are like, oh, the devil-deemed darkness, Adakon Shroud. They're doing our lovely chanting. And like you know, Killian, that those are all like the newly embraced. Like just how these are embers, the low level people, the lowest level of the circle are called the embraced. They've just been embraced by the circle. And like they've been told to do this by the higher ups who are like drinking wine and like fine wines and things like in the corners, like having a little party. Like this is utterly meaningless to them. It couldn't matter less to them. They're sort of sipping wine. And like the masks are like magical, so the wine just like levitates and filters through a little like drink hole into your mouths while you sit there. This is old magic, the Cerulean Circle, the Noble Order. They've had these items in their possession for hundreds of years, some of these families. And so you're actually, right now, having conversation with another member of the Cerulean Circle. And they're all supposed to be concealed. That's the idea of the masks. No one's supposed to know who anyone is. But you have a medallion of thoughts that you use, that you can detect people's surface thoughts at will. So you actually know who every person in this room is, every fat banker, every sort of like, I am a man of the people philanthropist, yeah, who's actually a member of the circle and sort of moving the pieces behind the scenes. Except the one that you're speaking to now. His thoughts are completely shielded magically from any attempts at detection. And that's why you're speaking to him. You have no idea who he is. Or she, right? It's hard to tell in the robes. You make your way up, and he's just had a sip of his like fine elvish vintage, and he turns and says,
"Ah, brethren, yes. How do you find the meeting? Do you find the chanting disturbing, or does it ease your soul and spirit, brother?"
It's nothing I've not heard before.
Indeed, indeed. As we must engage with these theatrics for the common folk to prepare them for what comes, yes?
I guess. I think Killian's he's just like over it. He's just like, oh, what am I doing here? Like,
why am I even in the circle? Why is he in the circle, John? Donate and convince him to stay. And roll perception, Killian. Yeah, roll perception, Killian.
Try this one. Hopefully this will be a little
You got
better.
it. You got it, Killian.
All right.
For the people.
For the
Ooh,
people.
That's a 25.
Ooh. You hear, like, over the chanting even above, you hear this, like, roar. And you hear the sound of, like, skirmishing happening on the roof above you. Mm-hmm. And this guy as well, like, you notice his mask, like, incline, right, for a moment. And then he's like,
"It was fine speaking with you. I have business elsewhere."
and he turns, like, and he, like, snaps his finger. And, like, two other robed figures who are against the wall, who are clearly his guards, like, fall in step with him. Mm-hmm. And he's making his way towards the spiral stairs to go up, Killian. What do you do?
I will follow.
Nice. Will you stealthily follow?
Of course I will stealthily
Yeah!
follow.
Roll your stealth.
Because even though I'm an old man, I still got it. So that is... Ooh, that is another 25.
Ooh, nice.
This one's doing good. This one's doing good for me today.
So you actually, like, you fall in step behind these guys. Your stealth is so high, you fall in step behind them as if you're just another one of the guards, if that makes sense. And, like, they don't even question it. Like, they kind of see you, and you're like,
And I just do it.
Oh, he's talking to the boss.
yeah. You're like, oh, I guess we brought another guy with us. Like, they just totally think you're supposed to be there, and you're making your way up behind them as they go. Roll initiative will put you in the action order, if that makes
do
sense.
this.
Nice.
Another 25.
Somebody,
That's like, I haven't rolled above a 4 this entire game, man.
24.
Oh!
Not quite.
You know what? Not quite, Brett. Not quite.
Wait. See,
24.
I'm not cheating.
We'll put you at the top of the action. So here you are, Killian. Kill.
Yeah.
24. So you're at the top of the action. You're making your way up. You two are pinned by the Manticore. What will happen? We will find out in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, as we give these lovely fighters and battlers a brief break to use the restroom and have a drink of water. And in the meantime, I shall dance a jig. No, I will also take a break as we go.
More, he'll dance a jig.
Yeah, you don't.
And we will. We have a lovely video of some of our students. Do we have that actually? A lovely video of some of our students speaking about our program that may ignite the burning heart in your Kabbalist chest to give of your crimson wealth to us, or perhaps we'll shake loose from even the coldest cerulean heart a few shekels, a few golden coins, perhaps that you can dollop upon us. We'll be back in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you, Red Raven. Red Raven. Take 5, everybody. If you want to grab a drink, use the restroom, come on back. I should have given you one earlier. No.
It lets people see a scope into the lives and experiences of others that they wouldn't have seen otherwise.
Being put in student productions and productions in general, especially here at Wynwood Community College for the Hawaii Conservatory program, has just been amazing.
I've never had more fun working hard at things consistently, and not even just for myself, but for the opportunities that can present themselves to other people.
The training that is provided during these shows is top-notch, professional, and it makes you a better actor. It makes you a better performer and a better person too at the same time.
I feel like it's very important to reiterate that, like, yes, the training is beautiful, but it's not just about the training. It's about building those relationships and forming those connections. And I feel like there is no better place than right here, the conservatory, that you can build those relationships with such wonderful people.
Just the amount of effort that everybody's put into it, you can tell that theater is their life. And so that's something that I really loved, is being with other nerds, other theater nerds that just find a way to do it and make a living out of it. And that's what I want, and that's what I came here for, and now I'm doing it. So it's been great.
It was really eye-opening for me to see that truly theater has a reach beyond being a form of entertainment. It changes lives. It lets people see a scope into the lives and experiences of others that they wouldn't have seen otherwise.
Being put in student productions and productions in general, especially here at Wynwood Community College for the Hawaii Conservatory program, has just been amazing.
I've never had more fun working hard at things consistently, and not even just for myself, but for the opportunities that can present themselves to other people.
The training that is provided during these shows is top-notch, professional, and it makes you a better actor. It makes you a better performer and a better person too at the same time.
I feel like it's very important to reiterate that, like, yes, the training is beautiful, but it's not just about the training. It's about building those relationships and forming those connections. And I feel like there is no better place than right here, the conservatory, that you can build those relationships with such wonderful people.
Just the amount of effort that everybody's put into it, you can tell that theater is their life. And so that's something that I really loved, is being with other nerds, other theater nerds that just find a way to do it and make a living out of it. And that's what I want, and that's what I came here for, and now I'm doing it. So it's been great.
Thank you. So you need to take a
Hardest
single
hit.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was just me.
We are audio live.
Everything I do.
Let's
Yeah, me too.
Yeah! We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the district of Orin, atop this strange
Other
courtyard
nerds, other
where a
theater
manticore
nerds that
has
just
emerged
find a way to do it and make a
hurled its
living
tail
out of
spikes
it, and
into
that's
the
what I want,
body
and that's
of
what I
Alamir
came here
Novus.
for. And
Jinsha has managed to take cover
so-
behind this minotaur statue, and of course, Killian Corvin has blended in with this strange nobleman's guards and following them up the staircases. They also rise to investigate. I shall claim my pen, and we shall put them here. So on the way up, Killian, well, we got a donation.
Of 100
What? Devin Meinhardt has given you the Cerulean Circle. Another. Use your tokens. You got plenty of tokens.
Keep them coming. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
use your
honestly
tokens,
need
ladies
them.
and gentlemen. You get to you get to roll with advantage. Wow! You get to roll with advantage for your tokens, so feel free to use them at will. And we're going to give out some treasure as well after this scene, because many of you have pre-purchased treasure for these fine folks. Treasure. They might find some treasure after they deal with this threat, if they survive. Who knows? Here we are. Jin and Alanir, they have made their way over to this here pillar, right? Here is Jin on this side, Alanir here. And we have, I'm going to put them in blue, where they are cerulean, yeah? We have, up the top of the stairs, Killian, this nobleman, I'll put N for him. Yeah, he's stopped here in full cover, of course. He's not going to get his hands dirty. He doesn't have to. And he's like, go, you fools. And the two guards that came with him, not you, unless you want to be one of them, because you could easily, with that stealth roll, shuffle yourself to be in one of the lead. He's sending two of the three of you out here to help deal with the threat. Do you want to be one of them, or do you want to stay behind this nobleman?
I want to deal with the noble dude first.
Hey! All right, so back here we have Killian behind the nobleman. These two guards emerge armed with light crossbows. They have short swords as well, but they pull crossbows from underneath their robes, and they're looking for the two of you. Yeah, I'm going to see if they even kind of know where you are. One of them has no idea where you are. Yeah, he's like sort of. By the way, they're completely unconcerned with the manticore. The manticore seems to work for them. Yeah, and so the nobleman's hiding, and like he literally turns to you, like while he thinks you're one of his guards, and he's like,
We are protected here.
he says to you, and like you hear the manticore like, "Roar," and the two guards below are unconcerned. The manticore obviously is like in league with these people, and it is top of the action. Killian, what would you like to do?
I don't want to kill the nobleman. I just want to knock him out real quick and save him for later.
Got it. Okay, so you want to deal with him in some way.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, go ahead. You're behind him. So you can do we'll say you can do non-lethal with a sneak
Yeah.
attack. That makes sense.
Can I do a non-lethal assassination since he hasn't taken a turn?
Yes. It is a non-lethal assassination.
Non-lethal, yeah.
We should have those. Listen, world. Just tap him and be like, we could have killed you. Stop. Whatever you're doing.
Non-lethal assassination.
I feel like this guy would have some information for us.
Indeed,
later.
he may. Yes.
So yeah, I get advantage.
You do. Advantage, and it's automatic crit as well.
Auto-crit, so-
Auto crit.
That's a 2
Thank God.
All right.
Roll that advantage.
and a 5.
5 plus what?
This is unarmed.
Can be. Yeah. You go unarmed so you don't stab him with your.
Yeah.
Hard to do a non-lethal damage with a
So
stabby
that
rapier.
would be a 11.
11 to strike him.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and this is excellent because you think he's a foolish noble. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're like, this is obviously some sort of fool,
Yeah.
right? So you draw like your rapier silently and go to hilt cock him in the back of the head, and he literally like he's just going, we are protected here, and he turns away. And as you go to hilt cock him, he literally just catches your wrist and like snaps around towards you. Yeah, and he's like,
You fool, you shall pay for this.
and so that's your action taken for now.
And then I can bonus action.
Yeah, you want to use your cunning action?
Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action hide.
You're gonna try and hide on him?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Let's see if you can pull it off. He's holding you by the wrist. He's staring down. This weird mask is staring at you.
Ooh,
Hey,
that is
14
a
plus.
25.
Ooh, so very nice. He has you by the wrist, we'll say, yeah? And you literally, like, you take the robes you have, and you, like, whip them over you onto him, and pull your wrist free. He's like, underneath the robes, and he whirls about. And you manage to sort of, like, this stairwell has a thing. So we'll say the stairwell is here, if that makes sense. So you guys are, we'll say here's the doorway. You whip, like, behind the stairwell, if that makes sense. And so you're sort of, like, underneath the stone railing. You know, it's a thick stone railing. He can't see through it to you. He has no idea where you are. That is your action taken. It is Jin's turn. The guards go at the end. And I'm going to put the nobleman at the end, too, for simplicity's sake. Yeah, fantastic. What would you like to do, Jin? This manticore is like getting ready to do stuff again.
Do I notice the other two guards? Or no?
Yeah, you see them. Yeah, they've not been very stealthy. They've emerged with their crossbows, seeking someone to punish for wrongdoing in their minds. Yeah. What would you like to do?
I'm going to take a shot at the manticore, actually.
Oh, yeah, you shoot them. You can see the manticore. He's loomed out from behind the pinnace of the spire. Yeah, do you want to give him both crossbows?
Yeah.
Or one? Yeah, because you pull your 2 hand crossbows from your harness. And you're like, you fire. Let's see what you do. Ah, roll it up. 16 for 1. That's definitely a hit. You can roll the other as well if you like.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. 2. If you want, you can burn an advantage token.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, right. You got these. I got all these tokens. Might as well use them. Right on. Burn that and see if you can hit with the second one. 9. That'll probably do it. Yeah, its armor class is a 14. I imagine more than a +5 to hit. Yeah.
Yeah, +6.
Yeah. So you hit it. Its armor class is 14. You all know now. Yeah. So yeah, you like. Alanir's hurt. You wheel underneath like the axe blade of the Minotaur statue, so you still have cover, and you fire 2 shots at it. Roll damage for both shots. Yep.
And no sneak attack on this one, right?
It will not be a sneak attack because he knows. Actually, wait, you made your stealth roll. When you hid behind the Minotaur, you rolled a stealth roll for that. He doesn't know exactly where you are. I will give you sneak attack.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's go.
But because it's 2-weapon, you don't have 2-weapon fighting, I don't think.
I don't. No.
No. So only add +3 to one of the hand crossbows. So D6 +3 plus your sneak attack, and then D6 plus sneak attack. Does that make sense? You only add your ability bonus to 1 when you aren't trained to fight 2-handed.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
Yep. Go for it.
Yeah. Oh, whoa.
Ooh, you got this. Oh.
Okay, so that's
6 plus sneak attack.
And that's 3d6.
Woohoo!
8 and 9 more.
Ooh, very nice. So 6 plus 9, 15. You got him. 15, and the next shot.
That's a straight roll.
Straight roll. 3
extra
plus 3d6. You still get the sneak attack.
Oh, I still get. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they're simultaneous. He doesn't see him coming. He's like, he's getting ready to shoot tail spikes. Ooh.
Ooh, nice. 3, and then
14 more.
14 more.
So what was it? It was 15 plus 14, right? 29. Yeah. So yeah, you reach out, you fire these crossbows. His tail's like swinging up, and like one of them, they have that sort of beard, the manticores. It burrows into the beard and strikes it in the lower jaw. It's like, "Roar!" And the second one strikes its neck here. It's bleeding badly, but it's still alive and furious. It's actually furious now. It's like, "Roar!" That's your turn.
Yep.
The manticore goes. The manticore is angry, and he sees you. So he actually, you can try to use a cunning action to hide. Like you can do what he can do. You have the ability to do that. So
I still have my bonus action.
Yeah, you can fire and use like a bonus action through cunning action to stealth. Do you want to try to stealth?
Yeah.
Do you want to try to like vanish while he's grimacing from his wound? You can try to change position on him.
That's gonna be 19.
19. You succeed. Let's say like, do you want to move to this statue? Move to the hedge? Where do you want to move to?
I think I would move to the next statue just to get a little.
Sounds good. Okay, so you move up to the next statue there as your cunning action, and it does not know where you are. It's furious and has no idea where you've gone. So Jin has moved to this room statue here. And then it is the Manticore's turn. Okay? The Manticore thinks it knows where you are, so it flies, right? It like whoosh, its wings whoosh, whoosh, and it like zooms and flies over this here, blocking out the moon above you. It's night now, right? And it like lands where it thinks you are here. It does not find you there. Instead, it turns its attention to Alanir. Yeah? But it's used all of its actions to get there and try to pounce down where you were. So it is now Alanir's turn. It turns to you like, what do you do?
Great. So if it's right there now, I'm gonna I'm gonna use my action. I'm just gonna disengage, so he doesn't throw attack of opportunity. So I disengage, and then I'm gonna move. I can move, so I can probably get to like. Can I like dive? That's hedges, right? Like,
Yeah.
just go grab
Dive
him?
over him?
Yeah, I'm gonna dive over him. Yeah.
Nice. So you come running up this way, you dive over the hedges for your action. You're just trying to escape him.
Yeah.
All right. So you absolutely leap over these hedges, and you end up like in this courtyard here. It's a sunken courtyard. It's down a few feet, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And now you've got the hedges covering you from behind. Killian! Oh no, the poor guards. The guards are like, oh. Let's see if either of them see you, Jin. Ooh, 18 and 19, natural. They both see you. Like you slipped up against the other statue, but they're both like, they both sort of lock in on you, and they're like, he's there! And they like aim their crossbows and fire. You have some cover, so they're gonna roll with disadvantage. Bah, that one misses you. Oh, that one strikes you. He rolled high on both of them. The first shot, we'll say this is the Keyclops, and it's got like a big hammer, like the statue has a big hammer. The first shot hits the head of the hammer and shatters. The second one goes right through the crook of the Keyclops' arm into the back of your shoulder.
Can I get uncanny dodge?
Ooh, what's uncanny dodge do again? I forget.
So it halves the attack.
Half the attack.
If
You
I-
can absolutely do that. You want half the damage?
Yep.
Fantastic. You're going to half the damage from this crossbow, which is good because he rolled maximum damage. So you're going to take, instead of 10, you take 5. So like you hear the first bolt shatter on the hammer, and you like jerk. You instinctively jerk for more cover, and so you just take a grazing shot instead of like a deep wound. So your uncanny dodge kicks in and saves you. That's their turn. It's the nobleman's turn. Yeah. So the nobleman. Oh dear. Mm-hmm. Ooh. 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 He doesn't know where you are, so it's not that exciting for him. Yeah. But he's going to do something on his turn. So yeah, the nobleman's there, and so you've moved around behind, right? This sort of like the thing, and so the nobleman's like, a game of cat and mouse, right? And he sort of waves his hands about him, and then he shifts and morphs, and now there are 4 of him. Yeah. Like, he casts mirror image on himself, right? And so for a second you peek over and you're like, he has more guards. And then you realize that he's cast a spell upon himself. He cast a spell on himself. And now there's 4 of his images that are shifting back and forth. And he calmly, he undoes the side of his robes, Killian, and he calmly draws a finely wrought rapier and like salutes towards where he thinks you're hiding and drops into a stance. That's his action. He is done. And it's your turn, Killian. What do you do?
All right. So I have, is it him plus 4 mirror images or 3?
3. There's 3 mirror images.
Okay, so 4.
I think,
4.
right? I haven't used mirror image in a while. I think you get 3. Yeah, you get 3.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. With my pretty high perception, would I be able to discern which one is which?
Haha! Mirror image is like, unfortunately, it's just like when you attack, if you hit, you have to roll, and there's like percentage chance of whether you hit the mirror image or
Got
hit.
it.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
But roll your perception. This is a role-playing game.
I mean,
This is not a video game where the rules are hard and fast.
With my several years of experience, I would think I would know.
You've fought many mages
I've
who use...
fought mirrors before.
You've fought mirrors.
All right. Perception is, that is a 29.
Oh my God. So here's what happens, okay? So they're shifting and moving. So you still have like a small chance of hitting one of the images. But you do note, like, you're incredibly canny and cunning. Like, you have been the Red Raven for many years. You are Red Raven Classic, if that makes sense, yeah? And so you're looking, and you can see, like, the symbol on his mask starts like this and moves in, but the mirror ones they're mirrored, yeah? So you catch that in a moment, and for a moment you can see the one that's clearly him. He's shifting in and out. So you have a higher chance of hitting him if you strike him now.
Okay.
You just have to roll like an 8 or above on the chance to hit him, if that makes sense. So roll to hit him first, and then if you roll an 8 or above, you'll strike him and not an image.
All right. So at this point, I will unsheath my rapier, and it's crackling with lightning.
Yes!
Because I have a cool rapier.
Yeah, it is.
Sparking.
All right, that is a 19.
That absolutely hits him. Yeah, it absolutely hits him. Roll damage. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you come over the
and
top.
Then, sneak attack?
Yeah, he doesn't know where you are, but roll the die 20. You have to get an 8 or higher to hit him and not an image, if that makes sense. Yep.
That's 8 on it.
8 on it. I said 8 or higher, and you have done it, sir. So yeah, you leap through, and his blade begins. He sees you. His blade begins to move to try to defend himself, and you literally sail over two of the images that would have been more opportune to strike, and instead plunge your rapier into the chest of the real nobleman. Roll your damage.
And as I'm doing it, I'm like, I didn't want to do this. You made me do this.
And we're going to count it as a sneak attack because he did not know where you were. Does that make sense? You leapt over at him. Yep.
So regular damage is 9. Plus
D6 energy too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, D6 lightning.
Zap him for 2.
Nice. Ow!
And then sneak attack. Geez, not great. 8, 10, 12, 13.
So a total of, what is it, 24? Am I right in that?
Math.
Math.
Yeah.
I think it's 24. We'll call it 24.
Sure.
For
For
the sake
the
of
sake of ease,
expediency.
yeah.
So you flip over two of the images and you plunge your rapier into his upper chest. He's like, "Ah!" He's shocked by the rapier, and you score a nice deep wound. He pulls off your blade. A spout of blood sprays against the wall of the stairwell, and he sort of drops into a stance. His images now dance around him. I'm going to say you lost the true him for a second, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In fact, for fun flavor, he waves his hand and improves the spell. Does that make sense? Like as like a flavor action. And now all the circles are going the same way.
Okay.
He's like, oh, I haven't cast this in a while.
And then in that case, bonus action, I'm going to disappear for a sec while I think about this.
Roll your stealth, see if you can hide on him.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's super ridiculous. Yeah, that's that's a 30.
A 30. He got a 30, Brent. I just want to make sure you're following.
A nat 30.
Fantastic.
Attention.
I love it. Yep. So yeah, you strike him. He pulls back. He's like, ah. He sort of drops in a stance. And what you do is excellent. So you basically just become one of the mirror images.
Yeah, I'll just like.
Yeah, you land and like
do
start to
this.
meld and move with him. Like so he can't tell. He's like he knows there's one more image than there should be, but he can't tell which one is you. He's like, oh. He's terrified. Yeah, he's like, what am I facing?
And then using my my also disguise, I mimic his voice too, so he can't tell that it's
Nice.
What am I facing? Oh, I don't know. I'm also your image.
Fantastic. Nice. You do that, and then we are at Jin. Jin, you're up. What would you like to do?
I'm going to take a shot at the guy who shot me.
Okay, the guy who fired the crossbow at you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And you can reload on your action last turn if you want, because you use your cunning action to move. So did you reload both your crossbows?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. So you reloaded them. You spin around. You fire again with both crossbow bolts at this guy who shot you. Go ahead.
Oh, that's
Pew!
And that one is 9 and 23.
So we get the 9, and then we get the 23. The 9 sails over his shoulder. He turns back, he's trying to reload his crossbow, and you strike him in the throat. Roll damage.
Wow. It's going to be 6.
6 total. Fantastic. Yeah, you strike him in the side of the throat. He's like, oh, he's still up, but he's like choking on his own blood. He drops his crossbow. He's like, He's not going to be much of a problem for you from here on out. You're pretty clear on that.
Okay.
Do you do anything else on your action?
Yeah, I move to the next statue.
Do you want to try to hide as you
Yeah.
go? Yeah. So you hide as you go. Roll your hide. I'm gonna put you where you are.
That's not great. 12.
12. Oh, they see you. So does Mr. Manticore. Everybody knows where you are now. So yeah, you've been doing really well, but you're in harried combat. You're firing. You're fighting. You're doing everything you can. And so this time around, you thump into that statue. We'll say it's a mind flayer. Why not? You kind of thump into the mind flayer statue. You make a thud with your shoulder as you go for cover. So Jin ends up here. Ooh, bang! Jin is here, thudded into the mind flayer statue. And then it is the Manticore's turn. So you jumped over the thing. The Manticore doesn't... Oh, it knows where you are, Jin. It pounces at you. Yeah, it goes, and it comes flying in to pounce at you. And it's going to bite. Oh, it's going to bite, claw. Oh, yeah, claw, bite. What is your armor class?
15.
Ooh. Oh.
I'll do uncanny dodge on one of them.
Ooh, yes. Good. So you take, for the uncanny dodge one, you take 4 instead of 8. And the other 2, you take, so 4 plus 9, 13 plus 6, 19. You take 19 total. It leaps,
good.
and it's like, it's claws, like you uncanny dodge, like you try to dodge the first claw and it just rakes you. The second claw, it firmly plants on your chest and like pinions you beneath it. And then it goes, it tries to bite your face. You manage to get your head to the side, and it sinks its teeth right into your shoulder. Starts to worry. Blood sprays. You see, like from your lower, you can see through that little crook in the hedge. You see his blood spraying on the brick. Yeah, you hear him as he's attacked by this manticore, and it's your turn.
Great. So I see the blood. I see that happen. So I'm gonna rapier's drawn. I'm gonna then leap back over the hedge as I'm coming through. Just send it. I'm gonna use his superior die to do a lunging attack.
Lunging attack.
Yes.
Yeah. You lunge the manticore between the ribs. I hope because he's side to you right now. He's on top of Jin. Yeah, go for it.
Oh yes.
Ooh, you will.
That's 27.
Absolutely. Yep. Roll damage. You got him.
So that is. So I roll all this then. So he'll take 12 from that first attack.
Very nice. And you have more attacks to give
Yep,
him?
and I have one more.
One more attack to give him. Very
Stab
nice.
him in the ribs. I'll pull it back out and then attempt to just drive it back in even further.
Give him two stabs, lunging stabs with your rapier.
That's a, what is this?
That definitely hits him. Yeah, he's only got a 14. You got him.
Nice, 10.
10 more. Oh, wow. Yeah, you stab him between the ribs. You pull it out. You stab him again. He's badly injured. He's kind of like limping a bit now. He limps off of Jin. He had him pinioned. He's not grappled. It's flavor, ladies and gentlemen. He limps off of Jin like badly hurt. You definitely got some vitals with those stabs, and like he's feeling it very badly. And then it is top of the action. Killian, what would you like to do?
All right, so I don't know which is the nobleman anymore. Yeah, I'm just going to start taking swings and see if I can eliminate.
Let's get him. Let's hit him. Yeah, let's hit him. See what we can do.
All right. So roll the attack first and then a roll to see if I hit.
Yeah. Look up magic missile form or magic mirror image for me, if that's okay. And just so, what he needs to roll to see if he hits an image or if he hits the actual guy, if that makes sense. Roll. Thank you.
With 3 duplicates, you must roll a 6 or higher to change the attack target to duplicate. With 2 duplicates, you must roll an 8.
Oh, so I roll. That's right.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter because I missed anyway.
What'd you get?
I got a 9.
9 is not going to do it. Yeah. The 9 is not. So yeah, you come in and like he's.
I just whiff it like.
And like he seems like he's a magic user. Does that make sense? But he's quite a canny sword fighter. You realize. So you thought so, anyways. He dropped into a nice stance. So you come at we'll say you actually picked him. Does that make sense? By accident.
Yeah.
Like you got the right one, but his blade flashes up and like snaps your blade aside, and he actually riposts. Yeah. He has some fighter levels as well, for future reference. Because you may face him again, or kill him now. We'll see. He does succeed in riposting you. Yeah. So he's like, king, king! Like he knocks your blade aside, instantly plunges his into your chest, which is kind of the only way he's going to hit you, I'm realizing now, because of your amazing stealth abilities.
Yeah.
He's got to riposte you, really. So luckily he has the ability to do that. He gives you, you get 12 damage. Yeah, he drives it into your shoulder. You're like, oh! Yep, the first wound you've taken in a while. Just for fun, just for flavor. Give me a wisdom check. A wisdom saving throw. Wisdom saving.
That is a 12.
Like, he stabs you, and you haven't been wounded in years. Does that make sense? It's probably been like 15 years since you've taken a wound, because you're retired.
Yeah.
He stabs this finely wrought magical rapier into your side. Like, oh, that burns, it stings. And like, you catch yourself like, you feel this like huge rage roiling inside you, this bestial fury, right? And like, you manage to choke it down, but like for a second, your like teeth kind of like your eye teeth sharpen. You're like,
I feel that, and then all of a sudden I remember when it does happen to me, I feel that how my bones start forming and cracking out of my own body and everything. But as I pull away, I'm gonna bonus action hide again. So as I pull out, the blood spurts into the mask.
Nice.
So he doesn't see me.
For the stealth.
And then
Nice.
I will
I love
hide
it.
again.
Blood spray. In fact, you aim the blood spray on purpose with your amazing stealth
I
to
just
hide
flick
from
my
him.
shoulder wound at him.
I love it.
Oh yeah, I'm gone.
Right. Fantastic. So you're gone. Additionally, Killian, when he stabs you, you go, "Argh!" Your bones begin to shift and like your teeth, and he like pulls out the blade, the blood sprays in his face, and he's like, ooh. He seems like very off-put by whatever just like happened. You're wearing the mask still, so he didn't see your teeth, but he saw something shift and happen to you.
He saw the robe just kind of bulk up a little bit.
Yeah. And like, he pulls the blade out, and then you hear,
Oh, I know you. I know you.
he says. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he says that. Yeah. What does it mean? Donate and find out. and it is Jin's turn. Jin, what would you like to do? This Manticore's badly wounded, but it's still practically atop you.
How does he look right now?
He's hurt, but he's gonna savage you. In fact, he's almost like he's just trying to like. He's a very evil creature. Manticores are. In his malice, he just wants to rip out your throat before he dies. You see that in his eyes. Yeah. He's just like, I'll kill you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get to where Al is behind the hedge.
Nice.
I've left. No, I've left and I've stabbed it, so I'm pretty close to it.
Oh,
right?
that's
So
right.
yeah, Al, sorry, that's my bad. I'm not keeping this up to snuff. That's not on you, Stuart. Yeah, Al is now here.
Yes, I'm right by you. Buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
And then
I
we're gonna
gave
go
I gave it
with
some damage.
Manticore.
Very lore accurate drawing.
There you go. Looks
He's
like
knocked over the statue.
looks like a
He's like,
fly.
"Whoa," it shatters. You know what I mean? He's like, "Whoa," in his like agony throes. Yeah, I'm awesome at drawing stuff. Donate and I'll draw more.
Yeah.
And then, it's your turn, sir. What would you like to do?
So I'm gonna go ahead and disengage.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna go behind the hedge. I'm actually really badly hurt. And,
Fantastic.
I'm probably gonna use my action to hide, or
Excellent.
bonus action, either one.
Excellent. You go behind the hedge. As you go behind the hedge, right, this place has been not used for a long time. You flip down behind the hedge, and there's an old case, like a crate, that has vials in it. And two of them are still filled with like strange sort of like green gold liquid. Yeah. You notice that, like they've been left here. Maybe they're even stored up here by some of these people in case they need them. And what these are 2 healing potions.
Thank God.
Brought to you by Ron Heller and John Esau. Big John Esau and Ron Heller, thank you for offering these timely healing potions with your donations.
Thank you for saving my life.
You saved Jinshaw's life. Potentially out of game 2. We don't know what the donations will be used for yet, right? Thank you. You find these healing potions, behind this hedge. Great. And that's what, do you want to, I'll let you quaff one as an action.
Sure.
Will you quaff? Quaff it.
Like a quaff.
Yeah, what is it? 2d8 plus 4, I think?
Well, 2D.
Let's do that. 2d8 plus 4 sounds great to me.
That's a
Let's
nice
do
number.
that. I've read the rules. I've forgotten them. 2d8 plus 4.
Who's the buddy? Yeah.
2d8. Or the rules, whatever you want. Yeah.
I'm there with you.
You regain 8 hit points. Yeah, you regain 8 hit points.
That was
Fantastic.
mine. Thank you.
And perfect time, too, because it is the Manticore's turn. And the Manticore, it's going to have to go for you, Al. You're right in front of it. Yeah. And Jin is, you've saved Jinshaw's life. You've given him the chance to like roll away, but now you are the target of its wrath and fury. You notice that he's wielding this rapier with exceeding skill. Like he leaped out, he lunged, like you've seen that in manuals and you've watched the occasional duel from the shadows, like when the rich decide to like fight each other for sports, right? He lunges perfectly and plants this between the Manticore's ribs, removes it, plants it again, right? You notice that. The Manticore, meanwhile, it's not going to matter because the Manticore's going to eat him alive right now. What's your armor class?
It's 17.
Ooh, 17. Ooh. He only hits you once.
So what did he hit me for?
He rolled a 19.
I defensive parry that.
You defensive parry it.
Yeah.
So right after noticing him, like, this Manticore, the Manticore rears up, comes at him with claws and fangs bared, and he like expertly dodges out of the way and even like snaps his blade into the back of one of its like paws as it goes. It's like, he's like dancing around it as if he's well trained in the fencing arts. but you know he's not, or you thought he wasn't, if that makes sense. That's the Manticore's turn, and it is your turn now.
Great, so I'm gonna ride off that parry and just come back in with 2 attacks. Yeah.
Go ahead, give it to him.
That's
Perfect timing for a natural 20. You dance about the Manticore with your expert footwork, and then you lunge with your blade. The Manticore's like, good job.
you did it, buddy.
You did it. Go ahead and roll some deadly damage.
While that guy plays the trumpet in the background.
Nice.
So I'm just gonna roll this and double it.
Double it. I love it.
Okay, so that'll be 12 for the crit.
Nice. 12 for the crit. You actually, this time around, it had already taken that crossbow bolt in the neck. You actually skewer it right through the throat, twist and pull out, and like blood sprays, and the beast is now in like a death frenzy. Yeah, I mean, like rolls onto its back, its wings flapping wildly, ineffectually because it's on its back, and it's like.
Yeah, so I'll attempt to finish it off and just drive
you,
it.
you spin the rapier around and drive it in. Go ahead and roll it. Roll with advantage. It's not doing much. Badly injured.
That's better.
Nice.
You strike it. Yeah, roll damage.
Yeah, that's dirty 20. And that's another 6.
You drive the blade down, and it's like. You end its. You mercifully end its torment. Yeah, it was dying horribly, choking on its own blood. You stab it right through its evil heart, and twist the blade, and the light goes out of its eyes, and it slumps. This giant beast. Its wings flutter one last time, and it is no more. Bam! Woo! Woo! Fantastic. Nicely done, Alan.
And I helped.
That did stuff. I also hurt that manticore. Yeah! Good fun. The guy you shot in the throat has dropped to his knees too, by the way, Jin shot. He's just like, he's just bleeding to death. He's not much use to anybody. This manticore is no more. Well, Jin is over here, right? Drinking some potions, quaffing some potions. And you guys are battling in there, yeah? Killian, roll perception.
All right. That will be 20. Dirty 20.
Did you hear that, Brent? He rolled a 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty one. Fantastic. So you roll, you're battling this nobleman, right? And as you are definitely like, you're dancing about. You can see out the doorway a little bit. And you actually watch those entire exchange of actions between him and the Manticore. The Manticore attempting to attack him, him dancing about it, and then expertly lunging it in the throat, pulling it free, and then finishing it.
I recognize these moves.
You recognize these moves, for you taught them to someone 35 years ago.
Because these are my moves.
These are my moves. Indeed. You see that. In fact, you even clock, with that 20, you even clock his rapier. And his rapier is this beautifully fashioned rapier that your Red Raven, what's his name again, Kevidros? Or?
What do we call Kavaros.
Kavaros, yeah. Kavaros, like, you're from the streets, criminal background, like you were a spy, a thief, an assassin. Kavaros was this incredibly skilled duelist when you began to train him. And so he's quite fancy and foppish, right? And so his blades are really well fashioned, and it's like two ravens, like their talons interlocked, swept hilt, if that makes sense. Really over the top.
Yeah.
Like yours
and I'm
is
just like,
and so he's got, these kids and their silly swords. He's got one of those blades. Yeah. Kavaros has like an artisan make them cities away, so no one would know they're his, right? But he has like a collection of dozens of these that he like. I ordered some more. I like the way they look.
This is my favorite Etsy seller.
Yes, it's like fantasy Etsy.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he clearly has one of these blades. So you know that's not Kavaros. Look, it's just like this dirty street kid who's like, are you 17, 16?
16, yeah.
16-year-old street kid, but he's fighting like Kavaros. He's fighting like a younger you. Yeah. In fact, he looks more like you when you were a street kid fighting to survive.
Then I learned.
Then you learned. Yes.
You
Fantastic.
are the father.
And it's your turn, Killian. Yeah. So you note that, but you're still dealing with this nobleman who's like just riposted you, stabbed you, and almost brought out the wolf inside you.
Yeah. So he knows me.
I know you. I know you.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
Just like that.
And as I'm trying to suppress the wolf, I'm like, what? How? Who? What? What? So I'm taking it back a little bit. I'm still going to try to kill him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you should. I would.
So yeah, I'm just going to swipe at these mirrors.
Yeah, do it.
All right. Oh, yeah. That is a 23 to hit.
Ooh, that hits him.
And then what I got to roll for mirror?
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh.
So you absolutely strike him.
I hit
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Perfect. Let's get this damage.
He's like, I know you. Like you stab him through the chest as he's like, I know you.
And I'm like, no, you don't.
You're like, no, you don't, but I'll teach you.
Okay, regular damage is
Nice.
7, plus my electric damage.
Yep.
That's a 6.
Nice. It's a sneak attack.
And it's a sneak attack because
the blood
his
spray.
blood-
yeah,
my
yeah.
blood
He
is
said,
in
I
his
know
eye,
you,
yeah.
but he didn't know where you were when he said that. Because he was blinded by blood.
But I know you.
Yeah, he was blinded by your blood. Yep.
10, 15, 18, 21.
21. You stab him straight through the heart, Killian. You've done it many times in your life. You know you've slain him. Yeah. He's like, "Ugh!" He slumps against the wall. He slides down it. And his mask comes askew a bit as he drops. And you see unmistakably the face of Sebastian de Moignac, the son of Volcanus de Moignac, the younger of the de Moignac family. You've just cleft his heart in twain, and he slides down the wall, dead. He's just, as he dies, he looks up at you and he says, and then he begins to melt. He becomes snow. You know what it is. So he becomes snow and ice and melts very quickly. He is a simulacra. He is like a fake version of him that has been made by a mage of a high level. Probably not him, or he would have cast something better than mirror image. That makes sense. But his family has infinite wealth. He probably hired someone to create a simulacra of him, if that makes sense. And the camera snaps far away into the bowels of House de Moignac, in like a basement where there's like a runic circle, and like seated meditating in the circle is Sebastian de Moignac, and he goes, you'll pay for that, Raven. You'll pay for it. And then we snap back to now. You don't know that happened. Only the audience knows. It's for you. Yeah, and excellent. We snap back, but he melts. He is no more. Yep. And Jin, it's your turn. The Manticore is slain. There's one guard. Yeah, and he's like, looking around.
I shoot him.
Shoot him. You're like, shoot him. You're about to get shot. Go ahead. Yeah, you shoot him with both. Give him both barrels.
I'm gonna try to maybe not kill him, but just
wound him.
Just wound him. Just
He's
enough
gonna
to
go for his knees.
Yeah.
Do it.
Get some
Let's see
information.
it. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, that hits him. Roll damage. Great. That hurts him badly, but he's still alive. You just use one then?
Can you get away?
No.
Okay.
You strike him literally in the knee. Like you strike him right above the kneecap. He's like, ah! Oh, sorry. And he drops down. He's just gripping the bolt, holding onto his crossbow with the other hand. He's badly injured. He's sort of lost his will to fight. Yeah. And it is your turn, Alanir. Do you do anything?
Okay, so that's like the first thing that I've ever killed.
Yeah, you just killed a manticore. What a coming out party for a red raven in training. You just slew a manticore with your blade. Yeah, you're still there. Sorry.
Yeah, so I kind of snap out of it, and then I hop back over, and I just try to post up like right next to him. Yeah.
Nice. So you post up next to him.
Yeah.
And like you're just staring at the guy you shot in the leg. The guy shot in the leg drops. He's like, ah! And then, as if unbidden, he reverses the light crossbow, puts it under his chin, and fires it through his brain pan, and falls dead, as if under some enchantment to do so if he's about to be captured. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Magic!
Magic.
And the cruelest kind. Yeah. And it goes silent. In fact, while this has been going on, all the people downstairs have run. They've cleared out. You don't even know how, because it's supposed to be sealed off. You know, Killian, there's all sorts of secret doors down there. Like you use them and know them too, but you didn't know that, so you thought you had to climb up here to get in, if that makes sense. Yeah. Wow. It's silent. You've just slain what you thought was Sebastian de Moignac, but it's turned out to be a simulacra of him. And these two young sort of street kids, one tiefling, one human, and clearly trained by your own disciple, protege, the Red Raven, now like are sort of huddled by this hedge maze. What do you do? You're out of combat. You may do whatever you like.
So I go and check on him. Brother, are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Just stop. I'm okay.
What was that?
What was what?
That with the rapier. Everything you did, it was so fluid.
You know, I stole this from the stolers, and I was just messing around.
No.
And then as he says that, you don't see me, you just hear, I know.
Who is that? Oh my God.
And you just appear?
Not yet.
Nice.
I'll just talk to them from the.
That just echoes
Yeah,
from
I'm
like the staircase.
I'm still in that room. I'm just like, I know.
And you're wearing the mask? I know.
Oh no, I ripped it off. I don't want to be Christopher Nolan Bane right now.
Do you feel like you're in charge?
And you're wearing the Red Raven mask, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have the mask, but I have like my hood on now. So
Got
like,
it. Got it.
Yeah.
Yes. And you can look like whatever you want to look like, Killian, because you have the Red Raven mask on you.
Yeah.
Which means you can change your shape at will. It's like a hat of disguise, but a Red Raven mask of disguise. So that echoes out from the stairwell. I know.
I ready my crossbow.
I posted up. Right
Yep. I go back to back with him.
Back to back. Jin Shah, Alanir Novus, back to back.
I'll say, well done, boys. Very good job dispatching this manticore.
Who are you?
Show yourself.
In time. And I'm just like messing with these guys, just to see what they're gonna do, right? I'm an old man. I'm just like, I'm gonna mess with these young boys.
Roll intimidate, just for fun, yeah. and roll like a wisdom saving throw.
That's a 5.
21.
Nice.
Ooh, that's
I'm
only
pretty
a
scared
16 for me.
16. You're terrified. You have no idea what's in there. It's horrifying, right?
I've snapped back into training. Yeah. It's like it's all it's.
You hear this and like you literally like you have a flashback to like being on the roof of that cathedral with the Red Raven, right? He's like polishing his blade, and stuff, and then you're sitting there and you're training and whatnot. You turn, and he's gone all of a sudden, and then you hear his voice echoing like around the cathedral, and he's like, "What if I were to slay you now, boy? Instead of continue your training, you prove such a disappointment." And then you hear it somewhere else, right? And you're like, oh. And it's early in the training, you believe him.
Yeah.
And then he suddenly appears, and he says, "A canny foe will attempt to unsettle you at all times. It's something I use against my prey. And you will experience it as well. Maybe you will use it too." You have that memory, and then you're like, I know what this is. This is just some fool toying with me. He rolled really great on his wisdom save. He's like, yeah, do you say anything?
Yeah, it's like, I don't give up easy. Either show yourself or get lost.
Ooh, you like that kind of, right? He shows some spirit.
And then from the dark corner, I'm like, okay.
Okay.
So in this moment, the shadows of the hallway behind me, I'll just like emerge from the shadows, and then stay your blade, young man.
So what does he look like?
Roll perception.
Or what do you see?
Yeah, what do I see?
Yeah. What do you look like right now?
Yeah.
Are you just a cowled
I'm
figure?
just a hood, like a dark hooded
Strange
figure.
cowled figure. Yeah.
13.
Yeah, just a strange cowled figure. That's it. But he moves like with incredible grace and poise, and like without.
Yeah, it's like almost that Russian thing where you don't see the feet move.
Yeah,
It's like I'm
the
just
feet was
gliding
sort
over
of
the.
gliding forward, and you've seen the Raven do that too. So he's someone of exceptional skill and training. Moves quietly, right? His feet are always ready to move in any direction, right? He's very graceful as he moves. Obviously a skilled fighter.
Yeah. So
you see a rapier too. Like you have the rapier out.
It's still out. I haven't resheathed
Yeah,
it.
it's still out. You see his rapier.
I've still got it trained on. I'm like, who are you?
So as I'm approaching from the darkness, it's still crackling with energy.
It's crackling with
and
lightning.
then I'm no one of importance, but I think you might be. At least of someone of import to me knows you.
Dun dun dun. What do you do?
What business do you have here?
Well, I'm looking for someone.
You say that, and now roll a perception from before when you were downstairs talking to Sebastian de Moignac.
That is a 23.
23. So remember, there were people around this doing the litany of devil deemed darkness. But there's like an altar and table over here. There's like a weird black altar. And there were a bunch of like the higher echelon, like Sky Wardens and Azuras and Empyreans, like the higher ranked members of the circle, were sort of all around that table, sort of discussing something. And like whatever was going on in the middle was some nonsense. Like it was just theatricality for the young folks newly embraced. You remember that now. You didn't have a chance to investigate it because there was a manticore attacking people above you. So, but you remember that now as you're facing off against them.
I think I'm still just like trying to manage the information in my own brain as well. It's like I also just had my fight too. This dude that knows me.
Knows you.
Yeah.
They stabbed you and the wolf raged within you.
Well, let me ask you, what brings you here?
I turn to my brother.
Okay, so I do notice this whole.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're right there. You're standing there with them, yeah.
I immediately turn my crossbow on him, like.
Pointing him at Killian?
Yeah. Who are you?
I'm just gonna remove the hood. He's like, I'm just an old man.
He is an old man. Yeah, he's like 62, 63, and that's in a medieval setting. That fancy medieval setting.
Yeah, so
Very old.
I am
Yeah.
super old.
And you already feel like, you've just been battling it. Like your knees hurt, your
Yeah.
back hurts, your hips hurt. Yeah, I mean.
But I'm trying to hide it.
Yeah, of course.
I'm like,
yeah, you look fearsome, but he's an old man. Like he shouldn't be fighting with blades against Felf.
yeah, my sheath is just a cane.
Nice. Yeah, you have a cane sword? I
Yeah.
love it. Yeah, so like now he leans on this cane sheath to his blade that he was just fighting expertly with before. Nice. And your mission here, as you know, was to find out what was happening at this meeting. Remember that? Yeah. That's because he just asked you what you were doing here, too. Yep.
What do you know about this group here?
I know certain things. I couldn't get a lot of information because, well, I was trying to do an interrogation and then it ended up being a murder, but that happens sometimes.
I can relate.
But we might be able to glean some information from the chamber below.
Lead us.
I'll lead you if you drop your weapons.
Alanir gently puts his hand on you, and you lower the crossbows.
I'll sheath my rapier.
Rapier sheathed. You head down?
Yeah, lead them downstairs to the
Roll
thing.
investigation, all three of you. Yeah,
This will be
roll
fun.
investigation.
Nat 20.
Nat 20, what'd you get?
20.
Nat 20?
Nat and Dirty. Yeah! That's the new cop drama, Nat and Dirty.
Let's go.
The old man got a 12.
So you come down.
Because I just came down, we walked down a bunch of stairs. I'm tired. But
Yeah,
I'm also still trying to hide it.
They kind of walk by you eventually. It's a lot of stairs. These guys come down, and like you come down, you see like the runic circle, and you're like, that's nonsense. You rolled natural 20s. And you're like, that's not even like real magic. It looks like a child drew it. And like you walk through it. You just like disturb all the runes, and you walk over to that table. You're still making your way down.
Yeah, I'm
Jose.
still trying to catch it.
You're like, ooh. And besides the pain, you also feel that roiling of the wolf inside you too. That you're like, with all this pain, you're also trying to like keep that tamped down. It's very.
That's the worst thing, being angry and tired at the same time.
Indeed, yes, we know it well, don't
Yeah.
we? Yes, us aged folk. And so you make your way down, and you pass through this thing. You go to that black altar over there, and you find clues.
Pick one.
I'll take that one. Thank you, sir.
I'll take one.
Here, you each get one of these. You can hand them to everybody because you're going to have them.
Take one, pass it down. Take one, pass it
Each
down.
get one of these, and then you also. I think I passed one of these down already.
Are they different, or are these?
There's two different ones. So there's one that says for the eyes of Sky Wardens and Ascended only, and there's one that says Blackstone Museum and Auction House report of theft.
Everybody got a blacksmith?
I got the Blackstone
Here's the
Museum.
eyes of Sky Warden only one to pass down as well.
That one's the other one. We have there's the Blackstone Museum.
There you go.
Okay.
Did everyone get both?
We need one more.
Blackstone.
Here's a Blackstone. Perfect. All right. And for everyone at home, if you're watching, I drew a big red thing for you. Yep. Yeah. No. That's this one. Yay. You have the Blackstone Museum and Auction House report of theft, lot 241533. Items absconded: 1 black velvet cloth with silver embroidery, skull motifs. 1 large ruby the size of an ogre's fist, strange crimson light at play within. 1 dragon bone ring of unknown provenance. 1 scrimshaw dragon bone great club of unknown provenance. 1 bejeweled orrery of celestial spheres. 3 emeralds carved into eye-like shape. Other assorted objects uncatalogued. Suspected perpetrators, the Knucklebone Boys. We'll say that the guards actually they were so interested and bemused by you, they handed you this report as well. If that makes sense. Yeah. So, you 3 down there don't have the arrest warrants yet, but we're going to go on lunch break in a moment, and you should have time to study it. You're going to be getting them very soon, so you can hold on to them if that makes sense. Gotcha. So the other handout we gave them right now that they discovered on this altar is for the eyes of Sky Wardens and Ascended only. For immediate action, dispatch all rooks embraced by the circle. Wanted, Kevin and Kurth, a.k.a. Curdle. Human age unknown. Occupation former healer apothecary. Charges vagrancy, threat to public health, leprosy. Frequents the outer wastes of Drave at Devil's Downfall. Attempts to organize, inciting riot. Wanted, Jin Shah Fewfingers. Tiefling. That's me. Yeah, you say that. Age 21 years. Occupation none. Charges.
Unemployed.
Theft. Yeah. Theft. Assault. Conspiracy. Known ember of the Crimson Flame. Capture the above alive at all costs. Alive at all costs. Public execution to follow at noon tomorrow at Devil's Gate Square. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of Act 1 of The Red Raven. Now these fine warriors will take a lunch break. They will take a short rest.
Yeah, we'll take a short rest.
A short respite. A short respite. And we shall return with a live audience to join those of you who are still watching at home. And we will continue The Red Raven. Thank you very much. Outstanding. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Let us know when we're out there, Jeff. Are we muted? You're muting us?
It was up there.
Audio is live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Red Raven Act 2. We have more exciting adventure with wonderful adventurers. The mighty Jinsha Viewfingers, a tiefling rogue, level 5. Yeah. And his best friend, Alanir Nalvis, a human fighter, level 5. And of course, Jose Ver is playing for us Killian Corvin. Yes, the retired Red Raven classic. He trained the current Red Raven, who is now missing and has disappeared, and he is a rogue 12. He's also, right, 12th level. Give him a round of applause for making it 12th level. It's not easy to do. It's not easy to do. Everyone knows. Yep.
It's not easy being
and
this
unfortunately,
powerful.
the reason he's retired from being the Red Raven is because he is a werewolf now. Everyone has struggles in life, and that is his. That is his furry, fangy cross to bear, as it were. Yeah? He was bitten by the wolf on his last mission as the Raven, and so he trained a replacement because he can no longer be in the heat of battle. He runs the risk of bringing out the wolf inside him if he does. Our mighty Brent Mukai for us is playing Grandfather Kane, ladies and gentlemen. He is an ancient fighter who has no idea who he is. He remembers nothing of his early life, and he is but a scarred man. His entire neck is scar tissue. His wrists are scar tissue. He was probably yoked and manacled and enslaved for much of his life. Probably a pit fighter, for he fights well, and he's covered in the scars of battle. And we, of course, have Chivalry Butler is playing Kadra Araxes. A towering 6'8" tall golden dragonborn. Yeah, born of the dragon, a giant dragon woman, a barbarian of 5th level, and she is seeking the relics of her people. She is the last of her tribe. Her entire people were wiped out by an evil dragon that attacked them. And then on the end, we have the mighty and wise Kai Song, played by Earl Kim, ladies and gentlemen. He is a 13th level monk, 13th level at that. And he is the only remaining master of the blossoming flower of the Heavenly Fist, the greatest martial arts style that exists in this campaign world, if that makes sense. He's the last remaining member of his family, and he's the last practitioner, almost the last, for he trained a disciple, and that disciple abandoned him and has now been teaching his father's style to all comers, including great evil. He is sharing the family art with anyone who will learn. Ah, boo, hiss him. His name is Valendros, and he may or may not make an appearance in this adventure. It would be pretty bad writing if he didn't. Kai Song is seeking him. He hunts this poison dragon who has stolen his art. Kadra, she hunts the relics of her people that have been taken, appropriated by those who came after her tribe was slaughtered. She was but a child when her tribe was slain. And people came and took all of their relics for their own. And poor Grandfather Kane doesn't remember who he is. He and Kadra are like Hanai grandfather and Hanai granddaughter, if that makes sense. Though they are human and dragon-born, they look after each other. They are the only family each other knows. And our adventure opens for Act 2 with Kadra hot on the tail of her mother's dragon bone club that was stolen when her people were slaughtered. And you now remember it was your father's dragon bone ring, yeah, that was taken when your people perished under the cruel, fierce predations of Strith Foldrak, the tundral titan, Old Cold Death, an ancient great white worm that slew the living godmother of her people, tore out poor Araxes' throat, and hurled his dragon body into a volcano where it exploded, and all of your people died in that conflagration. And as you make your way down into the lower districts, the foundries and alchemical warehouses, where corrosion and corruption lives, the cobblestones bleed with agony and pollution, and acid flows in the rivers, the water cannot be drunk. The people who live down here are indentured servants of the noble houses. They are forced under the yoke of oppression, and they work in these foundries and alchemical factories. Down here, there is a gang called the Knucklebone Boys. Some of you know who the Knucklebone Boys are, for you have played some things in this universe. The Knucklebone boys, they seem, unthreatening enough. They're mostly just do second story work and thievery, but in a large group, they get their blood up. They can be quite dangerous. They mostly act as fences. They have stolen the Dragonbone Club and also the ring and some assorted other items that you all have. Yeah, you have your clue. If you want to pull out your Blackstone Museum and Auction House report of theft, these are the items that were stolen from the Blackstone Museum last night. Two of them, of course, very special import to Kadra. Her mother's Dragonbone Club, her father's ring. But there are other items. A black velvet cloth with silver embroidery of skull motif. A large ruby the size of an ogre's fist. Strange crimson light at play within. And a bejeweled orrery of the celestial spears, a model of the heavens made of jewels and gold inlay. 3 emeralds carved into eye-like shape. And other assorted objects uncatalogued. Just random bits and bobs that happen to be in the box, yeah? Those have gone missing. The Knucklebone boys have taken them. They have learned. You all found out, actually. You know the city well, Killian. All 3 of you do. You know where the Knucklebone boys ply their trade. And it is a foundry. A place where they make hellish implements of war and also just big doors and metal things, right? Out of molten steel. And they use acid to clean old pieces of metal, because why not have big vats of acid lying around for people to, be exposed to in this adventure? And so this foundry is the den of the Knucklebone boys. Many of them work there. One of them manages it during the day, and at nights, yeah, the machines continue to grind in a cacophony to disguise their other more nefarious dealings, fencing the objects they've stolen to the highest bidder. And that is what the Knucklebone boys are up to as the curtain opens on Act 2 of The Red Raven. Thank you all for joining us. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here today. Thank you. Supporting scholarships and funding for productions and study abroad trips for our lovely students. I can't thank you enough, all of you, for being here with us today. We open on this foundry. Here it be. Here it is. I have fun pens I can draw upon it with. And I shall make comments on it. Oh! I did that last time. Let's do this. I go this way. There we go. What do I do? What do I do? Comment. Comment? Oh! 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 This? Hit the broom, that's what does it. Clear all that.
Okay, and now swipe.
Oh.
Oh.
Hit bar.
Hit bar.
Now swipe.
Swipe. Swipe. Swipe.
Yes.
This is how they do it.
Yes. Now what do I do? No! Dare you?
I think because you're tapping. There you go. There you go.
Fantastic. We got it. We got it. Tap it.
We got him.
It's all uphill from here. All right, fantastic. So we have, arriving on the scene, we have arriving first, because you have started making your way from a while ago. We have Kadra Araxes and Grandfather Kane. Yes. We have some donations. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Anonymous.
My favorite mouse.
50 to the Cerulean Circle. Thank you, you anonymous people.
And then Jetpack for another 50.
Thank you, Jetpack. The Cerulean Circle is dominating the Cabal of the Crimson Flame right now.
Jetpack.
And another for the Crimson Flame this time, and this is $25 from Jesse Rolla.
Jesse is for the Crimson Flame. Thank you, Jesse. The Cabal of the Crimson Flame battles on, beset by the Cerulean Circle. You arrive first. Grandfather Kane and Kadra Araxes, you have found out where this foundry is located in Act 1, and you know that your mother's club and father's ring lie within to be fenced to whatever evil sort of purloining sneak thieves and collectors might just put their greasy, filmy hands upon it. And as you arrive, are you like stealthing your way in any way, or are you just rolling up here like the barbarian and fighter that you are?
I'm rolling. I don't know about her, but we're rolling.
Pretty big.
You are gigantic. Yes, the two of you. So as you make your way up, we're going to put the door to this right here. There's going to be a big door that goes in, a double door here. As you make your way up, you note they're very plainly seen. They're trying to be surreptitious. They're obviously sentries of the Knucklebone Boys. 3 Knucklebone Boys are playing knucklebones against the wall of this boundary, sort of pretending to just be like at play, but clearly they are keeping watch for people who approach. You, a 6'2" gigantic old man covered in scar tissue with a giant shield and blade on your back, stroll out of the alleyway at them. And behind you, a 6'8" golden dragon woman with a gigantic club over her shoulder, right? Stride towards them. They're playing knucklebones. They look, they see you, and they look at each other, and they're thieves, so they speak thieves' cant, meaning that they just use street sign language to communicate. So for you at home, I'll translate. You have no idea what they're saying. So the one who's about to roll looks. He drops the knuckle bone, seemingly on accident, but it's part of his thieves' cant. And he's like, what are we going to do about this? And the other one who's against the wall is like, go tell the ones inside. And one of the other ones goes, oh, I have to use the loo, out loud, in English, like in common for you to understand, and then begins to disappear around the corner. Give me an insight check to see if you know that he is obviously going to warn the other Knucklebone Boys that you are coming.
I rolled a
nat 20.
Nat 20!
That's the best you can do on this. 20-sided die.
Grandfather Kane, you've lived a long time. You know the look of a man who needs to use the bathroom, and that man does not have it. He is clearly...
He's not doing the walk.
No, he's not
doing the side-to-side walk of someone shameful.
He's clearly in comfort as he moves. Yeah. What did you get, Kadra?
An 11.
An 11. You're like, I don't care what he's doing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me in the least. Yeah. What would you like to do? Yeah. Why don't you roll initiative just for yourselves? There's no combat yet, but who would like to go first? Let's see who acts first.
I did 17. A 15.
Plus your initiative.
Plus 1, that's 16.
Yeah. 17. What would you like to do first, Kadra? These fools are rolling knuckle bones, and you hear the voice of your dragon godmother who is now slain. Yeah. Find them. They are inside. They have taken what belongs to us. Yeah. You hear that inside you. You see the doors. They're by the doors. What do you do?
Well, hearing my great godmother dragon call to me, it fills me with rage. So I will go and rage and bust through those doors.
Yes.
Be like, where are my peoples?
You charge, so you smash the doors. The doors are not going to stand up to you, but roll to see how terribly you smash the doors. You're definitely smashing these poor doors.
Those doors.
Just 10, natural.
Natural 10, and what's your strength check? You have proficiency on it, so you're
14.
4 plus 3 for
4
you.
plus 3, 17.
Yeah, 17. That's 17 is quite hefty. You are a 6'8" dragon woman. So you stride forward and you like boot the center of the two doors. They fly off their hinges inside and immediately crush the spine of a Knucklebone boy who is standing on the other side. He's on the other side, literally like filing down one of his hangnails. And he's smashed by the back of one of these. His spine snaps. He folds in half around the door and he flies into the center of this room. And you then see. You then see these doors have smashed off. There is a sad, broken Knucklebone boy here, bent backwards on himself. And you see these giant vats of acid. Yeah, here. There's 3 giant vats of acid. Conveniently above them are catwalks.
Oh.
You have to lower the items into the acid to clean them. It makes sense, everyone.
Acid ain't for show.
Of course, yeah. And so you see, I'm going to draw X's for the Knucklebone boys. You see a Knucklebone boy here, black X's for the Knucklebone boys. Knucklebone boy here, and you see a Knucklebone boy here. You also see on this landing, there are 3 Knucklebone boys, like literally, they're having an argument, right, about, you can overhear about who they should sell the items to. It seems that there's competing interests already in these items. It's almost like their little mini auction that they hold when they get a big score. and they're fencing the items. It seems like the items are being fenced in the adjoining space here, which is full of soot and smoke and fire. For here we have a giant sort of like, it's obviously fueled by arcane magic of some kind, infernal magic. For this city, Rookspire was conquered by devils for like 150 years. And during that time, the devils wove their powers like into the world. And so this heats up all metal that's put into it. And now the molten steel and slag and iron flows down 2 troughs into an inset pool here with molds nearby where it can be shaped into whatever the Knucklebone Boys make during the day as a cover for their clandestine sale of stolen loot at night. Yeah? There's plenty of dangerous things in this place. Yeah? There's a lot of acid and molten steel. And so you see all of this going on. Kane, what do you want to do?
For everybody, anyone listening, I have a magic eyeball. What was it? The Gem of Seeing as my eyeball. So I will use that eyeball to see.
Long ago, Kane lost his left eye to torture or to battle he does not remember, and in the socket is fused and cauterized a gem of true seeing. Yeah, that he can use 3 times a day to see through illusions and invisibility. Yeah, you don't even need to roll for that. It just happens. That's how awesome that is. Yeah, you just get to do it. So are you striding through the door as well?
Well, first I yell at that guy, I know you were lying about the pee-pee. And then I roll through the door laughing at the death of that snapped back youngster.
Nice. You roll through the door, and this is what you see, okay? So you can see true seeing now. Mm-hmm. So you see everything I described. But in addition, you look down this way, and there's a bunch of people in here, all up to no good, ladies and gentlemen. Right? So the first thing you see like a tall half-orc wearing black leather armor. He appears to be otherwise unarmed. Yeah, he is standing in front of this giant pile of loot. It's a big chest that's filled with all the items you can tell, or at least some of them, from the stolen items list that you all have access to as well. He's standing here. He is flanked by a halfling with a crossbow. Big, the muscliest halfling you've ever seen, yeah? It's a little halfling, but man, he doesn't miss arm day, if that makes sense. He's just gigantic shoulders, ripped arms. He's got a heavy crossbow that's as big as him, and he's swinging it around like it's nothing, right? And then on the other side, there's a human with a bunch of throwing knives. I'm just gonna attempt to draw throwing knives for him. That's how well I draw. Note it. Yeah. And like they're obviously a crew. They're together. They're here to bid on things or just maybe try to take some stuff. We'll see what happens, right? Opposite them, on the other side of this, you instantly see, and Kai Song, you're wherever you want to be because you've arrived first. Does that make sense? We established that in Act 1, ladies and gentlemen. He moves like the wind, literally. Yeah, he's like a monk. Like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon flying across bamboo trees and rooftops, like whoosh, So you just like drop in when you feel like it, Kai Song. Yeah, you're wherever you want to be and well hidden. And you may want to know about that because over on this side, I'm going to draw M's for them. You've got clearly 5 monks. Yeah, they're wearing monk vestments and whatnot, but they're all bald. They don't have any hair. They don't even have like sort of the mohawky hair that sometimes have or the fringe. And they have tattoos of wyverns that are in battle, like wyverns locked in battle, like all over their head and like down the sides of their face and along their necks as well. The 4 do. The 5th one who's in the lead is clearly their leader. He stands like very, very still and careful, excellent stance. He has a top knot. That is a blade braid. He has blades like braided into the braid as it comes down. And the end of it is just like, it's almost like a nasty morning star or spiked mace on the end. And he's got that gently draped over one shoulder as he stands there. That all happens. With your gem of true seeing, you see something pretty disconcerting that no one else clearly sees. Behind him, there's a black coffin that's covered in like soot and dust and ruin, and it's riveted shut. But it's completely invisible and inaudible to anyone else except for you right now because of your gem of seeing. And you can hear chains rattling around inside, like strange chains moving and something scratching to get out. It's just standing upright behind. This is an S, by the way, because this NPC's name is Severith. Severith Voln. And he is a terrible man that almost beat these two to death when they were children. And now he's returned to the city, and they might have to do something about that. So we've got this terrifying coffin here that's standing upright. You also have some other assorted Knucklebone boys. Like there's some Knucklebone boys hanging out by these boxes. And then there's a guy who's like leaning against this wall here. He looks old. He looks like a Knucklebone boy. He's wearing sort of leather straps. He's got like tattoos on his knuckles. It looks like he's been around a little bit. They call him Uncle Knuckle, if that makes sense. Uncle Knuckle. There he is. Uncle Knuckle's leaning against the wall, and he's kind of sharpening one of his knives. And then suddenly the door explodes off its hinges and shatters the spine of one of his boys. And everyone sort of snaps to. Let's all roll for initiative, yeah? Because you three are going to be arriving as well, okay? Do it. In fact, Killian, since you're a master of disguise, you're going to pick, you can be any non-boss you want.
Okay.
You're already here as one of the Knucklebone boys or the monks. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You get to choose who you are. You've been here, like you came with them in disguise. That makes sense.
Yeah.
What you got?
Our initiative
Oh, I rolled?
earlier, or
Yeah, roll that initiative and tell me what you have.
That's a hard one.
Yeah! I'm going to drop
The
Kane.
worst you can do.
I also got a 1.
Oh, yeah.
Well, 3. Okay.
You guys have your tokens.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have your tokens.
Everyone, I spoke too soon. I got a 2 with initiative.
And I got a 3.
Thanks for coming. It's going to be a real short day.
We doubled.
Yeah, we doubled it.
But you have to be out of here in a little bit. If you're hungry, there'll be food next door in a little bit. Don't worry. You might have to wait around for it, though, because this is going to be over fast. Yeah. So we got a 2.
A 2 and a 3.
A 2 and a 3. Fantastic.
All right.
2. And we've got Kadra for a 3.
Can I use my coin, my inspiration? For
Yeah! Do it!
I dare you to do it.
I dare you.
Well, I did, and I got an 18 now.
That's much larger than 3.
We're gonna put Kadra up here with an
Much larger than
18
3.
instead, I think. Okay, 18. Fantastic. What did everybody else get?
I got a 5.
A 5! Lovely! All right, we've got Alanir with a 5. Okay, what else?
I have a 35.
35.
What?
Just a 35?
Well, because I rolled a 17,
Oh my
I
God,
have
you-
plus 8 to my initiative, and I'm alert, so I have plus 5 to any of my initiative rolls.
So is it just a 35?
Yeah, just a
Just a 35. Okay, just 35. I just want to check.
35.
I just want to check. I just want to check, Kai Song. Kai Song with a 35. I wonder if you'll go first. Let's check. We'll check in a second if you go first with a 35. Who else we have?
I
Killian.
got a 21.
Killian, you're at 21. All right, we're going to put you right here. Kill. 21. Fantastic. What else? Is that everybody?
Oh,
What you got, Jin Shah?
22.
22 for Jin Shah. All right,
that high
Jin with 22. There we go. Let's see how everybody else did. These poor schmoes. One of them already has no spine, so he won't be doing a whole lot for the rest of the time here. The Knucklebone boys. Ooh, the Knucklebone boys go on 17. Who would have thought? Okay, the Knucks on 17.
They're Canadian?
The Canucks. And we apologize if there are Canadians in the audience. We don't mean anything by it. The Monks go on 10. Okay, so the Monks here go on 10. And Severith Voln and his crew go on 11.
Oh, okay.
So I'll just put S11. We have our marching order, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's everybody. It sure is. Fantastic. So we will start at the top of the order. Kai Song, where have you been perched in the shadows and rafters of this foundry before they arrived?
I'm up on the rafters,
Mm.
in hopefully some sort of pocket where the 3 who are actually on the rafters are not aware of where I am.
Nice. Do you want to be like right above them here?
Yes.
Nice. So I'm just going to put you here. Here's Kai. Bam. Fantastic. All right. What would you like to do, Kai Song?
I would like to drop down, and I'm going to try and hit the first Knucklebone boy who is dangling precariously above some acid. And I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna give him a nice little tap.
Hey, that sounds fair. Let's do it. Roll it up. Fantastic.
Okay, we rolled a 10, Then we're going to go unarmed strike +8, so 18.
Yeah, the Knucklebone Boys have 12 armor class, everyone. They are second story, man. They are not very good at the combat. Fantastic. Yep, you got him.
I'm going to then follow up with a second attack because I can do 2 attacks in one.
Yeah, and you can move between attacks if you want to, like, do anything to him.
Oh.
Yeah, these are just Knucklebone Boys after all. And you could move on to another one for your next attack if you like.
Exactly. I'll move to the next closest.
The next closest Knucklebone Boy.
And that is a 19.
That will do for the Knucklebone Boy. Fantastic.
And then I'm going to use a key point and activate my flurry of blows.
Ooh.
And
yeah, you will.
That is a 16.
Yeah, that will do.
All right.
The poor Knucklebone Boys. They're having a bad day already. Their day's just begun. They were going to sell some nice things. They were going to sell your people's artifacts for money, retire maybe. Now they're having a rough time. So you hit all 3 of them. Give me some damage.
Great.
Yeah. Do you have it? The Wilhelm scream. Yes.
8.
I would like the Wilhelm scream.
6 plus 3. So first hit is 9. Second hit is 8. Right. And then second hit is also, or third hit is 8.
Nice. That's perfect. Give me one. So, as the doors come flying off the hinges and this first one gets hit behind and has back snapped, the other 3 spin around and draw light crossbows. And like they all take aim at you, Grandfather Kane. They're about to gun you down with crossbow bolts. So they think. But then, descending like a ghost from the rafters, comes down Kaisung. And as he descends, he kicks the first one in the head. And he's, ah! He goes off into this conveniently placed acid vat. And just and disappears. You know, we get the Joker hand, you know, from the old Batman, the Michael Keaton, you know, Batman, if that makes sense. And then you kick him, you land on the railing, I imagine, of the catwalk and backflip off it in order to like double kick the other guy in the back. And he goes off into his acid vat as well. Like, oh, I have it?
Oh.
Oh. Ah! He goes off as well. Ah! Into the acid. And then from there, you do a flip. You actually land behind the next one. Like he's like, what? And you go flying past him, and you kick him in the back, and he just falls off of this, not in any acid, so he only breaks his neck.
Actually, would I possibly be able to use my pushing aspect of my martial arts to send him 15 feet towards the next closest vat of acid? I just really want to do vat of acids.
I think that's allowed.
Yeah.
Well, those Knucklebone Boys didn't last long. All right. So these Knucklebone Boys are no more, all 3 of these. In fact, you kick them all the way to this one over here, to that ass, because you want one in each one. You don't want to screw up the mix.
Yeah.
You know, it's very technical stuff, you know. So all of them are gone. This Knucklebone Boy he's finished as well. And that is your turn, Kai. You land like in a stance, and that's when you sort of turn and you notice those monks, right? And it's not their turn yet, but the one with the war blade, you know, the war braid rather, that's coming down, like he looks up at you, and he's watched you do these moves. And a strange puzzled look comes over his face because you're using a style that he is trained in. Your style. And he literally goes like this. And the other 4 behind him like all drop into your father's stance, which you have only taught one other soul, Valendros, yeah? They drop into your father's stance, ready for battle. But it's not their turn. That's just to anger you. After you.
Oh, I see.
Yes. You're like, ooh. And it's Jin's turn. Jin, you as well, with your mighty stealthiness, you can be placed anywhere you like in this encounter because your stealth is through the roof as this mighty rogue. Where are you like set up for action here? Anywhere you like. You've got this molten steel coming down this way. This is where like the deal is going down over here. A couple of Knucklebone Boys chilling by the crates. Uncle Knuckle hanging out over here. Yeah. Where would you like to be?
Uncle Knuckles.
I would like to make sure I get a vantage point on those 2 from the bottom of.
These 2 down here?
Yeah.
Nice. So do you want to be like, these are big piles of like girders. Do you want to be like perched atop them with your crossbows?
Yes.
Nice. You're like all ready to like, you just like appear like from the back of the girders with your crossbows at the ready. And this tiefling rogue, just appears from the shadows. He's got, his crossbows are custom made because he's lost so many of his fingers. His name is Jinsha Fewfingers. He makes his crossbows himself to perfectly fit his hands. So no one else can use them. Anyone else picks them up, they take disadvantage to use those crossbows because they're perfectly made for his hands instead. Yeah? So you have them, are you going to shoot these poor knucklebone boys down?
Well, yeah, that's the fun part.
That is the fun part. Fantastic. Take your shots with your mighty crossbows. Remember, you have plenty tokens, so if you want to take advantage, actually you have advantage on this anyways because you're a rogue and you're hitting them from behind. So you can just roll 2 and take the highest for both these shots. The first one is, you definitely hit with that. Yeah, 12 plus plenty. And then the second shot, let's do both shots and then we'll do damage. They don't have a lot of hit points, these poor knucklebone boys. Oh, 19. Yeah, that'll do. You might as well roll the other. Maybe you get a 20 because you have advantage. Yeah, you get 2 rolls. Maybe you get a 20. 18. I made him waste an 18.
That's how he gets you.
Yeah, that's how he gets you. That's how he gets you. Yeah, you absolutely pop up with your hand crossbows. They swing free of the harness. You fire 2 shots, one of each of these guys. Roll damage.
So that's 8.
Ooh, 8 is enough. And next, oh, you have sneak attack too.
Sneak attack, yeah.
Might as well. You don't need it, but take it. Oh, these poor knucklebone boys.
And 11 more.
11 more. 19 damage. Oh my goodness. He's there. He's like, what's happening? He doesn't really know what's going on. He just hears like, oh, Wilhelm screams, from behind him. And then a crossbow strikes him right through the neck. He's like, oh, and he drops like stone dead on the floor, bleeding out. The other one, roll damage. Ba ba ba. You got a 4 plus sneak attack.
Oh.
Yeah, you got plenty of sneak attack coming your way.
14, 16.
16 damage. Oh, so the first one gets shot in the neck. The other one has time to turn so you can shoot him dead between the eyes. He pulls his light crossbow like, I'm gonna, and he's finished. Yeah, he drops on his back. That's 2 more knucklebone boys who have left the party early today. Fantastic. They thought they were gonna do some things, but they're not doing anything. And I'm gonna put Jinsha up on this cool spot here on top of these girders with like a great vantage point at a bunch of the other foes that are facing them. That's Jinsha's turn. Killian, you're up. Unless you want to move or anything else. You want to hide? Stealth?
Yeah.
Roll your stealth, because you can do that as your cunning action. So roll stealth to see if you can hide. Killian, you're up.
So you said I could infiltrate as one of the people that are here already?
Yeah, who are you?
So I'm going to be one of the 3 that are up on that little platform above.
Here?
Yeah, so I was inciting their argument.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Which one would you like to be?
Give me the one closest to Uncle Knuckle there.
This one?
Yeah.
That's a good choice. Close to Uncle Knuckle. I'm going to do blue since you're a cerulean circle type character over here.
Yeah.
Here's Killian. Fantastic. And it's your turn. What would you like to do? You've got these 2 really riled up.
So
we should sell to the monks.
So while they're arguing, I'm going to attack Uncle Knuckle.
Nice. I love it.
And since he hasn't taken any action yet, I can use my assassinate ability.
You can assassinate him! Instant critical is what that means. If he hits, it's automatically a critical, and he strikes with advantage as well.
So let's hope this hits. If not, I got 5 tokens. We're good.
Yeah, thank you for the tokens, everybody.
Oh, yeah, that's a 19.
Oof.
Plus 7, 26 to hit.
Yes, that hits poor Uncle Knuckles.
Yeah, so let's...
Yes, give him some. Are you hitting him with your rapier?
I am hitting him with, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With my lightning strike rapier.
Nice. You're like a knucklebone boy, and then suddenly you draw this magic rapier with lightning coursing through it. And these 2, you've gotten them so riled up, they look, and they continue their arguments.
Yeah. I'm very good at sowing chaos, so that's what I do.
Then you leap off and strike him. Go ahead, you get sneak attack as well.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Initial hit, ooh, that's not great. That's only a 5 for the regular hit.
Got it.
Adding electric. Oh, that's a 6. That's
Oh! Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Fantastic. Thank you, Phil. All right.
Where was that during the first stream?
Then you did good, Phil. You caught up.
Yeah.
All right, so...
Some sneak attack.
I mean,
Ooh.
you guys hearing that?
You guys getting the quick
You guys getting that?
experience with the mic.
Oh yeah, that's great. 6.
Oh, so many
12,
sixes.
18, 20, 24 for the sneak attack.
Oh my God.
So that's a total of 35 damage.
So all this has gone on, and like Uncle Knuckle is like seeing chaos being sown, and like he has this dagger. He was like, he was sharpening his dagger when he throws the dagger into like a wooden crate, and he draws like 2 machetes. Yeah, he like draws these 2 machetes, and he's like, and then this rapier tip emerges through his mouth from behind. He's like, and then you sort of like swoop him off with a flourish, and he drops stone dead on the ground.
Oh.
And the remaining Knucklebone boys are terrified as they go. Fantastic.
And then don't forget, I gotta hide, right?
Oh yeah, you gotta hide. That's the whole point of being a rogue, is hiding with your cunning action.
So,
Fantastic.
let's roll that stealth. Oh, that's not great. Yeah, that's a 19. That's not too bad.
19's not bad. Any special you want to hide? There's a lot of smoke and smolderiness by the molten
Yeah, I'll
metal.
hang out in some smoke.
Sounds good.
That sounds fun.
Nice. So you kind of like, I want him near the molten metal. So you sort of roll into the shadowy corners here before anyone
Yeah,
really
could we just
knows.
say, like, after I stab him, I just kind of like,
yeah,
do the Homer, like just go right back into the smoke.
Back into the smoky hedge. And it's great. Like, you did it so quickly and with a good stealth roll that most everyone just thinks he like had a heart attack or something. Like he drew his machetes and was like, oh, junk. They're like, oh, Uncle Knuckles old. Poor guy. He was not like physically prepared for this encounter in any way. So yeah, he drops. And that is Killian's turn. Kadra, you're up next. You smash the doors off the hinges.
Yeah.
This poor soul in your way. There's still 2 outside, though I don't know that they're going to involve themselves.
Forget about them. You said the 2 guys on the stage are just looking out, or were they like messing with some stuff?
They're arguing with each other.
Right.
But right away, I'll tell you this. I'm going to say you charged, right?
Right.
So you like smash through the doors. You're kind of like over here now.
Mm-hmm.
You feel the pull of like your family's relics from this direction.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I head that direction then.
You okay? And would you like to like charge that? Or do you want to strike anyone? Charge that way? You could charge and still hit someone if you wanted to, or you can make your way over. Why don't you roll perception? This I can entice you. Donation. What?
Donation.
Oh, Malia Galindo! Are you here, Malia? Oh, yes, thank you, Malia, so much. Fantastic. All right, thank you. Wonderful. All right, we like some Kadra action. Okay, so roll your perception. I'm going to give you something to get mad about, so you make a fun decision.
Ooh, 18 plus 4, 22.
Great. So you look, and like, there's the big crate with all the items in it, and the guy with the throwing knives has actually wandered forward before all this chaos erupted, and he lifted your mother's club out of the crate. He's like, this looks nice. I might keep this. Yeah, you see that on his face. This human with these, you know why? He has a bandolier of throwing knives across his chest. They all have human bone handles. So he sees this like dragon bone club, and he's like, ooh, my fetish. And he like pulls it from the thing. You see him, he has his back to you. He hasn't really noticed you yet. He's just holding your mother's club up, if that makes sense. What do you do? Would you like to,
I would like to charge up to him and give him a good stern talking to.
With fists.
With fists, exactly.
You're gonna hit him with your fist?
Oh, yes. Or with my...
He's not worth my club.
Axe.
Yeah, you have a club.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have a club. So you don't have your mother's club. You just have like an iron club with it's like a wooden club with iron bands on it that you use. You were trained to use a war club when you were a child. And so you found one along the way, but clearly it's not what's meant to be in your big gold hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice. Give him some great club. Give it to him.
Can I reckless attack?
What was that?
I'm gonna reckless attack.
Oh, please reckless attack. I would prefer that.
Okay, 11.
And then you get to roll with advantage. You can roll again.
16.
Yeah.
Plus
16
7.
absolutely hits him. What's that?
Plus 7.
Oh, definitely. Yes. Give him all the damage.
Okay.
Nice. You are raging, yeah? So it's
Yes.
an extra +2, I believe.
Plus
right?
2,
Absolutely.
I
Go
believe,
for
yes.
it.
3 plus 4, 7 plus 2, 9.
9.
Damage.
Excellent. So you come charging up. He has the club. He's quite spry. He's a good fighter. He's a knife fighter. He knows what he's doing. But he is just not ready for a 6'8" dragon-born woman
I can
to
also
try to.
attack a second time, I
You do?
realized.
Yeah,
Yes.
you take the attack action.
Yes.
Do it.
I'm gonna do it. Let's go. 16 again, plus 2, 18.
Oh, this poor man.
Oh no, 2 plus 4, 6, 8.
8. That's
17.
That's 17's pretty hefty. So he's sitting there, he's holding the club. He turns as you come in, and he uses his uncanny dodge on the first attack, if that makes sense. He takes half damage. He is a rogue, so he may, at the last second. And thank God he does, because he's about to have his brain splattered all over the rest of the items. But he manages to duck to the side. Instead, he mostly has this shoulder dislocated by that mighty strike. He's like, ah! And he's slammed into that table in front of him, and then you literally just hammer him while he's on the table with the second one. He is alive and still up fighting, but he is badly hurt. In fact, you slammed him down. All he managed to do was roll over onto his back, and then you hit him across the chest for the second one. He's like, oh! And that, anything else you want to do?
How dare you touch my mother's glove?
Fantastic, fantastic. Awesome. All right, and that was Kaedra's turn. The Knuckles get to go.
Oh, who are they?
Yeah, I don't. Did we
I
have
don't
someone
remember
called Knuckles or something in this fight? These two are fighting over here. Let's see if they continue. Yeah. They flee for their lives. Yeah. They flee. They actually run up this catwalk, and there's like a vent that really is too small for them, but they make it work. They're motivated. Yeah, they run. They like kick the vent out. They're like, me first, me. Now they're fighting over who gets to go through the vent first instead. Killian, instead of who they should sell their wares to. And they're scrambling through the vent. They're of no more threat to any of you, but you still kill them if you like. Yeah. So yeah, they flee and run. And then after the Nux, we have Severith and his crew. So the first thing that happens, because God, I love this game. This horrible man. Because you don't know him at all, but he's a bad person, yeah? You just smashed him and almost dislocated his shoulder, and then you railed on him, like with your club. He's lying there like, he's hurt, but he's still absolutely functional. And you say, how dare you touch my mother's club? And he looks at you, looks at the club, and throws it towards the molten steel. Why attack when you can do much worse? Just out of spite, he throws it. He throws it. Captain throws it towards the molten steel. Ooh, with a natural 20, he throws it.
No!
He hurls it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. I need like my pen with a club. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. I'll make it like bone white in the steel. There, it lands. It's not completely in because I'm kind. He nat 20, it should be incinerated. But I'm a nice man.
Thank you.
Instead, it slides across the floor, and like the business end tip of it dips into the molten steel, and it's about to like slide in, if that makes sense.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a great game. I don't have to attack her. I probably would miss.
Yeah.
Good. All right. So he does that. Meanwhile, the halfling with the crossbow, let's see if he sees you, Killian. You got what, a 19?
Yeah.
He does see you. Yeah. So, because he is also quite skilled in the shadowy arts, if that makes sense. So, like, you vanish, and he's just like, he feels someone watching him, if that makes sense. He like turns, he sees Uncle Knuckle drop, and this heavy crossbow swings up to his shoulder, and he takes a shot at you. Let's see if he strikes you. What's your armor class?
I am a 17.
A 17. He does hit you with the heavy crossbow. It comes sailing in. Ooh. Oh, and poor Killian is an old man. He's retired. He's not supposed to have to fight anyone. He's the former Red Raven. He's supposed to be like kicking his heels up far somewhere from Rookspire. But instead, he gets shot in the chest with a heavy crossbow bolt. Which could ruin anybody's day, right? So you get hit for 15 damage. Yes.
I can't do anything at this one, huh?
Can you uncanny dodge?
I have uncanny dodge.
Can you uncanny dodge a crossbow, right? Yeah. Of course you can. Yeah. So you want to take half? So take 7 instead of 15. Yeah, take 7. So it was going to strike you dead in the chest. You do one of like the Remo Williams, like almost dodge out of the way, and instead it clips your shoulder and arm, takes a chunk of flesh out of you, but doesn't impale your heart or lung. Good trade. Yeah, you're like, and you're still up. That's his turn. The guy threw the club because he's a horrible person. And you're standing right there. Severith, who is the tall half-orc, right? This is scary. He looks unconcerned. So that's something you should notice right away. He's kind of like, trouble. Yeah, I mean, he clearly engages with trouble quite often. So the first thing he does is, he has leather armor, but he has interesting sort of silvered pauldrons, one on each shoulder. And they have spider motifs on them, like arachnids. And the first thing he does is he touches the center of his armor and they both animate. Like they're clearly clockwork or wondrous figurines, for those of you who know the game. And one of them, he takes it and throws it into the crate. He's trying to strike something with it that's inside the crate. He may have not hit what he intended to. He throws it into the crate, and it latches onto the orrery. It latches onto the bejeweled orrery, the spider. You can see into the crate because you're standing right next to him, and then it teleports with the orrery with it away. And he's like, curses! He did not mean for that to happen. He was trying. It looked like he was aiming for the big red gemstone, right? The ruby the size of an ogre's fist with strange crimson lights flashing within. He's like, whoa, dang! And it hits the orrery instead. He's like, And then that's his move action. Then he turns and he just extends his hand and a silvered blade unhinges like whoosh, on a winch and he slashes at you with it. He hits you for 8 damage. Yeah, he cuts into your shoulder. You're like, and then he sort of just gently, he settles into a stance and another one hinges out from the other hand. He's just kind of like ready to fight. That's his turn. And then the monks. So the monk with the war braid takes a look around, grabs the black velvet cloth with silver embroidery. Yeah, he takes a hold of that, and then he runs out the back door of this place with it. Like he orders them to attack, and then he grabs the black shroud and he flees out the back of this place with it. It's an ebon-looking type of shroud.
God damn it!
I ran a prequel game for them on Friday that was set 140 years in the past, so they might know what some of these things are, and they're not good things that they are. Yeah, so he does that. The other 4 monks. They actually, one of them leaps up, jumps on the table, and like flips and tries to kick you in the face, Kadra. He fails miserably at that. Yeah. He looks cool doing it and everything. He like flips off the table. He lands a solid kick to your giant gold dragon chest and bounces off you as if you were a stone statue, which is kind of what you are. Like you weigh like 400 pounds. Yeah, he's like, wah! And he falls on his back like on the table right next to the guy you were beating on, if that makes sense. And they kind of share a moment. They're like, this sucks. Like, why are we fighting a giant golden dragon-born barbarian? This was not how I thought my day was going to go. And then the other 3 monks, actually, one of them, interestingly, dives at Severith. Yeah, like dives at Severith, the guy with the blades unhinged. He is not, boy, they're making a mockery of your father's style. They're trained, but they clearly haven't trained enough. Even just watching it is insulting, Kai Song, yeah? So he has the good sense to just like roll over the table and then like attempt a kick followed by back fist, open-handed back fist at Severith. And Severith riposts him, yeah? Severith has both rogue and fighter levels, if you're paying attention, yeah? So Severith like just ducks away from the kick, and he snaps the guy's back fist out of the way and then stabs him in the face with his blade afterwards. He just barely cuts him. He's like, he more just like insults him with a cut across the face. And he smiles, the half-orc smiles a wry smile. He looks like he's gonna have a lot of fun today with this, is what he's thinking. And that's the monks, that's them, that's the 2 of them. The 2 more, one of them's gonna just try and tackle the halfling with the crossbow. It's melee. These monks are not, it's embarrassing for you and your family. This monk tries to go under the table, if that makes sense. He slides under the table and tries to trip the halfling. And the halfling is quite spry. He literally leaps out of the way and he lands on top of the table and is like reloading his crossbow to aim at the back of the monk with, if that makes sense. And then that's them done and dusted, and we are at Alanir.
Great. So, you know,
Awesome. Fantastic.
great. So those 2 knuckle boys that are just fighting to get into that vent, Guess who was in that vent?
You're in the vent. They finally pull it off, and you're like crouched in the vent with your rapier, waiting for them. What do you do?
So I'm just gonna I'm gonna just try to just bat one with hit him with the hilt in the face and just bat against the other one. So
Non-lethals?
Yeah.
Give him some non-lethals.
Right.
Let's do it. Whack, whack.
That'll hit. That's 21.
Yeah. Roll some deadly damage if you like. Ba-ba.
First one takes 6.
6. Okay, great. Yeah, he is in sad shape.
And then I'll just
hit his friend.
Another one, yeah.
Whap, whap. You hit them with the flat of the blade.
On the edge. 14.
14 does it.
All right.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, give him some non-lethal as well.
He takes 10. Oh, sorry, no, he takes 9.
So the one that takes 9 is unconscious. The other one is like, he's on the ground. You recognize him. He's the guy who was kicking Curdle the beggar in Act 1, Scene 1. Yeah. He was kicking this leprous beggar when they wandered along. And they got rid of him. This is the one who when Curdle was going, mercy, mercy, was like, hey, mercy, mercy. And now he goes, mercy.
So it's like they're done. It's like, they're not worth it.
Yeah, and his friend is unconscious.
Yeah.
You wailed him in the side of the head in the temple, and he knocks unconscious. This one's like, mercy, mercy.
It's like, you're not worth it. And I keep bolts. So
You
I
stride
bolt through,
past
yeah.
him.
And
Nice.
I get my landing. I try to assess what's going on.
Nice. Audience, he strides past, like, mercy, mercy. He walks past and he draws a dagger. Roll perception.
That is a 10.
Nice, we'll get this later. This will be fun. All right, and so you stride past. I assume you're moving towards the main fray over here?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
You're moving that way. And it is Kane's turn. Kane, what would you like to do? Yeah, you've come in, you kind of followed Kadra on her path here, and you have, these Knucklebone boys are dealt with, the ones up here, and you have, all this going on. Is there anything particular you would like to do?
Can I communicate something without taking my turn?
Correct. You can absolutely gesture, communicate simple
All
things
right.
easily. Yeah.
So I yell to everybody, and I'm like, I used my gem of seeing and saw this weird coffin thing, you guys. You just escalated the situation real fast. We bust through the door and fighting happened, but there's a coffin. Do I know it? I search my brain for if I know about the coffin and these scratchy sounds.
Weirdly, you do. Yeah, weirdly you
Okay.
do. Because you have no memory. But for some reason, you have this flash that you've seen these coffins before. So when the city was conquered by the Fiends, it was conquered by a complete invasion from the 4th and 5th levels of hell. Fledgaboth, ruled by Duchess Belial and his Duchess daughter, Fierna. Duchess daughter, I'll let your minds wrap around that for a little bit. Gross. Yes, gross. And then Stygia, yeah. And so when they invaded, yeah, you know they were kicked back into hell by the original Red Raven, Kai Song, a wonderful, amazing paladin named Archimaeus Mazer, who Brent played on Friday night. Yeah.
You should have been there. I slayed it. I really killed it.
But what happened was while most of the Fiends were fleeing, they basically set up a resistance, insurgency of their own. They took a lot of Fiends and buried them in walls and underneath people's basements and inside the sepulchers of old churches and things. So that over the years people have found them and accidentally unleashed them or purposely, like Severeth, were like, I know what this is. Yeah, right? Brought it with them here, if that makes sense. So yeah. It's inside is probably a chitin, a chain devil, from the noises you're hearing coming from it. A fairly dangerous fiend that is currently trapped inside this box, but you're not sure for how long. Additionally, I want to remind you that Kadra's club, her mother's club, is sliding into the molten fire.
Right. I remembered all of that. I'm glad I thought to remember that.
You did a great job.
In that case, I'm just like, all right, can I touch the coffin? I can touch the coffin. I can pick up the coffin.
You're strong enough to pick up that coffin.
I pick up the coffin, and I want to throw it into the molten thing, which will solidify, much like when Rhino walks into the wet cement and Spider-Man lures him inside. I'm that kind of nerd.
Nice.
I'm a Spider-Man guy. So I seek to lift that up. And I go, with great power comes great responsibility. And I go over and I try to throw it into the 3-minute ring. It's always the fun one. Okay, and I want to throw it into the thing, what is it?
It's like a slag pool of molten metal.
The slag pool of molten metal is what I want to throw it right in that bad boy.
You definitely can do that. Roll me a strength check to see how well you do it.
Is that a
makes
20?
Sense. 20, yep, and your proficiency with strength too, so add proficiency.
Man, that's a hard 8 plus strength plus 3, that would be 11.
8, well also plus 3 more because you're proficient in strength checks as a fighter, I think. So I think it's going to be 14 instead, right?
Oh, plus 6.
Plus 6.
So 6 plus 3 plus 8, that's...
Lots.
17.
Nice. So you step up, and like, no one else can see the coffin, I want to point out. So what everyone else sees...
Struggling with air.
Grandfather King comes up and goes, and you're all like, what is going on? But you succeed mightily in hurling the coffin into the slag pit. Odd or even?
Oh no.
Odd or even?
Yeah.
I don't know. Odd?
Okay. Yeah! So you throw it into the center of the slag pit because I'm a kind man, yeah? It splashes, and the giant splash actually pushes your mother's club out. Back onto the floor. Yep.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Because at the top of the initiative, it was going to sink in completely, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But it pushes it out.
I chose
as
odd.
it goes in.
Thank you, Grandpa Kane. Thank you.
Welcome.
You're welcome for that. Excellent. And we are at the top of the round with Kai Song. Yeah, Kai Song, what would you like to do?
I am going to try. I originally planned this when I thought that the club was still teetering, but I was going to burn my turn and step of the wind to grab it out of the slag's way.
The coffin hits the molten metal, and retcon. The club turns upright and begins to sink into the steel and burn. Because that's awesomer. And Kai Song, he sees these terrible monks who are using his family style, and he wants to punish them. But he knows Kadra. Yeah, when Kadra was a feral child, oh, hey, come on. All her people were killed. And so she lived alone in the wilderness from the age of 3 on for a while. And she wandered to his hermitage. And he took her in and saved her, brought her back from like the brink of madness and retaught her language. She doesn't remember this because she was a child. Like, you know when you meet your parents' friends and they're like, you remember me? I lived at your house for like a year.
You were this big.
Yeah, exactly. And you were like, I don't remember you at all. I was like 3 years old. I don't remember who you are at all, right? And so he sees this young woman who was a part of his life at one point in time. He's like her Hanai uncle, very old uncle, because he's 172 years old.
Oh, cool.
And she's 18, so that's... Well, no, come on. It's an uncle relationship.
This is a long time ago.
Yeah. And so instead of going for these monks, Kai Song uses every bit of agility he's trained for over his many decades of mastering his father's martial art. He hand plants over the railing, sailing through the air, multiple sort of like twists and flips as he goes, hits the ground, flies, slides, grabs the club out of the molten metal, rolls, and we'll say one of these molds here is filled with water. To cool the metal. So you actually roll and instantly douse it in one of the mold pits. And like sizzling smoke comes off as you do so. And that's
Can I use because I haven't technically used it. Can I
Yeah,
use
yeah.
an action to toss it to Kadra?
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming she's the only golden dragon that anyone has ever seen, so I'm just going to automatically assume that it's that dragon girl that I saved.
You throw it and then have that thought after. Does that make sense? You throw it and you're like, geez, I really hope that's hers. more likely. Yeah, it's more likely than it's anyone else's, right?
Kadra?
So Kadra? Yeah, and you do you say Kadra?
Yes.
Oh, you hear him say Kadra, and he throws the club to you. And you're like, well, how does this old half-elf know me? Because you don't remember him. Roll, give me like an intelligence check to see if it jogs anything.
5.
How strange that he knows your name.
Yeah.
Has he been following you?
I don't know.
Odd, creepy old half-elf. You were right. That's what she thinks. You were absolutely right.
Really
Rachel, you had the right of it. Yeah? She was like, what a creepy old half-elf. But he does throw you your mother's club. It sails through the air and you catch it. Yeah? You don't have to roll to catch it. You're like a hero of legend. It's not like, I don't like games where it's like, I catch with a weapon. I don't know, you're a fifth level barbarian. You might screw that up. Like, you catch it out of the air. But here's what you do notice when you catch it out of the air. It's carved with scrimshaw. And it's clearly, abundantly clear to you immediately that this is like your matrilineal story. It's like the story of like, your tribe was matriarchal. Like all the great warriors and leaders were female dragonborns. And you see it's your mother's like lineage story back to the beginning. Like it begins like, the beginning is like the mouth of Araxis, like breathing out like the first female dragonborn, if that makes sense. It was a half dragon back then actually, right? And then it becomes dragonborn warriors as it goes around the circle of the club. And you can tell by the vague fragments of memory that the last thing you can see on the handle of the club is your mother's story. You almost recognize her in the scrimshaw. And she's wreathed in flame, like not only able to breathe fire, but she's wreathed in fire, like holding this club in the image. And then where that ends is where the molten metal burned everything. Where your story is supposed to begin is destroyed. Dark. Took a turn. You thought we were having fun. We're gonna have some storytelling too, though. It's gonna hurt. Right? Great. So you see that, yeah? And then you're like, oh, I have to fight these horrible people, right? And then it is Jin's turn. Jin Shah, what would you like to do? You're up on top of these girders. You got your crossbows. What do you want to do?
I'm in a kind of killing mood right now.
I think so.
So I take a shot. Are those two? Or those three?
Yeah, over here, let me update our map here a little bit. A lot's occurred. So we're gonna get rid of this coffin, for it is in the molten lava over there. Let me do that. This halfling, is now on top of here. Right? Yeah. These halfling is on top of here now. These monks they're all over the place. This guy's gone, he ran out the back door. These two jumped over here. One is here, and one is here now, right around. And these two leapt over. One is on the table. It's the one that tried to kick Kadra and like fell off her. And the other one, actually the other one ran with his buddy. Where he accompanied the lead monk as backup on the way out. So there's only 3 of these monks left, and Severith in the middle of it. Kadra, we're gonna make you gold, because I can do that. Oh, nice. Kadra right there. And then we've got, Jin Shah, you're up there, and Kai, I'm gonna make you.
By the water?
Was that?
Am I by the water?
Yeah, you're by the water, and you were blue, right? So you're now by the water over here, Kai. That's perfect. And then we've also got who else? Grandfather Kane. I'm gonna make you like whatever this.
Rainbow.
Rainbow. I like it. Grandfather Kane is like standing right here. Oh, it just came out white. That's fine. Yeah.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah.
And yeah, you're standing there. So this is the lay of the landscape right now. Killian's still here. Jin over there. Kai, I'm gonna update you. You're not there anymore. Perfect.
Knife guy's on the table too, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, knife guy is on the table too. And I'm gonna do that. And we're gonna make him KN for knife guy.
Would I have been able to make my way to where like the original knife boys were arguing? So it's like I bumped.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no, you said we're doing something different, right?
No, he's gonna stab you in the back. It's fine. He'll follow you.
I welcome it.
Thank you. Yeah, he'll follow you with the knife. Don't worry, I got you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm helping you. Yeah.
Got your back.
So Alanir is Cabal. Alanir has made it to like the edge of this landing, and behind him is a stabby knucklebone boy. The only one left.
Stabby.
Only one left.
The only one left.
Oh, the
Gonna
last
get a
one.
stab in. These poor guys didn't get to do
At
anything.
least he's brave.
All right. And so yeah, that's all that. And Kadra just Jin, what are you doing?
Would I be aware that he's coming out from the vent?
Yeah, you planned this. Clearly. You were on top, and you were like, hey, you go in the vent. They both speak Thieves' Cant. Yeah. You go in the vent.
I barely speak. I don't know what I make the thing.
Yeah. No, you're an urchin. You speak it well. And then you're like, go in the vent. I will lower myself onto the girders. And then I'll be ready for you to join us. So yeah, you know where he is. Yeah, you know he's there.
Okay, so would it make sense if I turn to check on him and I see the dude?
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna try to shoot him in the face.
Do I love it? I wanted to stab Brandon. Yeah. Go for it. You can absolutely do that.
Thank you, big brother.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. You don't need to roll damage. He only has a couple hit points left at this point. Yes! In fact, like that sound plays and everyone, like Severith, the monks are all like, yes! And then they go back into character from there, if that makes sense.
The guy's stabbing.
And so this guy literally like, zing, he draws this dagger, he's coming up right behind you. You have no idea he's there because you failed your perception check against him. He's like, ha ha ha! And then he gets shot dead between the eyes with your crossbow bolt. All you see is Jinsha just, you don't even look, it's a nat 20. You just go, pow! And fire. And you're like, yeah, there we go. And you're like, whoa! And it goes right over your shoulder and strikes this guy in the face. You turn and you just watch him drop dead onto his back behind you. You didn't even look. You're like, pow! Who else should I shoot? Yeah, fantastic. That was
And
bad.
since now this is canon, I give you the.
Yes. Yeah. So the Shaka is canon. There's a lot of people working in terrible foundries and machines and things, indentured servants. So many of them have lost fingers, especially a few fingers. So the Shaka is also canon in Rookspire. Yeah. The devils oppressed people and they lost their fingers, and so people greet each other like this. You give each other the rook. We call it the rook. It's the rook in Rookspire. The rook in Rookspire. Fantastic. All right. Yeah, you guys do that. That was lovely. And then we've got Killian. You're up next. What would you like to do, Killian?
All right. Let's see. So, I'm still hiding in the smoke over there.
Yeah, no one knows you're there. The halfling does, but he's kind of busy.
Yeah, he's elsewhere now, right?
He's busy with these monks.
I guess we'll work on these monks.
Yeah, why not?
Let's get rid of some of these monks. So,
Not very good, don't worry.
the closest one to me would be the one by the vat.
Yeah.
So let's sneak attack that dude.
Yes! Sneak attack him. Go for it.
All right. Oh, yeah. That's a 19 to hit.
Lovely. Killian makes his way. There's like chains hanging everywhere in this place to lower steel and stuff.
Yeah,
so
I'm doing like some American Ninja Warrior
yeah,
stuff.
you're like, ching,
with a trail of smoke behind my cloak. I was like,
ah, yeah, it looks awesome. You come flying in and you strike him.
All right, so first hit, oh yeah. So that's 10 for regular hit, plus 1 for electric. So it's a little taser.
Put his finger in, yeah, a little taser, ow! Yeah.
And then sneak attack. Oh yeah, 6, 11, 13, 19, 26.
Oh my god.
So,
Not 1, 2?
No, that's the other one.
Oh, sorry.
So 26, 27, 37.
Woof. Yeah, that'll do, Killian Corbin. That'll do. Yeah, you come flying through the chains, you roll and like pop up into a lunge, if that makes sense, and you skewer him right through the kidney. He's like, ah! You twist and pull, he drops dead in his tracks right there. That's one monk down.
And then I go hide again.
And then roll your cunning action. I love it. Cunning action to hide.
16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay.
On that stealth.
Ha-ha!
Damn it.
Not so stealthy.
And then it is Kadra's turn. Kadra, you got Knifey McKnifeums. That's his name now. And the monk, both laying on the table in front of you. They're about to try to get up and do things, but it's not their turn. Yeah, what would you like to do?
Okay.
And you have a cool new weapon, right?
And I have my club back.
You have your club. Yeah.
I will
so
go.
This club is a +1 club. It's magical. You feel like the thrum of power immediately in your hands.
Okay.
And instead of doing a D8, it does D12 for the damage die. So use like a big D12 from now on for the damage die on this. Oh, it also has one more quality. It gives you the champion ability when you're wielding it. So if you roll a 1 or a 2 on damage, not champion, I forget what it's called, but if you roll 1 or 2 on damage, you can re-roll and take a new result.
Oh.
Yeah, so it does,
Got it.
it lays down the hurt. Yeah. This magic weapon, by the way, brought to you by Gregory Hoffman. Yeah, Gregory Hoffman has donated to give you this magic weapon today.
Thanks, Gregory.
Thank you, Gregory Hoffman.
Love you, Greg.
The maestro, it makes good sense. Yeah, he gives you a mighty weapon. Great. And yeah, you'll take a swing with it?
Yes, actually,
Maybe two?
I will go into a frenzy so I can do 3.
Oh, you see that you have no future, literally. Yeah, you see your future erased on the end of the club. And you're like, ah! You just start to pound these fools to pieces with your mother's great club.
Oh, that one.
It's okay. A nat 1 in D&D 5 is not a critical fail. It's just a fail. It's just a miss. Yeah? But you still have an embarrassing sound effect play when it happens.
Yeah.
But nothing terrible happens to you. However, Nick's house rule for the hoes at home, the NPCs and bad guys can still critical fail, because critical fails are fun. But not when they happen to the players. Yeah? So the bad guys can critical fail, you cannot. So that one, what happens instead is kind of awesome. They both roll out of the way and you smash the table to shards with the first swing of your mother's magical great club. It explodes on contact, and all of the magical items inside this box go flying into the air. You're like, what? Yeah. And then you have 2 more attacks, right?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Let's take them.
Oh.
So that's a hard one again.
Are you all the way?
Which is not a critical fail.
It's not a critical fail. It's not a critical fail.
2 in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause for rolling a 1.
Thank
It's
you.
difficult to do.
Thank you. I'm just
mathematically tough to do, ladies and gentlemen.
I know.
Mathematically not easy.
Are we going for a third?
Yeah, let's go for a third.
Yeah.
Get 1.
Oh, 2 1s. That's just 11.
11. 4 1s. You rolled 4 1s in a row.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 18 plus 2, 19. Oh, I can't count.
Nice.
21.
Here's what happens.
Right?
From what? From who? 3.
Woo!
What?
3 donations.
Yeah, me feeling.
Oh, we're done then. We got enough.
Okay.
Good work, everybody. Good job. Thank you. Oh, wait. Okay, we got to keep playing. Thank you. Chancellor Ardis Eschenberg, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a round of applause. Fantastic. Thank you for being here. Tuition's going up. We need more donations.
Mike Andrews and Anonymous both donated to both sides.
Oh! You turncoats. I love it. Thank you so much. Did they buy anything that we have to hand out? What do they get? It's anonymous? We don't know how much. Is it?
Anonymous did 25.
25 is a token.
Both of them, and then Mike Andrews did 50 for both.
Ooh, fantastic. Mike Andrews, because you have special prices if you're in here. Does everyone know that? Did Dalen Gilroy do his job? So Mike Andrews actually just bought 2 healing potions. Who do you want to give your healing potions to, Mike? Ooh, who's hurt? Anyone?
What a nice guy.
I've heard a little bit, but
What a great answer.
I mean, you're kind of housing. Kadra's hurt and Killian's hurt. Kadra and Killian.
How about the knuckleboard?
You roll your second one.
Oh, Uncle Knuckles.
You smash this table. All the magic items in this box go flying in the air. 2 healing potions among them. Spiraling. You're frenzying. You're like, ah! One of the healing potions, smashes against your tooth. Sprays down your throat. You're like, ah! And you get 2d8 plus 4 health back. Go ahead and roll 2d8 plus 4 health. The other one, you just swung through these chains. You landed. You skewer him. Yeah, you skewer this monk. You pull it free, and then you catch the other healing potion out of the air. And you get to insta-quaff it because it's a special donation. You catch it and you're like, twing! Nom, nom, nom. Go ahead and drink 2d8 plus 4. Yeah. You literally paid for whatever you want.
Let's go, Uncle Knuckles.
So there's a third one flying through the air. Uncle Knuckle is laying on the ground and he's like, it smashes and like a little rivulet of it comes by and he goes,
Oh my God.
enough so he doesn't die.
I hope Yeah. somebody
He's not actually back in the fight, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he has 180 hit points now.
Oh my God.
Right? That's what you wanted? Yeah, no. Yeah, he's just alive. He's just alive, Earl. You're all right. He's just alive. Yeah, he's not going to stick around if he can get away. All right. And then, we've got the rest of you wonderful folks. We've got Kadra, you got a hit?
Yeah, I got a hit.
So which one did you want to hit with your last hit?
You said there was the knife boy and then the,
And the monk.
that
You've
tried
already
to-
hit the knifey knife boy twice. He's pretty hurt.
Okay.
And he threw your mom's club into the...
True.
He
We'll
erased your-
finish him off.
Yeah, he erased your future.
Yeah.
Roll damage. Give him some deadly damage.
Very
Yeah, he
poetic.
erased
I
your
get
future.
a D12. Heck
Mhm.
yeah. Oh, that's not a D12. Whoops.
Yeah, D12.
Yeah. 5 plus 4, 9.
Oh, you're raging though, right?
Oh, I am
Two
raging
more.
plus 2.
Yeah.
11.
So 11. Oh yeah. That's what's up. Yep. So he's now on the ground because you smashed the table, and like he manages to kind of get up to here when you bring your mother's club down directly on top of his skull, and it's like Gallagher, if anyone's ever seen that. With the watermelons and the hammer.
We have raincoats, right? For the
Yeah, you guys have raincoats on, like brain matter and bone flies in all directions. Yeah, and like it hits you as well. You're like, yeah, and he is definitely not. He has no head anymore. What was head is no longer head for him. Yeah, he's done. That's fantastic. And the monk like sees you holding this thrumming magical great club. And is it his turn? Nah, no, he doesn't get to do anything. Yeah, Uncle Knuckle. Because it's his turn, too. Well-timed, Mike Andrews. Yeah, Uncle Knuckle is lying on the ground. Oh no, Alanir's right behind him, too.
Oh, no.
Ooh, he has this. Great. This is just for you, Mike. Because I love you. Yeah. He managed to lick a little bit, so he's alive. He pulls like a small component pouch out, and it's full of knucklebone dice. He crushes them and throws them in the air on top of him, and he disappears. Yep, dust of disappearance. Yeah, so he turns invisible, right? He's like, and he vanishes. You can see him, Kane. You have true sight.
Only one.
You just turn and look, and all he does is go and throw some dust on himself. And you're like, that was an odd choice. That's weird. I'd have done something different if I were him. It's kind of weird. So, yep. And then it is, that's Nuck's turn. And then it is Severith. Ooh, Severith is surrounded by people. So Severith, he just snaps his fingers, and that other spider that he sent off drops off the ceiling onto his shoulder, and he vanishes, teleports away. Yeah. He looks at all of you first, gives you like a tusky half smile, and then he goes whoosh and disappears. Yep. He's not sticking around and get beaten to death by Kadra with that club. That's for sure. And then, the halfling's like, what? When that happens, the halfling's like, Severith, no! And he fires his crossbow. It's not quite disadvantaged because the monk's not within 5 feet. He's going to fire his crossbow at the monk. He shoots the monk through the base of the skull with his crossbow, slaying him handily. Thank you. Yeah. And that monk had literally just turned towards Killian and Kai, and he thought he was going to make a valiant last stand with your father's art, and then he gets shot in the back of the head with a crossbow and falls over stone dead, it's like a pratfall. Yep, he's gone. There's only one monk left, and it is his turn. He flees. Doesn't that make sense, everyone? Yeah, right? He flees, he disengages and runs out the back door as well. Yep. And then it is just the halfling who's left. After he shoots the monk, by the way, he has the crossbow. I'm going to just rewind a bit. He kind of aims it around at you all, shoots the monk in the back of the head, and then drops the crossbow.
Okay.
Yep. And it's quiet now. It's still loud because there's machines going, but there is no sounds of initiative happening. The din and cacophony of initiative and combat ends, if that makes sense. And you are all standing here. Some of you know each other, and some of you do not. Yeah. So the grandfather Kane is standing here. You see Uncle Knuckles slinking off Kane, but he's really just trying to be left alone. You gonna let him go or no?
No. I'll drag him back.
Nice.
I don't know where I thought of that.
Inspiration.
Yeah.
Just a good thought, if I'm saying it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll. Yeah, give a roll. It's like he's not going to put up a fight, but just to get a hold of him, if that makes sense.
All right,
Yeah.
I will try to attempt my monkey leap and subdue.
Yes.
That's an 18.
Yeah. He's
Plus
kind of
whatever.
way into the 20s. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yep. He's kind of crawling away, and like you leap over, and you literally just kind of grab him by the ankle. He's like, "No, please!" And you just like drag him. He's like, "How do you see me even?" Yeah. He's like, and you just drag him back in. So you've got the halfling. His hands are up. Yeah. Big muscly. He's got giant hands because he's all muscled out for a halfling, right? And he's like, hands are up. And you've got Uncle Knuckle by the ankle. Yeah, you pull him in, right? And it's quiet.
I'm gonna make some thieves' cant towards where it's like, big gold dragon, senile old man. Because I don't see any of that, right? Yeah, he's just threw something we can't see, and now
Senile, right? He's like, what's wrong with that guy? He's like thinks he's doing something in the middle of the room. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Fantastic. Yeah. So you do that to him. Yeah. You're speaking in thieves' cant. You understand thieves' cant because you have the tongue of sun and moon. There's no language or method of communication you don't understand. Yeah. High-level monks literally understand everything. Yeah. So you're like, oh, they speak thieves' cant. How quaint. That makes sense. And you remember communicating with the original Red Raven, who also spoke thieves' cant, if that makes sense. Yeah. So you've used it before even. It's been a long time, but it comes back instantly. So that all happens. It's quiet. Who speaks first? Anyone can go ahead.
Grandpa Kane,
Yes.
are you seeing things again?
No, this guy's covered in powder. Because I successfully have him in a grapple.
Yeah, you have him. He's not going anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like,
I reach into
I'm so
his
sorry, he's
mouth,
lost it.
and I take out some saliva, and I put it on her, and I go, see, there's a guy here. I may not remember my past, but I'm here in the present.
All right, noted.
And I look at them doing their hand talk, and I say, "You're not the only ones who talk with their hands." And I turn to Uncle Knuckle and I go, "What do you know, mister?"
And we still don't see that, right?
What do you know? Are you gonna get a mouthful of not just my hand, but a fist?
he's terrified, but roll intimidate to see how terrified he is, if that makes sense. Yeah, he's definitely going to. Yeah, 20. He's definitely going to spill. Let's see how much he spills.
I hit an 11 plus my 4 intimidation. That's 15.
15 is very good. Yes. Do you have him? He's like, "Oh, I'll tell you anything. What do you want to know? You killed everyone I know."
All right. He's ready to spill. Who's got a question? Because a lot of stuff's happened. What am I asking here?
I'd like to ask him, where is the ring that you guys took?
Where's the ring that you guys took? And I felt like somebody left with some kind of shroud earlier, and what was that all about?
He's like, I'm not sure exactly what those items were. They just look like the coolest thing in the auction house.
Can my gem eye see lies?
No, but he's
Okay.
not lying to you about that. Yeah,
Then
he's
I
like,
believe him.
He's like, I don't know the provenance of all these items. But the ring should still be here because it smashed, it went in the air and everything.
Yeah.
So a lot of things are just on the ground. And actually, you can all look around. Roll perception. Yep. The ring is definitely here still. Not you can't find it.
I can't find it.
Natural one.
Yeah, it's like, I'm still like, there's a freaking dragon right there, man. And that guy's losing it.
What was that?
27.
You see the ring. Yeah.
I hit a 2.
2. You're like, stop lying. Yeah, you're like, where's the ring? Right.
14.
You see it.
Oh, okay.
12. Yeah, anything above 10. It's not like hidden or anything. It's just on the floor. Yeah. So you see your father's ring in there. Yeah. Pick it up. Good. Does anyone do a terribly awful thing and try to pick it up first? Wonderful. I always like to check. Okay. So you move, and as you touch the ring and pick it up, Kadra, you have a flash of real memory from the end days of your people. And what you remember is like when Araxes had her throat torn out and was hurled into her volcanic mountain home by Strith Foldrak, and everything exploded. Strith Foldrak looped back around to unleash its flash-freezing torrent of blizzard breath at your people. And both your mother and father shielded you when he breathed. And your father took off this ring and put it on your finger as he breathed. The ring is a ring of protection that also gives you resistance to cold. So he put it on your finger so that you would survive, but he knew, of course, it would definitely mean his own demise when he did so. And they were frozen into living like frozen statues above you. You remember that much. And then you remember, like a few years later, like maybe just 1 or 2 years later, wandering through the woods, you came across some highwaymen, some brigands, and one of them just turned and like savagely slapped you and took the ring off your finger. That memory was lost to you until now. That highwayman was a half-orc who looked a lot like Severith Bolm.
Noted.
Nobody likes this guy.
Nobody likes this
This guy's made some bad choices and angered some serious people. He's like, I shouldn't have done those things. I regret everything. Yeah. But you now have the ring. You put it on. You can add 1 to your armor class. This magic item is courtesy of. Many of you gave magic items, probably in this room, but if not, we're going to pull up who's here. Who did the magic items? I can't find anything. I don't know why I try. I found it. Magic item. This magic item is going to be courtesy of Tony Pisculi. Is Tony here today? Thank you, Tony. Fantastic. Thank you, our founding donor for the Dr. Dennis Carroll Scholarship. Dungeon Master level $25,000 donation to start this scholarship for ourselves.
Thank you, Tony.
And you saved Kadra's life.
Thank you. Thank you.
Or killed her father, however you Thank you. Fantastic. Yes, you have resistance to cold as well as resistance to fire now, and increase your armor class by 1.
Gorgeous.
Yep. On top of that. Good to go. Fantastic. So you have that. What else do you want to do? No. Many of you don't, have not encountered each other before. Kaisung, give me a perception check again, now that you're in close proximity to these people.
19.
Wow. Okay. 19. So you're looking around at these folks, and like a few things strike you. The way these two fight is exactly like the way the original Red Raven fought. Like that style, almost like, and you understand that because your father's style has come down through the ages, if that makes sense, right? And you see, like, they are trained to fight exactly the way the original Red Raven was trained to fight. You fought alongside him at the Battle of the Broken Cathedral and many other times. So you know clearly that they are obviously sort of that lineage, if that makes sense. Though one is an old man and one is a young boy. They're both fairly talented in this style. The other thing you notice is you've seen Grandfather Kane before. You just can't quite remember where.
Your face is familiar.
Indeed. Yes, of course. And of course, you do now know for sure that's Kadra. Even though she's all grown up. You're like, that's clearly the young dragonborn girl I took care of for several months before she vanished. So that all occurs to you. What would you all like to do?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to quickly run out the back to see if I could see where the other monk, maybe a direction or something they were going in as they ran, because I know exactly what they're holding. And
Great.
I know the worry that it causes everyone.
So you can't, like, give me I guess an investigation check, right? Yeah. You come out. Phew! Dungeon Master. Yeah. You come out, you're like, clearly they were here. Like, you see some roof tiles, like, disarrayed, like a weather vane spinning. They went up. So towards higher districts than Drave and Mordaunt's Maze, if that makes sense. But that's all you know. Okay. Yeah, with a 9. Good question. Yep. Excellent. What about everybody else? What are you up to? Yeah, it's quiet. This halfling's just been standing here. He's sweating bullets with like his hands up. Crossbow bolts. He doesn't have any bullets.
I do recognize him, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I come out of the shadows, draw my hand crossbow, and go, tell us what you know.
I work for Severith. I've worked for him a long time. You recognize him. He was there when Severith hit you and took your ring. He was much younger then. That makes sense. Yeah, he was like he wasn't quite as burly. Yeah, exactly. So he wasn't quite as burly yet. Yeah, he's like, I've worked with Severith a long time. He's a bad and dangerous man who turns allegiances at the drop of a hat. You don't want to cross him. He will kill you.
What is he doing here?
You know, supposedly he's joined the Cabal of the Crimson Flame, but that's a lie. He was just using their connections to get his hands on some interesting objects.
Do you know any more than this?
No? Roll insight, everybody.
Everybody?
Yeah, why not?
I can also use my medallion of thoughts too on this dude.
Yeah.
And that's a nat 20 for me.
Nat 20. And you have a medallion of thoughts.
Medallion of thoughts, yeah.
That medallion of thoughts is brought to you by Casey Collins. Thank you for the kind. Yes, that's for you, Casey. Thank you for the kind donation, Casey Collins. That medallion of thoughts is brought to you all by Casey's donation. Fantastic. So yes, you can read his mind, and like clearly, Severith isn't just collecting items. He's collecting specific items for some incredibly dire purpose, like a purpose that terrifies this guy. Like he's been thinking of leaving his allegiance. Like this wasn't a hard decision to shoot the monk in the head and be like, I'm out. You know what I mean? Like he hasn't wanted to be a part of this for a while. He's just terrified of Severith. Severith is a very lethal and dangerous guy. Collecting certain items, possibly to bring some sort of prophecy about. Can I swipe it now?
Yes, you may.
Maybe he's
I want to get to the litany. The litany. The litany. The litany. You can read in his thoughts that you can actually see a few of his thoughts, let's say, for dramatic effect.
Yeah.
And like you see like late at night, like in that like water wheel house where they were making their camp from earlier in scene 1. You weren't there, but you see it now in the memory, right? They were like keeping watch, doing like thug henchman things. And Severith was like up like in the loft of the thing, just chanting the litany of devil-deemed darkness over and over again. So like wandering around, just being like, Atacon's advent draws nigh. Sacrifice alone shall feed his shroud. Just chanting this over. It's in your programs, ladies and gentlemen.
If you want to chant along.
If you want to chant along.
Everybody sing along.
It's in your programs. And it's reappeared in a strange way. Kai Song remembers that in the time of the devils, when they ruled and they were attempting to bring about the advent of something called the Ebon Shroud, they spread this chant, this prophecy through the streets. Like raving madmen and women were chanting it. Bards were singing it in every tavern, in every like great hall, if that makes sense. It was carefully spread through the land. And it has done again. At the start of Act 1, they all noted that like people were like speaking this like randomly, like quoting it like a poem. Mad people were chanting it in the streets, bards singing it in taverns. That the last time that was around, the only one who remembers is Kai Song. It was bad news. Yeah, it was the advent of the Compact of the Ebon Shroud, an attempt of the Fiends to join forces with a Lich King named Ilthrakon Loom. And they were going to try to cast the world in total darkness for all time. Permanent eclipse to cast the world in total darkness for all time. That was their plan. Yeah. So you see that thought, like, and he's terrified. Like you can see him in it. He's downstairs, like tweaking his heavy crossbow. His hands are shaking and stuff. He's like, why, what's happened to Severith? This is terrifying and terrible, if that makes sense. Yeah.
And I'd like to, what does any of this have to do with the disappearance of the Red Raven?
Sacrifice. There will be sacrifices. And he like pulls out a copy of this. You know what I mean? Like it's posted on like doors, churches, everywhere. Like who knows who's even scribing them, right? It's all over the city. And he's like, read it. It speaks of sacrifice. Perhaps the Red Raven is one who is meant to be culled.
Where would this take place?
That I don't know, but you may have clues in your possession that will help you. You have those clues as well.
The Devil's Door.
No, guys don't pay attention.
I know where that is.
Yeah.
In fact, the last time I was in this stupid town, we fought it so we could close it.
Yes. So back when the Fiends had control of the city, what's now called the Devil's Gate, like historically almost now, oh, that's the Devil's Gate, because it was like 150 years ago and most people were human or halfling and don't remember, if that makes sense, right? Was actually a gate to the fourth circle of hell when the fiends controlled the city, a permanent italicized gate spell that greater fiends could just waltz through and like seize power, be in control of the city. Pit fiends and Aries and however you pronounce Aries, the super hot, terrifying devils, if that makes sense, yeah? Gelligans, ice devils, would just come through and do terrifying things. Horned devils and winged, devils and barbed devils. Yeah, that was a gate back in your day, and you helped close it, as you remember, right? You, the original Red Raven, and you now have seen him, and he looks a lot like Taven Nulvis, who you're starting to guess may be his ancestor, yeah, which was like one of the great noble lords back in the day, who was the only noble lord who didn't bow to the devils. He refused to bow to them. It cost him family. It cost him almost everything. But he fought against them to the last. And as the story goes, when House Moignac took control of the city, they had him executed first. They turned the narrative into saying that actually he had been with the devils the whole time, even though House Moignac was their greatest ally until they switched sides at the just right moment, as you remember, Kaisong. Yeah, to basically join the rebellion when it was convenient and make sure their own necks wouldn't be outstretched for the executioner's axe. Yeah, the Devil's Door, also known as the Devil's Gate. Take a look at your clues too. You get to follow along, ladies and gentlemen. I think some people handed you some fun things, right? With some stolen items and some things and such, yeah? Some of them might be misdirection, and others might be important to the story that we're telling. Take a look, everyone, yeah? You can look as well, and you can discuss freely. Role play, I get a break now. Role play, ask me questions if you need while I drink my water over here. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. Sorry, go ahead.
The last time this litany spread throughout this city was the last time the Lich King walked through. There is more than meets the eye to this entire debacle. The Red Raven may be one who will be sacrificed. Devil's Door is not too far from here. I believe that those others who grabbed what I believe to be the Ebon Shroud will be integral in trying to bring it back. You, boy. What's your name?
Alvinard Nelvis.
Nulvis.
Nulvis.
Yeah.
Nulvis.
You hear him say Alanir Nulvis.
Yeah, Nulvis.
Nulvis, yep. And you remember the name of Taven Nulvis, yeah.
How old are you now?
16.
Can you all hear them?
I think I remember your
Okay. Sorry.
great grandfather? Do you know where you come from, boy?
No. I'm just a street kid.
You are far greater than just some street kid. Your great-great-great-great-grandfather was one of the finest warriors I had the honor to fight alongside. He once came from one of the greatest houses in this entire godforsaken city. And he was betrayed by the Moignacs. You have the blood of this city in you, and I see it.
How do we know this is all true? We don't even know who you are.
True. I'm just an old man.
Yeah,
I could just be making all of this up. But why would I be here telling you these things?
I don't know what to make of any of this. I just... Jim found me when I was really young. I don't remember any of this. It's just, this is all I know.
I expect many of you don't remember anything about your pasts.
Well, that's triggering for me because I literally don't remember my past.
It's okay, Grandpa.
But I have something I'd like to say. Why should I care? I'm just a big old grandfather. And I just flex and I like put out my pecs and I'm like, yeah, oh, look good for my age, right?
Gonna sign back over in Thieves' Camp. This guy is just. He needs help.
Kadra and I only came for the dragon, the staff, and the ring. You're wearing the ring. You got the staff in your hand.
Got the club.
Why do we need to care about any of this? What are the stakes?
Because all of this ties back to the return of the Lich King.
That means nothing to me. And if you want us to join the fray, well, I might need some better convincing. Maybe if Kadra were to somehow convince me. If she felt some personal stake in this, but I don't see how that's possible, because I don't know any of you. I might have, but if I don't remember you, don't take it personal. I don't remember anything, mostly. You see my cool gem eye, though? That's pretty dope.
I mean, you can use the gem eye to see. I'm not lying, right?
I can't.
Unfortunately, no. Yeah.
We've been over. I tried earlier, but I can't.
I do have my medallion of thoughts.
Other Red Raven.
I just.
You don't know that.
I knew you're. Don't even. I know you're a Red Raven. Don't play that game with me, young one.
Oh yeah, you're like
here.
less than half his age. It's true. Even though you're an old man.
What are you calling
That is a
young?
good point.
Child, don't play this. Use your little amulet if you need to, but
I
do
don't
not
need to.
lie.
I can hear it in your voice. You are sincere, and yes, Raven.
Do you like pull back the cowl? You're wearing the mask. Yeah, he pulls back the cowl, and it's a mask of disguise. So like suddenly from the mask, like the traditional armor and everything, like you now like the look of the Red Raven appears on you, if that makes sense, Jose.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just like the red cloak, like the red leather and black armor and things. The gauntlet. Yeah, you now have the gauntlet, which basically like allows you to like swing about the city on a chain and stuff.
And Batman around the city.
Batman around the city.
Got it.
Why not? Or Spider-Man, if that's what you prefer.
He's a Spider-Man.
speaking my language.
I want to keep you involved here.
Yeah.
It's good.
You catching these references, Mom?
I understood that.
All right.
So let's do this. That's excellent. Well, as that happens, Brent, I want you to roll an intelligence check. And Kai-Sung, roll me another perception.
All right. Let's see how intelligent I am, everyone. That's a 4.
Plus 0, so it's a 4.
That's a hard 4.
What's that?
25.
So hard 4. Oh, so you don't clock this, Brent, which is interesting because you're triggered and your trauma erases your memory, if that makes sense. But when you mention Ilthrakon Loom, he winces for a second. And when he winces, he looks even more familiar to you. You know you've seen him before. But you realize he was a very young man when you knew him. Like barely a full man grown, maybe 16, 17 years old. He looks a great deal like a weathered, aged, and tormented Archimaeus Mazer, the paladin who died against the Lich King, Ilthrakon Loom.
I'm too
That happened in our
stupid to
prequel
realize
adventure on Friday. Yeah, like it looks like Archimaeus Mazer as a terribly broken old man, if that makes sense. We ran a prequel adventure on Friday night, everybody, that took place 140 years before today's events. And Archimaeus Mazer, Brent played Archimaeus Mazer in that prequel adventure. I did not tell him he was playing potentially Archimaeus Mazer again now.
140 years later.
And you're a human, so that shouldn't be possible. Yeah.
It shouldn't be possible.
It shouldn't be possible,
I'm
right?
just impressive.
Oh, you don't know that.
You disappeared after that night. There was a battle 140 years ago where we...
What? I'm like 60.
Exactly, which is why I cannot be sure of why this is, but you look almost exactly like Archimedes Mazer.
I do get that a lot. But what you say, it rings, perhaps not in my mind, but in my spirit.
Then you know that Archimedes Mazer was the last great servant of Mastakal, the god of light in this world.
You're losing me again, but your words ring true in my soul. Kedra, what say you in all this? What do you what's your hot take? Because I will follow you, my Hanai granddaughter. You helps me, change the contacts in my phone book, or in my contact list.
You helped me
It's okay.
use Zoom for those meetings.
Yes. You helped me really zoom in for those meetings I had.
Yes.
I was unfocused.
Those were hard times.
I trust you.
Yes.
I lay my trust in you. What say you?
Well, I agree with everybody else. Who exactly are you? Because I'm not quite sure who you are. How do we know we can remember?
Kedra.
Why do you know my name?
Yeah, that's a little creepy. I got you. That is, I'm being the voice of reason. That is a little creepy, but please.
You stumbled into my hermitage when you were but a child. You do not remember anything, I believe, but I hoped you would. But alas, my name is Kaisong.
When he says that, Kedra, memories flush back in. Yeah, you remember him saying, "My name is Kaisong, child," like 15 years ago when you were like attacking him for food outside of his hermitage. If that makes sense. And he was like just gently pushing you aside with his mastery of martial arts. He didn't harm you at all. He was like, "My name is Kaisong, child." That memory flashes for you, and you suddenly know him. You remember the time you spent in his presence.
You're grown.
Yes.
You're grown.
6'8" tall.
Yes. Okay.
I'm glad to see that you've made it. I was worried. You disappeared from the hermitage. I thought the worst. But my heart is strengthened at seeing that you are safe.
Thank you. I apologize for leaving so soon, but I only had to do what my dragon godmother was telling me. I just had her voice and I just
you
had
know
to
how
follow
it is.
Once you hear the call, you must respond.
Exactly.
I understand.
Yes, nature's calling.
You've grown into a fine warrior.
Thank you. I mean, it's all thanks to you, of course.
I maybe set some foundation stones, but the rest of it was all you.
No, don't be shy. You apparently did a lot, and you deserve some credit.
So while they've been doing that, so he just said he's the Red Raven. So can I make a perception?
Yeah. Roll perception.
11.
Yeah. What are you trying to figure out? It's a 10.
Yeah. Is that my master?
No. Yeah, that's clearly not the Red
So
Raven
I
who trained
know
you.
this, okay.
Yeah, I think you probably piece it together.
Yeah.
That must be the man who trained your master, the Red Raven who's missing right now. That's Granddaddy Red Raven, if that makes sense. Red Raven Classic, ladies and gentlemen. Right?
Not the bold
That's
new
clearly
flavor.
who that is, if that makes sense. Yeah. And so as this is all going on, the halfling is like, "Can I go?" Or
Oh, forgot you were there.
Master Halfling, what is your name?
my name? Caven.
Caven. Do you know where your master may have headed?
He told me that he would see this through, the litany. He said he would make sure it occurred.
Well, it appears that we'll all have to take a trip to the Devil's Door. You have a choice, Master Halfling. You can either choose to join us as we attempt to stop your friend from enacting some of the greatest deep, dark magic that this city has ever seen.
Come on, man.
Or you can go back, serve him again, help
Or,
bring about
actually-
the resurrection of the Lich King, if that's something that you believe in.
Or third choice. See your other friend here with the bashed in skull? That's, you know where I'm going with this.
I slowly smile.
I swing my club.
Roll intimidate, roll persuasion.
Oh, try
This
it.
is, I said it super not scarily.
12.
It's a 6 for me.
12,
It's like,
6.
or just gonna bash your head. It's like, you know.
He turns and he says, I just want to leave this place and never come back. That is all.
Now I will threaten you. And I will roll for intimidation.
That's a natural 20.
Get him, Grandpa.
Grandfather Kane, you turn to threaten him, and something strange happens. Instead, you move towards him, and you just reach out your hand. His hands are up, and you touch his hand the same way you touched your father's hand when he was about to beat you and your mother to death all those years ago, Archimedes Mazer.
Oh, so I am for sure Archimedes Mazer.
Yeah.
That's lower.
And like he's afraid and angry. You just like your father was when he came home drunk and was going to destroy you. And you first heard Mastakal, the goddess, speak through you and be able to literally inflict religious revelation upon people with a touch. You touch him and he breaks down crying for a moment and like collapses on the table. And then he kicks his crossbow up into his hand and like sheaths it over his back. And he turns to you and says, we must stop this. I am with you. And we'll take a break here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take 5 minutes. Use the bathroom if you like. Let's give these handsome warriors and lovely warriors a break as well. We'll be back in 5 to continue the adventure. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Fantastic. All right.
The buff halfling.
All right. not only of our program, which she supports tremendously, but this entire campus. She is literally the angel of Windward Community College, and one of the first ever faculty, like, you founded this school with a handful of other people, and you have given so much of yourself to it, and we're grateful for you. Thank you very much, Steffi. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fantastic. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, donation.
Without further ado, donation. Hey. Hey.
Oh, Cerulean, thank you, Dustin. Thank you, Giada, for being here. Fantastic, outstanding. Do you want to give a token to someone? Oh, fantastic. You gave a potion to someone already? You've got it. You've got your potion.
You.
Great, wonderful, thank you. And then, who's ahead, the Cerulean Circle or the Cabal of the Crimson Flame? Oh, the okay. The city might get burned down at the end of this, in a good way, in a renewal, urban renewal sort of way, burning things down for good. All right, fantastic, excellent. The halfling straps on this, and we're gonna quickly sort of like fast forward through a couple of like getting to know you. You've all sort of become acquainted with each other
on
enough.
the walk to the Devil's Gate thing.
You're heading towards the Devil's Gate. So fantastic. You're going to want to note one thing that's important, right? So there are 3 people who are meant to be executed at the Devil's Gate at noon tomorrow, right? So it's still the middle of the night right now, the day before that. One of them, you two met early on, and you overheard that conversation. An old 450-year-old gnome, yeah? Mm-hmm. That was in Act 1, ladies and gentlemen, like a tiny gnome lamplighter, reaching the end of his life, still trying to do his job lighting lamps. And he literally lighting the beacon to like the way for people, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And he had spent time amongst the Dragonborn when he was a much younger gnome before they were wiped out. And so he knew the proper greeting for Kadra. And they had a conversation. Kadra helped him light all his lamps, if that makes sense, before they went on with their journey. And of course, Curdle, yeah, the healer who, when Severith Voln nearly beat you to death, smashed in your face to the point where you almost died. This healer healed you, and then somehow contracted leprosy years later and was unable to cure it, yeah? And that is Curdle, who's mentioned in here as well. And the last person they mean to execute is you, Jinsha Fewfingers. So the rooks are searching for you right now. Okay? So you know this is meant to happen at noon tomorrow. You now get to prepare in any way that you want. Does that make sense? For that encounter. And I shall show you. Maybe. The technology and I. Oh. This is the devil. Can you also? This is the Devil's Gate, right? This is the Devil's Gate. Yeah, now it's just a gate. Yeah, but you remember when it was literally an italicized gate, a gaping portal to the 4th level of hell. Before that has been erected, a dais, an executioner's dais with 3 stocks, right? One for each of the prisoners that's mentioned. Executioner's axe and torturer's tools, if that makes sense. Preparations are underway. We'll say that you've learned, for time's sake, because we're nearing the end of our time together, ladies and gentlemen, yeah? You've learned that Dimdarin, the gnome, has already been captured. It wasn't hard, the poor old gnome. And Curdle as well. They've been captured, and they're being held under heavy guard to be transported here at noon tomorrow to be tortured to death and executed, if that makes sense. How would you like to prepare for this? Are you going to do anything? Do you want to set up an ambush? This is your chance now as a party to have the drop on your foes for the first time, if that makes sense. What would you like to do? You've got a carnival. It's terrible. These are the halls of justice on one side of the execution ground. Solemn, stone, built, meant to be about justice and not vengeance, and no joy in doling out death. Across, a carnival they put up every time they execute people.
Oh my God.
Right? A sort of the mockery and cruelty as they watch people dismembered and cut to limb from limb as that goes on, right? Huge crowds gather to be entertained, to witness a ritual of justice in the city.
Donation.
From who?
From Julian Garcia, $100 to the
The Cerulean Circle! Coming back! Thank you, Julian Garcia. Garcia, $100 buys you like, you want to give him a magic item?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Who does? Oh, Grandfather Kane. Yeah, he needs a magic item, all right.
Another
He needs a right eye.
Right?
Switch him out. Gem of smelling.
Phoenix, Dalen Gilroy, are you around? Dalen. Oh! We're going to give him an Ion Stone. How's that sound? As soon as Dalen gets back. All right. Bella, track him down when he gets here and tell him to hand all the Ion Stone cards that he has to Julian to choose one for our mighty Archimeus Mazer / Grandfather Kane, as he is in his current manifestation. And fantastic. Thank you, Julian. Great. Yes, Kaisong.
Can Kaisung parse out that the blood of the fiend is the blood of that fiend?
Potentially. Yeah. Jinsha Few Fingers is potentially the blood of the fiend they're talking
Also,
about.
because I'm assuming that he's the only tiefling fiend born in our party.
Correct.
Okay.
What are manacles?
Chains for your wrists.
Manacles are shackles, yeah, that you put on someone like handcuffs, but they're a little bit longer chain.
Oh, I will put those away. And say, oops, didn't mean to show you guys that.
I
did not consent to be a part of this.
This guy's gonna get us killed. Fantastic. All right. Fantastic. Yeah. In fact, you know what, Julian? Can we do a fun thing together? Instead of an Ion Stone, he has manacles. How about we make those dimensional shackles? He didn't remember that that's what they were. He's had them since like Kadra found him. Yeah. But now you remember these have the ability to stop someone or something from teleporting away if you manage to put them on them.
Oh.
Including like fiends and or Severith, who seems to like to teleport out of your grasp sometimes.
Well, then I wrap it around my body.
How's that? Is that all right, Julian? That's a good choice.
Saving it for later.
You have dimensional shackles now. You didn't realize you had, if that makes sense. So you're okay now, Dalen. We found a fun way to take care of it. So thank you. Great. So what would you like to do? He's meant to be captured and sent to the block.
Young tiefling,
Well,
I believe, according to this litany, that you may be in grave danger.
so I think you should be put far away from.
I was actually thinking quite the opposite of maybe we incorporate him as bait.
That was second thought. First thought, if we are going to do an all-out assault on this, I would like to probably put you up on that Ferris wheel as a spotter, since you have adept ability with your crossbows.
I would believe the choice would be up to you, young tiefling, as to whether or not you'd like to be a part of the ruse, or if you prefer us to attack head on, we can also do that. But we are only 6, and there are
7, says the half.
He's so smart, we forgot.
6.5.
Stands back to back. Stands back to back with you. Yep. Yeah.
But I believe that you get to choose because you would be the one in most danger.
Actually, third thought, because my ideas come in threes.
Your signature thought pattern.
Rule of 3.
My signature
Just like
thought
the
pattern.
other old red ravens.
Yeah. The thinking training is also passed down from raven to raven. If we are to go through with the deceitful bait method, maybe using my ability to disguise myself, I could replace the actual executioner. Therefore, no one would actually die, therefore the sacrifice won't happen.
Nikki likes that idea.
And then, since I'll be in it, I can wreak havoc from inside as well.
That sounds excellent.
Are you considering, in other words, having him caught on purpose, but
Yes.
you're the executioner, so the two of you are in the thick of it?
Yes.
That's great, because if they're going to kill any of these people, you need to be close to stop it. that would put 2 of you right in the thick of it with them. And as you said, if you're the executioner, then he won't be killed, hopefully.
And also, Caven, you can say you're still working for them as well, so there will be 3 of us in the middle of it. And like I said, things come in 3s.
Fantastic.
Good callback.
I love it. Very good callback. I love it. This is excellent. Okay. So, shall we montage you like purposely getting caught, if that makes sense? Great. So yeah, we don't need to go through all of the rigor. We want to get to this fun encounter, right, ladies and gentlemen? So you sort of like accidentally walk by some rooks with your cowl not up quite enough, right? And they're like, "That's him!" And you're like, "Oh no!" And they tackle you and like truss you up. And they're like, "Let's beat him to death." And one of them's like, "No, it clearly says he must be taken alive," right? And so they just beat you up a little bit. Just for flavor, no hit point damage. And then they throw you like in a cell with the gnome and with Curdle, with the leprous former healer, now beggar, right? They throw you in a cell with them. And you're awaiting the noon to come where you're going to be transported. The cell is even underneath this. It's like there's a dungeon right below the Devil's Gate, if that makes sense, that the Devil's used for tremendously unsavory purposes, if that makes sense. And now it's used for almost as unsavory purposes by House Moignac and all of their fellow sort of twisted nobles. So you're now being held beneath the dais in like a dungeon cell. Okay? Meanwhile, the executioners in this time actually wear masks of devils, like bearded devil masks and horned devil masks and things, like as in literally we're claiming sinful souls and taking them to the hell the whole city used to be pulled into and wrapped into. So we fast forward to one of these executioners leaving the tavern around 8 a.m. And he's like fiddling with his devil's mask.
I had a fun thing for this.
Yeah, go. This is what I think you smell what I'm putting down.
So
what happened?
he's leaving wherever, and then all of a sudden, he sees himself somewhere. Right in front of him. And then as he moves, I will also match his movement to further confuse
Never
him.
game.
And then I just kill him.
Tuck his body in an
Then
alleyway.
I take his place.
Take his place.
And I fiddle with whatever he was coming out of. That's the grocery store. His bag of groceries.
Yes, he's got his butcher's baker's goods.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we see you now like putting the mask on in his place instead of getting ready for the execution. That's fantastic. So we've got Jin Shah is going to be up. Ooh, how do I? Yeah!
He's done it. Yay! Gotta clear the.
All right. So, ooh.
You gotta clear.
Oh, wait, I gotta clear
The
that.
plan is already in place.
Let's go.
Let's see. You don't get to choose which stock, Jen. So I'm going to put you in this one upstage right, if that makes sense. So you're in that stock. I'm going to put the poor gnome lamplighter here. And I'm going to put poor Curdle here, if that makes sense. Okay. You can, if you want to role play quickly with any of them, that's fine. I'm just letting you know where you're going to be when we start this encounter, if that makes sense. You're in the cell with them. Have a think if there's anything you want to say to them or try to learn from them. Where's everybody else going to be? You have many options. Plentiful options. Ooh.
I would be
Stealthy.
a spectacle.
Suggestion.
Because not only
They would
am I
definitely
the
stand out a little bit,
I would.
unfortunately. It might ruin their plan.
I would probably prefer staying back somewhere hidden.
Yeah, where they
I do
can't
not
see you
want to
coming.
draw attention
Yeah.
unless needed.
Do this. Everyone roll investigation. See what kind of height we can get.
Oh.
I got a 3.
Oh,
Yep, good job.
27.
27.
20.
Killian,
Dirty
you
20.
was that?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. With a 27, Killian, you've unfortunately been to many an execution in your time here. So you know that they bring like a big wagon up to throw the dismembered body parts in at the end. And it's quite large and garishly painted horribly. You know what I mean? It's like the charnel house of the sinful dead, they call it, or something. And if you could, there's no one in the back of it, of course not, right? Because they're going to throw all the body parts in there, but it's quite a big wagon. You might be able to get her close to the stage without standing out as a giant golden dragonborn if you're able to secret her into the back of the wagon when it's unmanned.
Yeah.
Would you like to go through with that or find a different plan for you?
You just
No.
gotta be amongst the stinky dead bodies.
Well, they're not in there
Oh, they're
yet,
not there- oh.
thankfully. So,
oh,
yeah.
oh, okay.
Please
Then
set yourself.
that's fine. That's
Throw the
all
dragon
right
in the
with me.
cart.
Throw the dragon in the cart.
Throw the dragon
So we're
in
going to
the
put that cart, it would probably go off this way, right? So we'll put the cart here. And we're going to put Kadra inside it
Woohoo.
at the start of this encounter. Fast.
Quick question.
Indeed, Kaisong.
Is in how the Devil's Door becomes powered by the spilt blood, is there either a, like, are there channels under, is there a way that the
blood
blood
chute,
gets
if you
to the
will.
gates? That there's there's a thing, or is it just sort of get the heads off and then it opens?
Right beneath the dais, right? So there is a cobblestone floor before those dungeons I described that Jinsha's being held in right now. That cobblestone floor has all these grooves in it that are blood drains that seem random, but you know from your time before that they are in an ancient version of Infernal that most people cannot read, and they literally read like the blood will open, if that makes sense.
Yep.
It's like the thing from Blade when he drains Blade's blood and it goes through all the stuff.
Oh
I love those movies.
Yeah.
Clearly, yes. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. Like in Spider-Man when they drain the blood from them.
And then it's just pizza time.
Yes, so that's that.
Right.
Nice. So where would you all like to be? We've got Kadra. I'll give you a KAE since many of you have K. Don't name all your characters starting with the same letter. Dungeon Masters at home. It makes the map drawing difficult for you. Yep. Good.
I would assume I'm on the stage, right, with the.
Yeah, you're the executioner. So I'm going to put you up here. Yep, put you here, Kill. Great.
And quick question, what's the length, I guess, distance from like the rooftop, that opposite rooftop?
This one here?
No, the one that's farthest right on the map.
All the way that far.
That
right.
one.
Oh, this one.
To the execution.
Oh, probably
block.
like 200 feet.
Oh,
yeah, maybe
okay.
300 feet. Because there's room for a whole crowd. There'll be a milling crowd to see
Maybe
the
you go on the
execution.
Ferris wheel.
How about I go on the Ferris?
Yay!
Kaisong's had a long, hard life. He's been in his hermitage. A little bit of centrifugal force, I think it would do him some good.
I like it.
I
like it.
Can I also be? I'll be like kind of on the bottom. But as he goes up there, can I get a quick word with Kaisong?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is what's going to start. You can talk to each other as much as you want before this happens. And we're just getting the sense of how this is going to go down. Yep. You're planning.
Listen, I don't know who you are and what you know about me or whatever happened some aeon ago, but Jinsaw's my brother. He's the only family I ever had and the only family I'll ever know. And I don't want him to die. I don't know how I plan all of this, but just whatever I can do to help, just please tell me.
Do you have something?
I know that you care greatly for the tiefling. All you need to do is make sure they stay protected.
They have that conversation, Killian, and you remember now 30 years ago when you chose the new Red Raven. And what happened was when you chose, the Red Raven mask you were wearing began to burn uncomfortably on your face. And when you removed it, it stayed, but you pulled another one out of it, if that makes sense. And when he says, I must protect my friend and all these things, you feel that burning sensation again. Do you reach up to remove the mask?
I know what this means.
Yes! He pulls the exact same mask that your master, who trained you, was wearing, like off of his own. It like generates out of it magically.
I think this might belong to you.
Done.
Because I can't say anything about it, right? But I can.
No, the geese is broken the moment he hands. Good question.
Yeah.
He hands you the mask, and the geese is shattered as soon as he hands it to you.
We all know, boy.
He was under the effect of a geese spell to never speak of being trained by the Red Raven. Does that make sense? When the Red Raven took him under his wing, he cast a high-level spell on him to make sure he couldn't tell anyone that that was happening. It's shattered the moment the mask touches your hand. You feel it, this great burden you've been carrying, lifted off you.
Now you are the Red Raven.
You put it on.
I don the mask. And so now please cue up the very extensive, very high production, like Sailor Moon transformation that I
Guys, we have that, right, Jeff? Come on! Just keep good. Yep. And like as you don it, two things happen. As you don it,
known as the Red Raven.
as you don it, you like everything transforms. Like your hair goes into this top knot under a cowl, and you get this red leather armor. You have the same gauntlet now as him that like you can rappel around the city with, if that makes sense. And then on top of that, you feel the ability to transform yourself to look like anyone. So the same disguise ability that he has now, you can at a moment's notice change your appearance to look like anyone you want.
Pretty cool, right?
think I'll get some use out of it.
Nice.
I have.
So now that you have that ability and you want to protect him, where do you want to be?
I'm gonna be. What can I see here?
Front row.
Yeah. I'm gonna like just try to blend into the crowd.
Okay. In the front.
Yeah.
Nice. Now there are, so you know, and Killian, you would know enough about how these executions usually go down that you could prepare them for this. So there are. We'll put you here. Alan. Alanir. I'm put the Red Raven.
Yeah. Give me the double R.
The Red Raven, the double R. In fact, I'm going to erase Alanir because he's just the Red Raven now. No. How dare you? The Red Raven. There you are. Yep, in the front row. You know enough about how these go down that there are going to be rooks. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be the rooks when they're fake Raven masks. Yeah, I mean, like who are like pretending to keep law and order, but they're bought and paid for by Moignac. Yeah, all around the stage. You also know that like the rich and powerful definitely take seats in these bleachers here, right, to sort of overlook the chaos, like as they are served cooled wines and fun hors d'oeuvres and things. And so the Baron Volcanus de Moignac is present. Yeah, so Volcanus de Moignac is here, and he's accompanied by his younger son, whose simulacrum you faced, who is Sebastian is his name, Sebastian de Moignac. Yeah, so Sebastian de Moignac is here as well, and they have with them, they have two, like they look like house guards, if that makes sense. They look like house guards, but roll perception.
Olive?
Yeah.
19.
Oh, nat 20.
Wonderful.
16.
14.
19.
19. 22. Fantastic. Something is definitely wrong about these house guards, right? Like clearly, like as they move, there's magic at play that's doing a great job of keeping them looking like they are just house guards, but they are other creatures that are being glamored in some way. And like with a natural 20, you can actually see like as one of them turns, like it's a female guard, this one, as it turns, like the illusion scatters for a bit. You almost hear your dragon godmother say, see the truth. And you see an Aerins, like a greater devil, a beautiful woman, yeah, who is a devil, if that makes sense, with like devil tail and horns. Like it turns, her eyes smolder with terrifying infernal power.
A daughter of Belial.
Yes, and she turns, as she turns, you notice that the Baron de Moignac is fingering an amulet, an amulet that he's wearing. Yeah, that clearly must be a devil amulet that controls her, has her true name inscribed upon it, if that makes sense. Yeah. You notice that as well with the 22, and you rolled a 19. You accidentally activate your Gem of Seeing. And you can see that is clearly an Aryans, like a devil woman, and not actually a house guard, if that makes sense. And that ain't all.
Is the Sebastian real? Or is he also a simulacrum?
No, Sebastian is real. Yeah, Sebastian is real. But what you notice is Sebastian is the one wearing the devil amulet, not Volcanus, not the elder. That's one thing you notice that's a bit odd right away. And then the next thing that you notice is with the Gem of Seeing and your natural 20, you look, and the elder Volcanus is like, you remember, like Killian, for instance, you remember him being this terrifying, imposing, like evil figure? He looks like sapped of strength and tired and exhausted and like older than you even now, like kind of sort of dotty and things. And with your amazing abilities and your gem of true seeing, you see that that's actually the sun. And the young, handsome Sebastian is actually the Baron. It looks like he has engaged in some terrifying devilish compact to like drain his son's life force and take his place. And you instantly kind of put together that he's been doing that over and over again for 140 years. In fact, the amulet he's fingering, as you're looped in on this,
is the same.
That's Bezetta's amulet. Yeah, you remember he took control of that Aryans. In the prequel adventure we played on Friday, everyone. It was really fun. It's all for them. They're like, what? This is amazing, isn't it? Yeah, so he has Bezetta's amulet still. But he's just been pretending to be his own son over and over again and like draining the life force from his own child. He sacrificed his family back then anyways to take control of Bezetta. So he just uses his family as just fuel to stay young and powerful.
So he's the same Moignac.
He is the same Baron de Moignac who betrayed everyone hundreds of years ago and let the fiends in. And he's been playing the long game the entire time.
Long game.
Yep. There is also a complete, just a terrible scumbag of a human being who is the master of ceremonies for the execution. And he is like a robed sort of like, he's a bard, not even a very high level one. And he's like, his job is to like entertain people with murder. Yeah. And bad guy. And so I'm going to just put MC for him. So he's here. But the MC, so you're aware, has a amulet as well. And it controls a shield guardian, a giant golem that protects him at all costs and follows his commands at thought, if that makes sense. So that's kind of the array of baddies you have to worry about, if that makes sense. You've got this MC, and never too far from him, this large shield guardian. It's literally like a steampunk mech that he controls and that defends him at all costs and will follow his orders. It'll follow the orders of anyone who wears that amulet, many of you would be aware of with your history and skills. All right. What do we do now, ladies and gentlemen? We wait. We wait. Okay. Do we have everybody on the map?
I'm not on there.
Yes, where are you, Grandfather Kane?
What's that little house?
This one?
Yeah.
Great. This little house is it's like an old barracks that they're decommissioning. But before that, it was clearly a chapel to Mastakal, goddess of the sun. And some of the motifs of Mastakal are still like the frescoes and like the stone carvings are still like on the walls and even on some of the decorations on the outside. You feel drawn to it as you approach. Am I awesome or what, ladies and gentlemen? I just made it. Thank you for drawing a little house, Kincaid. I was like, a little house, let's make it a chapel, yeah? So you almost feel drawn to it anyway.
I'm in the little house.
Love it. Fantastic. Man, Grandfather Kane. I'll make you gold like your friend, Kadra, over there. Kane. Everyone's a K. I just realized I named every character a K name. Terrible. It's an amateur mistake. Don't do that, everybody. Don't do it. Fantastic. So there you all are. Okay? And now, like, the crowd is gathered. The Baron de Moignac, the real one, the younger, who is still the ancient one, is there. He has his Aryans guard. The other one is clearly some other being as well, if that makes sense. It's clearly not a human guard. And his father is actually like his drained husk of a son. It's barely a problem for you. The carnival is playing music. They're like, see the sinners die and win a cutie pie. You know, they're like playing games like throw the dart in the pixie's head. You know what I mean? They're like have all these games going at the carnival and like. So some people think it's awful. Like some people are on the other side. Like I'm here to watch this because these sinners deserve to die, pay the price for whatever they did. And others are like, woohoo, candy floss. Yeah, they're like enjoying this murder show that they're about to see. And all of you are where you are. And the first thing that happens is Curdle is there and the gnome. Yeah. And so they take, what does the Devil's Litany actually say? I got to remember now what happens. The first to be called is dead already. He's in advanced stages of leprosy, this poor Curdle. They take him from the stocks, right? He's basically a dead man walking anyways. The leprosy will kill him. And they're pulling him towards the block first, if that makes sense. And you Killian, like have the executioner's axe in hand, right there. Yeah, you've got it. There's 2 other devil masked executioners on stage with you. One of them is heating up a poker, because the second thing is, then he who lights the night with fiery beacon sees no more. It's been determined that the gnome will have his eyes put out before he's killed with this poker. Yeah, I know, terrible people. They're evil though. Don't worry, they're gonna pay for these crimes, hopefully, right? Yeah. And so he's like preparing a hot poker. Do you want to be the hot poker guy or the axe guy?
I'll be the axe guy.
Yeah, all right, let's do that, because you're the axe guy. Another one preparing a hot poker. And the last one is like, he's actually like, we'll say he's like warming up a saw, you know what I mean, to like go through some bone for dismemberment on probably Jinsha, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's all being prepared. And you're all in position and ready for action. And so I am going to give you surprise for this encounter, because they do not know that this is going to go down. I will roll for Baron de Moignac, because he is insidiously evil and brilliant. But he rolled a 2. So he is not as insidiously brilliant as he is most days.
He's
He's had
so
a rough
preoccupied
morning.
that this is gonna work.
Yeah, it's hubris.
Yeah.
He's like, I have planned this meticulously. Like, the heroes who stopped me all those years ago are long dead or gone into hermitage. He doesn't know Kai Song is back in the city. Archimaeus Mazer is dead and defeated by Ilfracon Loom, right? Nobody can stop him. Certainly not these young, upstart, pathetic heroes like Kadra and Jinsha that he's heard a little bit about. He thinks he's 100%. The Red Raven is gone. Yeah, in fact, you got the kind of sense he's already killed the Red Raven. Does that make sense? Like, the Red Raven may already have been removed from the equation before this even began. And so all of you are in position. You can either roll initiative or just decide what order you want to go in. You have 30 seconds to figure that out. He's rolling initiative. Let's roll initiative.
Roll initiative.
Let's do it.
Ugh. I'm burning a token for this.
Yeah, I'm
Burn
gonna
that
have to burn a
token.
token as well.
Burn the tokens.
All right, that's better. Yeah.
I got an 11.
Who else?
21.
Did you add your
21?
I did not.
Any higher than 21? All right.
24, sorry. I had to do math in my brain, and
I'll just write them all in gold since I started. 24 for Killian. 21 for Kai Song. I like that the old experienced heroes are like ready for action, if that makes sense.
I got 20.
20 for
Kadra.
Kadra. Kadra's ready to lay a stomping on some people.
And then 20 for me.
20 is, so I guess you have a higher dexterity, so you're going to go first, Jin.
Oh,
so
darn
Jin
it.
goes first with a 20 dexterity, because 20 initiative, because his dex is higher than yours,
Oh,
Kadra, if that
yes.
makes
Okay,
sense.
got it. Makes sense.
And then who else?
16.
16 for Alanir. And Grandfather Kane?
I have a 12.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, 16.
Distracted.
I'm just going to put
Best
them
for
below
last.
you, if that makes sense, because you have surprise. So they're going to act after you, if that makes sense. And then so you just get to go first, and you can take your actions. Killian, yeah, they bring poor Curdle over, right? They throw him down on the block. He seems resigned to his fate horribly. Like he's like, I probably deserve this. I failed as a healer. I contracted this disease. I may have given it to others, right? They throw him down, like, and they're like, and like the one that threw him down is the one that was warming up the saw, and now it's like you have the axe at the ready. Yeah.
So he no longer has the saw on him.
No, he doesn't for now.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna bring up the axe to make like I am going for poor Curdles, but I'm gonna swing at the other executioner.
Nice.
I love it. Bury the axe in his chest, and he's behind Curdle, like he's like they're playing for the crowd in the devil masks. He's like, and then you swing
But
back.
but because I want my weapon stats, I'm gonna go like this, go back, and then drop it, and then grab my sword from behind. Swap it
I love
out real
it.
quick.
Yeah, you can even make the axe like you can make it look like an axe if you want.
sure.
Yeah, because you have the head disguise. So
Yeah.
do you want it for
I didn't know
effectuous?
I could disguise my weapon too.
Yeah, why not? Let's
cool.
do it. You
Yeah,
can disguise the axe and make,
Yeah.
so hit him with the axe if you like.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Okay, 19. to
Yes,
hit.
that hits him.
Okay.
Yeah, roll that damage.
All right.
Strike him.
Okay, 10 plus 4, 14 plus, and this is a sneak attack because I'm behind
Oh,
him.
yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you know it's good.
10, 16, 19, 21.
Oh my goodness.
Plus 14 is
35. 35 damage?
Yeah.
He had 4 hit points.
Okay.
He's literally like
I go ham for no reason.
Hey, like you like for effect, even though it's your rapier, you bury the axe in him and release it. You know what I mean? You throw him off the back of the dais, if that makes sense. He's like, "Ah!" He goes sailing through the Devil's Gate hilariously behind him. Don't worry, it doesn't like cause any devil action. Yep. He goes sailing through the Devil's Gate. You like leave the axe behind, and the rapier suddenly appears in your hand. And everyone's like, oh! The crowd freaks out. They were like, kill him, kill, oh! And like the rooks are like, why are they, because the rooks are facing the crowd. They're like, why are they reacting that way? Like, you know what I mean? They haven't even really noticed that you've slain one of the executioners behind you. Do you look like the Red Raven now?
I rip off the cloak and it was me the whole time.
Yeah! Red Raven classic!
And then I hide again. Oh yeah, I'm gone.
Nice. Fantastic. You are hidden. Yeah, we'll say like you strike him and you like roll under the executioner's table as like everyone's like wondering what's going on. And then it is Kai, your turn. You're on top of this Ferris wheel. You move very fast, 60 feet.
What is? Can I close that distance to the first rook that is in front of Kadra on the?
You sure can.
Okay.
Yeah, and strike if you like.
I'm basically coming in and striking that guy.
Wonderful. Yep. Roll it up. Let's see what happens to this poor soul.
All right, we got 16.
That will do. The poor rook.
All right. 6 plus 3 damage. So we got 9 damage.
9 damage. Excellent. Yeah, he's like a first level warrior, not even fighter, if that makes sense. So you flip off, you strike him, his neck snaps, he slams back into the dais and collapses. And you're now standing where he was. You turn and look at the other rooks in the line by you, if that makes sense. Fantastic. And we've got Jin. Yeah, Jin, you are on the dais. And I'm gonna throw you a bone because you've been up here, and this master of ceremonies has been like, he's been messing with your hair and like doing all sorts of stupid things. So roll me a sleight of hand to see if you were able to steal his shield guardian amulet.
And also, while he's...
That is a 9.
Do you want to use that token?
Yes, I do.
You may use that token! What'd you do in killing?
No. I was going to say,
there we go.
In the preparation for this, could I have, like, I positioned them all where they are, so I found a way to hide his crossbows within the stockade.
Yes, I love this. Yeah. In fact, like, you actually, like, snuck in because you're a master of stealth, and you, like, hollowed out the stocks.
Yeah.
So that,
it took
like,
all this time to...
Yeah, you spent all night woodworking. So like literally he just has to flick a switch, the stocks come off, and like these compartments open up, and the crossbows shoot up into his hands, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Nice.
You spent all night doing that with your woodworking tools.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you have his shield amulet. Like while he was like, ha, the tiefling, the fiend-blooded, you were like, you snatched that amulet right off his chest, yeah? He doesn't, so you have full control of his shield guardian. And it acts like, it's a free action to command it. So you can still take your actions and then tell the shield guardian to do whatever you want. So Jin, on 20, what would you like to do?
Okay. I'm gonna smash that jester.
With the shield guardian?
With the shield guardian.
Fantastic. He's like, yes, slay the fiend. And the shield guardian just goes, and absolutely smashes him to bits. Oh, gosh. Yes, he does. He smashes him to such bits. Oh, my. Oh, 8 and a, so much more damage than he has hit points. You literally just paste this little bard. He's like, splat! And he pastes him in front of you. And the shield guardian then just turns and like looks at the 2 rooks, and its eyes go, glee, and they're like, oh! And they like stagger away in terror. And it's still your turn, because that's just the shield guardian.
Okay, am I still locked in that thing?
No, he rigged it for you.
Oh, okay.
So as a bonus action, you can just pop it off and grab your crossbows.
It just looks locked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna try to release, what's his name?
Yeah, Curdle or...
Curdle's already at the block, but Dimdarin, the gnome, is still in the stocks.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Curdle's not locked up in it.
No, he's at the block. They were about to cut his head off, but then it was Killian who was not going to cut his head off, if that makes sense.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna try to release Dimdarin.
Dimdarin, fantastic. So you pop up. Give me a sleight of hand check to like release the stocks.
Yeah, Killian didn't have time to rig all of the
No,
stockades.
yeah, come on now.
That is a 12.
Do you want to use a token? These tokens, let's use them.
I made a
Throw some tokens. We're at the end of the day.
I'm the lazy
There we
one.
go.
Nice.
That is going to be 20.
Okay.
So you command the shield guardian to smash this horrifying bard, this disgusting man. You release yourself. Your crossbows shoot up in the air. You grab them and holster them as like a free action. You spit out a thieves' tool. Yeah, you had like a lockpick like in your gum line. You spit it into your hand, and you're like, and you free Dimdarin, and that'll be your turn.
Okay.
Fantastic. That all happens, and then doing some stuff. Kadra.
Yeah.
Kadra, what would you like to do on your turn? You hear like action happening outside. You're inside. You're crouched down in this wagon.
I sure hope no one forgot about me while they're fighting out there. But is the guy next to me already done for the
I got that guy.
Yeah, you got
The guy
that
that's closest to you.
Yeah.
That guy got.
Is there a lot of spectators around?
Oh yeah.
There is, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of folks like here. I'll draw in like this is just like crowd.
Right.
If that makes sense,
Yeah.
right? Like people just like enjoying the day. Jinshaw's in front, or Red Raven's in front rather. Yeah. Yep. You look like what do you look like?
Yeah,
Are you a juggler?
yeah, I'm just like,
You're like juggling balls, but they're actually like throwing knives or whatever, if that makes sense. It's a disguise thing going on. What would you like to do, Kadra? Yeah, you still got other dudes there.
Yeah.
There's the implements of torture. There's all kinds of stuff.
Okay. I would like to rage while I'm still in the box. I can start raging.
Do you just smash out of the wagon?
Exactly, yeah.
The wagon explodes and timbers fly in all directions. And like standing where the wagon was is this 6'8" gold dragon woman who's like,
I was in here the whole time.
It felt so bad.
You really got to get better cleaners. And then I guess I'll just run towards that group.
that rook.
Yeah. That
Okay,
rook.
charge him. You may destroy. You may ruin his life if you like.
I will like that. Yes, I will do that. Hopefully.
Let's do it. Yeah, go ahead and
Let's
roll it
see.
up.
Oh, is a 12 okay?
A 12 total?
Yes.
You want to use a token?
Yeah.
You have tokens? You might as
I
well use
have
them.
tokens. Thank you.
We're nearing the end.
Oh, that's better. I have a 25.
Nice, 25.
Yes.
Yeah, so you have your mother's great club thrums in your hand, and you strike him with a 25. You can roll damage, but it's going to kill him.
Oh, we'll see how hard we kill him.
Yes, absolutely.
Is this like a gentle killing, like a little bonk, or is it?
Oh, it's pretty good. 15.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
So you actually send him, you strike him with like an upswing, and you actually send him over the crowd. And like he dirts out like on like the pavement behind, if that makes sense. Like a
Nice.
jumble of limbs and armor and weapons. He is no more.
Could I use my second attack towards the other guy?
You can reach the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like
One more
to
attack.
hit him. Oh, yes. Okay. That definitely will. 20. I can do that.
Roll some
It's over
damage.
20. Yeah. I forgot my +2 the last time, too. 12 plus 2, 14 damage.
That guy as well. You struck the other one over the crowd. This one, you actually don't even bother with the club, just for flavor, because you're just towering over him. Like he turns and draws a short sword, and you just kick him in the chest.
Just punch
And
him.
like every bone in his torso shatters to bits. It's like he's a bag of M&Ms instead of a person now. He's like smash, and he goes tumbling into the crowd. And now Kadra is over here, and that ends your turn. Yeah. Anything else? Yeah, that's pretty good. So Kadra is now here, and we are at the Red Raven.
Ooh.
Okay, so everybody's still, so the crowd's like now starting to disperse.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Crowd's like you hear the first like ah, and then that spreads to the crowd, and people start to scatter. Yeah, everyone starts to. The nobles as well are running. The only people that aren't scattering are, of course, Sebastian de Moignac and his two guards. Right, Sebastian de Moignac just stands up He like throws back his cowl. He looks furious. Yeah, I mean, he looks furious. He's looking around. Absolutely. What do you do?
Great. So I'm still got the juggler thing. So there's still those 2 guards that are right there, right?
The rooks? Yeah, there's
Yeah.
2 rooks in front of you.
Great. I'm gonna keep juggling. Like, what's going on? What's happening? What's happening to the guard as I'm still juggling?
They're like, look, that creature's killing us all.
Oh my God! Oh
they
my
don't
God!
pay me enough for this.
Oh my God! It's the rapier, and then
nice. The knife becomes a rapier. Yeah! Roll it up. Yeah, roll it up. Fantastic.
That's
Use the token.
that's a little better. That's
Yeah.
What we
that's
have.
16.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep, 16 hits him. Roll some deadly damage.
That's 11.
Yeah, you open his throat. He's like, oh! He staggers back, his blood spraying, his lifeblood spraying in the air. He drops, and you have another attack.
Great.
Yes.
So I'll drop him and I'll attempt to then move towards the other one and
Sounds
then try
good.
to finish him off quickly.
Yeah, you sure can. They're right there, so you can absolutely
Great, yeah.
attempt to slay them both.
Oof. Get that out of there.
Yeah, burn it.
That's better.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, that's better. That was a 16. That's 7.
7. So he's wounded. He's still alive. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so no, they're warriors. That's right. He's dead. Sorry. They're not fighters. I thought they were fighters for a moment, but I forgot. They're warriors. Yeah, you stride up. So you open the first one's throat, and then you just lunge into the second one. You pierce him right through the heart the way you were trained by the Red Raven on that rooftop. He used to, like, have plates. You know what I mean? Like, he was probably his own place. Nice china. You know what I mean? That he would like swing on ropes, and then you would try to pierce right through the center of the plate while it was moving. And you feel all of that lock in now that you're wearing the mask, and you absolutely strike this man through the heart, and he drops dead. Ah! And that is your turn. Kane, what would you like to do?
I'm in the church.
Indeed you are.
And amidst the battle, I am drawn to a statue of the goddess. What's her name?
Masticall.
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 Masticall?
Masticall.
Masticall, and I feel what? What do I feel? What do I feel upon seeing this?
So you see the goddess Masticall, and Masticall is actually framed by 2 angels who you know, Ravel and Zalin. Yeah, the 2 angels that
familiar.
you remember from Friday night. They're 2 angels that used to accompany you in battle against like the fiends and against Ilthrakon Loom. And while you're staring like at this, Zalin, the statue of Zalin, like light shines through some of the cracks, like the lights of the sun, and it strikes the statue, and the statue becomes made flesh.
And I go, ah!
And this, like, yeah, you're like, oh! Yeah. And this solar turns towards you, and it's holding this angel's blade, and it strikes you through the chest with this blade. It pierces you directly through your heart with this blade, and you die.
And my turn ends? Or?
And as you die, your memories are restored in reverse order. And what you remember is the scars around your neck and your wrists aren't from manacles. When you faced Ilthrakon Loom and were defeated, he took you back and he froze you in ice. And he would thaw you out every 20, 30 years and allow all these vampire lords to feast on you and drain you of like not only your blood, but your soul, your life force. And that's why you're just a broken fighter now instead of a paladin. Does that make sense? Like it's level drain. Tremendous amount of level drain and a fallen paladin, if that makes sense. So you feel all this being drained out of you, and then you remember that fateful encounter with Ilthrakon Loom on the Ziggurat, yeah, where the Ebon Shroud took control of you and he seized you as his own. And then your memories go back to like leading your brethren, like holy knights like yourself that you led, until, again, that moment as a child when you first heard Masticall speak to you. And you turn, and your mother and father in this memory are not your mother and father. They are the Archfiend, yeah, and Ilthrakon Loom, that makes sense. And they turn to you. And this sword is in your chest, your child's chest in the memory. And you look down, it is your sword. It is the sword that Masticall herself gave to you that is through your chest right now. What do? You're a boy with a sword through you.
I go, ow! And then I pull it out.
Yeah, you draw it. And as you draw this blade, the roof explodes off of this chapel. You're transported back to the present. And a pillar of holy light and fire strikes you and burns away all that you are. And you are restored as 18-year-old Archimeus Mazer, the 20th level paladin.
That's really good for those of you that don't. It's about as good as it gets. Wow.
Well, he's younger
No, that was
now.
him.
He's younger
That was
now, so
him.
it's age appropriate.
Yeah. Now
Yeah,
I'm 18.
they're the same age.
Yeah. All
Oh my
right.
God.
Everything makes sense.
My grandfathers are both so old.
Fantastic.
Not anymore.
And you,
All right.
you're literally on one knee now instead of standing there, and you just rise up. Your eyes are clear, and you just feel the power and love of the goddess flowing through every ounce of you. You feel so much holy power, and you know it must be used to cleanse the world of evil. What would you like to do?
I call to the heavens and I say, for years you have made me to suffer. I am reborn again, like a figure that's reborn again. Something, I feel like I've heard a story like that. It's not important. Listen, I understand now my purpose was to fail only to succeed later when it really matters, huh? Nice one. Got me. But now I see my purpose. And should you shine your light down, and maybe I could use like a hint on like exactly what you want me to do right now. Magical God, I like a hint. What do you? Give me a sign.
You say, give me a sign. And this beam of pure radiant white light strikes the whole chapel. The chapel pulls apart brick by brick, statue by statue, to reveal you, if that makes sense. And then, literally, this line of light points right towards Baron de Moignac. And Baron de Moignac, who was like irritated before, is like, this is not good. And like you turn, he sees you, he remembers you. Yeah, he sees Archimeus Mazer, the young like warrior of justice and light. Like you're walking out of the chapel and it's like reforming behind you. Does that make sense? Like it's reforming. It's no longer barracks. It's restored as a chapel of Mastikal, made of ivory and whatnot, brilliantly behind you. And as you stride out, it reforms. And you're walking directly towards him and his Arians, Bezetta, and whatever that other devil is that's with him. And like the poor husk of his old son. Like it's like, oh, why am I here? Yeah.
I take out my holy avenger longsword, and I do an improved divine smite. Much better. You wait till you see it. And I smite him and stuff.
Nice.
The Baron, I look at him and I'm like, remember me?
He's like, oh! And you stride towards him with your sword head held high. Roll to smite him.
The 20?
Yes.
I rolled a 5. I'm going to use one of these.
Yeah!
Throw it. Okay, I rolled a 12. I think I can do better than that.
12's good. 12's good. 12's good. Save your tokens.
I'm going to do a 19. Which is as good as as a natural 20, if I recall, when I was the grandpa, but is that still?
Yeah, you're a champion.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a critical. Yeah, you crit on 19 and 20 because you have the champion ability.
Yes.
It may not be lost on all of you or those at home, but I built the 5th level fighter exactly as the paladin. Does that make sense? You can actually do it with almost the same abilities. So you have a champion. You're also a champion as Archimeus Mazer. So that's a crit. So roll damage, double it. Double it!
All right, which of the dice what am I doing?
Help him out, Jose.
Jose,
Jose's
what
got
do
you.
I do here?
Yes, improved smite.
Improved smite.
78.
It's
on
not
top
Yeah,
of like.
Yeah, it's not on.
Brethren, lend me your D8s.
Oh, here, I have some.
Give me your
How many
D8s.
do you need?
Right now.
7 D.
I need 7 D8s.
Oh, wow. So that was
All right,
D8.
brethren, too
Oh,
slow.
here, we got another.
The gods have given me D8s.
Oh, we got it.
I don't need your D8s anymore. All righty. Give it a little shakeroo. Ah, I have 16. That's 22. That's 24, 23, 24. 25 is the numbers.
Plus another D8 plus whatever the bonus is on the.
Plus another D8.
Yeah, on the Holy Defender.
That would be a 7.
28 plus 7.
32.
25 plus 7, 32.
32, 37. Is it plus 5?
This is the fun part of D&D.
Oh, here it is.
The math.
I mean, yes, absolutely.
Yes. My clothes have exploded off me, and you can see all the 18-year-old abs. So now who's the creep? Plus 2 D10s. The rest of the show is just me rolling dice, everybody.
18-year-old abs.
All right. Oh my God.
Hey, all right. It is. We'll take anything. I'm gonna imagine it's $15,000 in that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you, Julia.
25 plus 18 is
a tremendous amount.
43.
Ooh, 43 damage. So he's stunned. He didn't.
Times 2 for the crit.
Oh,
that's 86 damage.
No, that's really sad for him.
He only had 4 HP, everybody.
He had a little more than 4, but he doesn't have that many. So you stride forward, and he doesn't even make a move. He's so stunned by all that's occurred. Like, he thought his final plan was coming together, and then he's free, and there's like 2 red ravens, and they're killing all the rooks. And like this monk he thought was long in hermitage leaps down and snaps a rook's neck, and who is this dragonborn? What did I do to her? And then this chosen one strides forward, and you literally just you almost raise it sort of like in a relaxed fashion, and you just cleave him from shoulder to hip. Absolutely in 2.
Wow.
And as the blade comes through, it also severs his devil amulet. Cuts it in 2 as well.
Wow.
And so Bezetta turns, right? The illusion lifts. She no longer looks like a female guard. She just looks like an Aries. You cleave the devil amulet in 2, and she literally just looks at you, nods, and goes, and disappears. She's free. She left. She's finally free. After 140 years of being enslaved by the devil amulet, she is set loose. So she just gives you a curt nod, like lawful to lawful, lawful evil to lawful good. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, you did me a solid. We're not fighting today.
I give her a little wink.
Yeah, why, thank you. Thank you, sir. Fine, sir. And she just vanishes, right? Leaving the other devil, who appears now as well as you stride past. And it's actually the chain devil that was in that thing. After you left, he rose out of the slag. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they're resistant to fire and heat. Yeah, so he rose out of the slag and then joined the baddies here. But he's just a chain devil. And he's very frightened now because a 20th level paladin just cleaved his master in half. Yeah. And it's the chain devil's turn or whatever. Halfling.
Oh,
yeah, don't forget the buff elf.
Don't forget the buff elf. What was their name?
The buff halfling.
Caven, the jack.
The buffling.
The buffling. I like that.
He did well.
Yay!
He did well. You all were making your plans. You didn't include the buff halfling in any of them.
That's right, we did.
But the buff halfling was there when Severith dug the chain devil out of the wall and knew what it was. And so over the 2 weeks before you met him, he had researched everything about chain devils and whatnot. And so he had actually, while you were all you were doing woodwork on the stocks, all this stuff, he built a special crossbow. Yeah, he built a crossbow with multi-heads attached to all these chains, if that makes sense. And so suddenly, this chain devil's alone, and we're gonna say he's all the way up in this tower up here. Yeah, he just appears on top of the ramparts. And he's like, don't forget me. And he fires, all these chains strike the chain devil in the chest, and he presses something on his crossbow, and the chains around the devil are magnetized to those chains and wrapped up. So he's all entangled in the chains of the heavy crossbow while it's buried in his chest. And then he literally attaches it to some winch that he's got on the thing and goes, and the chain devil gets pulled at like an incredible speed right into the ramparts of the tower and smashes into it. Yeah, like smash, and it is alive but barely, and it is dangling like entangled in these chains, and that. Yeah. That, ladies and gentlemen, will bring us to the close of The Red Raven, Chapter 1. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, thank you. You are all halfling. You are all welcome. Next door in 224, we have some food set up. You're all welcome to enjoy it. We have plenty of food. Yeah, so please come and enjoy some food in Paul and Aquila 224. Take everything with you. We're going to shut down the theater. Take all your bits and bobs. You can make your way to Paul and Aquila 224. We'll bring more food too because we have way too much backstage. And we will have a little pauhana together, and we can chat and talk and maybe play some games and talk story. Thank you all for coming and being a part of this. Thank you as well. Thank you everyone who watched from home. We hope you enjoyed the Red Raven. Fantastic. All right. Thank you guys. That was great. Thank you. That's fantastic.